So grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
matchup. MVP. Hongdu Monster. Afrika Freaks. SK Telecom T1. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another day of LCK. I'm Achilles. That's Papa Smithy. We'll be bringing you the action here from the Seoul East Stadium in Sangam. And we have a bit of an interesting one to start things off. MVP versus Hongdu Monster, two of our lower teams in the bracket, 7th place versus 10th. Hongdu Monster currently on an 8-game loss streak. Haven't picked up anything since our first match against Rocks Tigers.
And it's 12 between the two because it's a 4-game loss streak for MVP as well. Neither of these teams have kind of defined their season. We thought we knew about Hongdu Monster, impressive at IEM Gyeonggi, but certainly not impressive so far this season in that massive loss streak. And then MVP, who, did beat Samsung earlier in the season. Maybe it was Afrika, actually.
It was Afrika.
Beat Afrika early in the season, so had one result that would kind of turned our heads. But from there, we're just kind of really trying to work out what the identity is of both teams. Neither of them have really asserted themselves. MVP play well, and then they decide to play Shyvana on the red side for some reason. So there's kind of a whole jumbled list of ideas and strategies that neither team has executed on, and we're looking for the next evolution, which kind of is fitting given we have more Pokemon in the audience today, of both these rosters.
Yeah, and I mean, both of these rosters, kind of touched on it with Hongdu Monster, how they're kind of underperforming from our expectations, but MVP as well. This was a team that looked like they would be in playoff contention at the end of summer. Yeah, they made it up to 6th place. They were looking really strong throughout the second half of the summer split last year, but have really fallen off hard coming in.
Logos!
Yeah, now we got these new logos coming in for every match, so that's pretty cool. No more just the League of Legends emblem.
I needed to know the logo 7 seconds before the ARG. Now I knew it.
We're just going to see the logo in every possible fashion. So we have physical, we got digital. I don't know what's next, but this roster not going to be changing coming into this set, of course. So none of these teams have substitute players, but we're going to see the KDAs as we get through here. It's not looking too good for either side.
No, it isn't, and this can be maybe a new start to the season. Both these teams have had series to forget in the last two, especially in for Hongdu since the first game of the season. Expectations maybe were slightly higher for MVP, but if you asked me, both these teams were kind of in the 5 to 7 range rather than where they lie now, which is very much the 8 to 10 range. And one team is going to firm most likely as that 10th spot. I imagine we will have the same relegation format where we have a double round robin playoff between the bottom 2 teams in this league and the top 2 teams in Challenger. That was what got CJ Entus relegated from summer season.
I mean, speaking about relegation, actually MVP was the team that relegated Hongdu Monster back during that summer promotion tournament.
And we thought
3-1.
We thought they did some favors. They really improved their roster in Challenger, leveled up play, but hasn't translated to LCK play so far. So again, all about redefining your seasons that have been seasons to forget for both teams.
Absolutely. So now, Hongdu Monster coming into this -9 on their game score. Need to win the next 2 games 2-0 to even tie against the Rocks Tigers.
1-10 is not good reading. 10 losses in a row, getting closer and closer to the territory that Spenu managed to get to back in summer of last year, actually summer of 2015, when they had a very, very long loss streak. I'm sure we will get some graphics when that becomes more apparent. A 2-0 loss for Hongdu writes off the first round robin and potentially the season for this lineup. And you can see the players in the booth. Nobody's looking particularly energetic. It is the first series of the day and very early, by pro gamer standards at least, in Korea. But not a lot to cheer about in the Hongdu house. The Overwatch crew, they're happy, but the League of Legends team struggling.
Yeah, definitely polar opposites in that regard, Overwatch. The squad doing quite well, but you can see right here, it's a lot of gray and very little blue for both of these teams. just that first game, their first game back in the split, you had to think like, wow, everything really has been working out for Kongdu Monster. They get that win over Rocks Tigers. Can they close it out 2-0? No, they cannot.
We're close to being perfect gamed also in some of their other series, so nothing good to reflect so far for the season. Last couple for Kongdu were Samsung and BBQ, and the KDAs. No one close to the Huni 23 of earlier this week. In fact, no one close to the 3 KDA, as the highest is Seoul, who, honestly, a 2.5 KDA when you've lost 10 games in a row is pretty good.
That is rather impressive, but MVP, you know, just as abysmal, you have to say, with their numbers just barely inching out ahead of their opponents in some of those roles. Seoul continues to be the bastion of hope for Kongdu Monster in that ADC position, but even so, he's had a bit of a rough time compared to what we saw from him at IM Gyeonggi. But now it's, you know, a bit of a more even playing field. Both of these teams have had very rough schedules for MVP. I mean, both of them losing to BBQ, kind of the oddball loss that they've had, but Afrika Freaks has been there for MVP, Samsung Galaxy and SK Telecom. Kongdu Monster played against SKT, Longju, and Samsung as well. So they have had those really tough matchups coming through. Neither has encountered KT Rolster yet, but just rough times overall.
As we ping on to 5 p.m. Korean Standard Time, we get into picks and bans. So if you will be tuning in for our big second set of the day, SKT versus Afrika, Faker versus Marin. That will start at 8 p.m. if this series is done by then, so 3 hours from now. Into picks and bans here. So far, no one getting frisky. We saw some teams, especially with their second ban on red side, start leaving up or considering leaving up some of the Rengar, LeBlanc, and Camille trio. 2 banned out so far. MVP, looking at their ban so far, seem to be angling towards a Kha'Zix first pick if you follow conventional logic. That seems to be the power pick most likely to be left open. But Varus is another one that seems to have been jumping past even the Rengar, so MVP have always been a Varus team. That would make me expect Varus over Kha'Zix, but the drafting for MVP has been really peculiar. Sion is left open, so that's a fun one to track going forward. But MVP have been the team that just say, screw it, Shyvana, with no reason or rhyme or reason to it. Literally, Shyvana got nerfed on that patch. They're like, it's time now, guys. And beyond, look, the one thing you can say about MVP is that they're no strangers to 5th picking jungle on red side last season. Amumu, all the other pocket picks that Beyond had, but so far the Shyvana hasn't been such a pick. Will Kongdu look past? Okay, here's another 7.2 pick we're going to see. I mentioned yesterday, and Haru showed it the day before, Graves has really gone up in priority as lethality has been buffed on 7.2, a return to the Youmuu's Ghostblade Graves that was a terror of the top lane thanks to Trace last season, and it's a higher priority than Kha'Zix, and Kha'Zix is actually going to fall through picks and bans.
Wow, all right, yeah, so no one going for Kha'Zix, which you'd think would be in Beyond's wheelhouse because he likes to play aggressive. The Graves was actually something that really made him shine during the summer split when he would really just start taking off on that champion.
So my expectation here is this Nautilus will probably be a support Nautilus. Max plays a lot of melee supports in bot when he gets his hands on it, and they're picking it so early in the draft that it might cause Kongdu to just pick a tank in the next round, and then MVP will have a potential counter pick. Now, it still could be a top lane Nautilus, but the Sion still being available, we'll love to see a return to that. Not many positive win rate champions for these players, given all the losing they've been doing, but 2-1 for ADD on that Sion, and Sion is still banned, so Kongdu smell a rat.
Yeah, you see, ADD got a little chuckle out of that one, but Maokai, of course, being taken off the board. They see the Shen ban coming through, so think that that's what Roach wants to aim for.
Do you just ban Poppy and be like, whatever? For all the tanks banned.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if ADD has another top lane carry in
What's
his
next,
back
though,
pocket.
Achilles? We're running out of tanks. Who else can use Courage of the Colossus decently?
Maybe you move away from tanks? Or maybe you go for a Tahm Kench top lane, I don't know.
Ooh, Tahm top lane. Now you're getting frisky. Someone at the Gangnam Studio is happy to hear that.
We actually did see Tahm Kench in NACS. I forget when it was, but it was Team Gates, Trick2G's team, had played it trying to counter Camille.
And LS is a very well-known Tahm Kench aficionado, so he would be happy to see that. With the top lane pool kind of decimated, We will see Rumble for
Okay.
Roach. That's not a Roach pick that you would expect. Roach very much the tank role player. The most frisky he got with more of the carry top laners was the Gangplank from time to time.
You're feeling frisky. You're saying frisky a lot
I'm
today,
feeling
Pop Smith.
frisky. I'm just so excited for our second set, but I'm trying to get hyped for this one too.
Just carry it forward. Use all of your hype that you have stored just for that set.
I
in
need
this
to hold
one.
on to it.
It'll regenerate quickly.
Oh, I didn't know that it was on a regeneration. I didn't know if I had enough mana for that.
Yeah. Let's build a couple more pylons. He'll power her up. Anyway, Kennen going to be coming through. So it looks like you. I mean, this could technically be a support Kennen.
No.
Doubt that, but looks like it will be the support Nautilus here, and then Syndra for Ian in the mid lane. And
That's
looks
probably
like,
going to prompt a Corki.
Yeah. Or Edge could play around with something else.
Corki would be the safer option. Can obviously take the exhaust very freely and move forward. He also is safer against Nautilus, but they're going to go with a bit risky of a choice, but one that gives them a global to try and profit off the Ashe initiation. Okay, risky here. The safer choice would have been the Corki, but the Taliyah certainly makes sense in the context of the comp. Good pick power with the Ashe arrow into the seismic shove. Whereas MVP, a bit more standard. Expect this to be the on-hit cannon build and not AP cannon. Only AP cannon we've seen so far was Cuvée, just after Marin had kind of re-debuted the top lane on-hit cannon. The Fervor Keystone choice and an early Cull would probably be the other culprits to confirm that.
Sure, we can take a look at his stats once we load into the game as well, see if he's got any AP on the build.
But it's must-win territory here, Kilios. As you said, no subs for this lineup. These are lineups they're going to have to persist with. They need to get confidence on both sides, and whatever you say about their previous opposition, both teams look at this fixture and mark it on the calendar and say, this needs to be the start of something, otherwise it could just be another step towards inevitable crashing and burning for both lineups.
Yep. Definitely looking like a set that could go the distance and take us to all 3 games, depending on which MVP shows up. Is this going to be the MVP that we've seen through the majority of their games, or is this going to be the MVP that took down a Freak of Freaks? That is the question. Kongdu, can they harken back? Can they find that potential that they had built up when they played at IM Gyeonggi?
And I look to the jungle, Kilios. Both these junglers came in with hype this season and have underperformed. Both of them are young junglers who can impress. Beyond and Punch both have lanes they can gank for, and I feel like whichever jungler gets the fast start will probably propel his team to victory.
All right, well, we'll see if it's going to be the Elise or the Graves. We'll definitely keep our eyes on that, as well as these mid laners. Edge and Ian have faced off many a time in the past, and they find themselves back on Summoner's Rift yet again. So this one for all the marbles, maybe not all the marbles, but for playing, you're playing for actually having some marbles, I guess you could say.
Not many marbles between these two teams,
Yeah,
Kilios.
loser of this game has no marbles.
Oh, boy.
All right, let's go ahead, get on to Summoner's Rift for Game 1, MVP versus Kongdu Monster. I like that we're getting these custom tailored intro videos per every match.
I have a sneaking suspicion I know what's coming for the second set.
Oh yeah,
Tweeted out already earlier today, but
it's gonna be that nice shot of Kuro.
that's right. Kuro versus Faker is a cool storyline as well.
This is a cool one.
I think it's a
Kuro
cool
doesn't
one.
think it's a cool one.
But it's one of those ones that's been building for so long that if anything changes, it will be very notable.
Sure. It'd be really weird if Kuro could perform against Faker on a team that's not the 2016 Rock Tigers.
Should talk about the elephant in the room, and that's the top laner for MVP, whose name, if you ask him, apparently, as has been confirmed, is
Or you
Ed.
watch the other broadcast.
He wants to be called Ed, but I find it very hard to take him seriously. Expression also tried to ask people to call him Expression and didn't want a name change, and that didn't seem like a goer. But at the end of the day, I think it's best for the viewers, for our perspective, to go with what we've done before. Apparently, Monty and Doe spoke to him previously, and he said ADD way back when. And ADD is just literally what it says on the screen.
Yeah.
So
We
for
will be calling him
simplicity's
ADD until he renames to Ed.
or until we're otherwise informed by Casper or MVP to change. It's ADD. Speaking of ADD, he went the most I'm going for on-hit cannon of starting Cull and having Fervor.
If there was any question about it, I think we've solved the mystery here. So we'll see how Roach is going to do on this Rumble, because I mean, you mentioned it, not really a champion that we know him for. Not that we know Roach for that many aggressive champions in general.
Basically, the Gangplank. That was pretty much the only one that he would get.
And he tried that versus SK Telecom. Didn't work out, as it turns out. Huni is pretty good at Maokai.
Trying things against SK Telecom is almost always ill-fated. That said, Afreeca might have some creative stuff to show in the second set.
What if you try to lose against SK Telecom then?
I mean, you can nail that. There's been multiple teams this
Well,
season.
I'm just saying,
that
if
have
trying things is usually ill-fated, if you try losing, maybe you'll win. It's the reverse psychology.
Get in
of
the
it all.
booth the second set, Achilles. Go
All
give
right.
Afreeca a helping hand.
All right, I'll get right on that. Punch, though, moving in aggressively onto this red buff. He will be able to smite this away, and Guger is here to back him up. So going to be a nice takeaway. You can see just MVP not responding fast enough, and Max is going to take some damage on the back end from the Krugs.
So it's actually a really nice invade from Kongdu, the sort of play that we remembered from them at Gyeonggi, but we haven't seen so far
boy.
this season.
He's not done yet.
When you have Karma versus Nautilus in bot lane, you will have the push advantage. You get first roam. This is what Graves can do. Very fast, sustained clear. Don't even have to pop potions to get close to full health. So nice to see them on the front foot.
Yep.
Speaking on the front foot.
Ian already missing out on a lot of those skill shots. Takes a heck of a lot of damage from Edge as he hits him with a seismic shove.
36 games of high-level competitive play for Roach, no games of Rumble. So may have played it in Challenge. I don't have those stats in front of me, but certainly when it comes to LCK play, it is his Rumble debut. And that can really be consequential. Rumble is very much an equalizer bot if behind, and even the best case scenario, landing that equalizer gets the most power out of his kit. So we'll have to watch closely to see how his Rumble mechanics are. We have one of the Rumble guards in our second set, when Marin will take the Rift.
I mean, this is just one of those champions that really does kind of demand a mastery to bring it into this high.
You're kind of either a Rumble player or you're not. Yeah. There aren't many people that just play 1 or 2 games of Rumble. He's very much a mastery champion, so we'll see how Roach is doing in that regard. Could be why it took so long for him to bring it out. Just pumping games into it, trying to get up that standard.
I mean, I'm all for Kongdu trying things new at, at this stage. Punch is, I mean, obviously Graves really heavily buffed on 7.2, but he's been a Lee Sin, a Lee spot quite a bit. But now moving over to the Graves could benefit him quite a bit. I mean, he already had that really profitable invade on the red buff and took away some of the little Raptors as well.
And it was indirect buffs for Graves in particular, the lethality itemizing so cleanly for him. Graves builds previously were basically warrior into situational. Phantom Dancer was a big pickup for the Graves. We saw some serrated Dirk items, but now Youmuu's into Edge of the Night is a very clean, high power build that Graves can look for. Even something like the item we saw yesterday from Prey, the Death Stance is an option for Graves.
Yeah, I was going to say, if we see a mysterious Caulfield's Warhammer, we could probably expect that it's going to be a Death Stance.
I actually asked Gorilla about it. He was like, it was an intentional Caulfield's Warhammer for the cooldown reduction to get closer to 40%.
But then he had nothing else to go into.
And then he bought a Death Stance because it builds out of Warhammer.
All right, there we go. Good old Prey. But for now, action slowed down after that invade. Beyond trying to claw his way back. Gonna have a bit of a rougher clear in general compared to the Graves, so it's been doing decently, only down by 8 CS at the moment, though Punch is trying to tack on a couple more digits to that. So he pushes in for these Raptors yet again.
Yeah, it's taken quite a few of the small ones. That's a start.
They get more.
Both have Smite. Actually, Beyond doesn't quite have Smite. It was a couple of seconds away.
Had
an
no
early
vision
Smite.
of it. Really good smoke screen there to zone him out. So Punch pretty much walked away with just about everything. I think he missed maybe 1 or 2 of the little Krugs. So he got the majority of that gold. So already a fine start for him. Hit level 6. Beyond still lagging behind at 5.
Usually the playstyle between Graves and Elise is that Elise will play for the lane ganks and fall behind in CS. Whereas Graves, traditionally, apart from opportunistic ganks, will focus on the farming because he's so adept at it. But pretty much just been farming from Beyond, who hasn't been visiting the lanes at all. Still slightly behind in terms of experience. Nice ward here, deep ward, I assume, that was put down by ADD.
It was Beyond, I believe, actually. He roamed in. All the camps were gone, but he placed it. And then peeled his way out of the jungle.
That is helpful, does give coverage for ADD. be Wits End Rush, as you'd expect against the Rumble.
Yeah.
That's good value out of that. Karma and also the Taliyah, big magic damage users.
Yep, and this just puts Roach in a really tough position. You can see falling behind in CS hasn't been last hitting very well.
Edge.
Oh, that's going to be the Unleashed Power, but not able to come up with the kill. Edge goes really low. They get the flash out of him for the Ghost of Ian.
That was definitely one where it could have been a kill because Edge isn't going for a rush on Abyssal Scepter. He seems to be subscribing to the Crown School of Thought and going for the Hextech GLP rush on that Taliyah. We'll build some magic resist now, just try and get through lane. Cleanse does not really offer him much against Ian, even if you cleanse the stun. Ian is probably still going to be in range of the Unleashed Power. I like this return invade, so it was a smart invade that got them the first red buff. Now Guga is waiting for the spawn. Leash is the second red buff.
Come on, Max.
He got it.
Oh, man.
He got it with the E.
Takes it with the Riptide. Wow, what a steal from Max.
That's a tilter for Punch.
Oh, yeah. Definitely didn't see that one coming.
It's actually
I was waiting for the camera to move down so I could confirm that he picked it up. But really solid takeaway. Now if he gets on top of somebody like Soul, he's already got so much CC in the kit, plus the red buff slow coming in. That could be devastating, but speaking of devastating, Beyond, not gonna half HP, takes a lot of damage. Cocoon comes through from Punch, and Edge actually aiming it over to Ian, not trying to get that threaded volley in on Beyond. Collateral damage came through, but was unable to get the kills. Beyond flashed away and got out of range.
Hard to tell about mana there, because mana bar was quite low and it's still early levels. Felt like if Punch animation cancelled perfectly and ulted to start with, he would have got the kill onto Elise, but the kill ends up eluding him. Let's get the flash, but that's something. You see the explosive damage that even before Warrior Enchant is completed for Graze, Thunderlord Graze is always able to put out. Roam coming up from Ian, isn't spotted at all.
He's moving in, it's going to be a lockdown from the Maelstrom here, flash away by Roach. Ian has the ultimate, does he go for it? Yes, he does. And they're able to take that one away, but ADD's going to go down the turret. Swapping aggro, Ian needed to take one more shot of that for them both to make it out safely. Doesn't do so. They get the first blood, but an answering kill comes through from Roach.
Yeah, clean kill would have been really good for MVP, but because it's answered and you get free time for Edge to auto attack and get control in mid lane, it ends up being a better trade for Kongdu Monster. Despite all of Punch's pressure, you can notice that Kongdu are behind in gold. Big reason for that is the top lane, though, and the big CS advantage that ADD has formed. That's even before the Kull Cash-in. Probably going to be Merc Treads, I'd imagine, for Edge, who has a null magic mantle. Yeah, it is completed. As fortunately, we do have our first pause of the night.
Hopefully the only one. Yesterday we did have a little bit of audio issues, so it seems like it could be a similar problem. Yeah, it looks like ADD got something going on with his computer. So we'll get this looked at.
Saw OGN investigating the audio issues during the rehearsal, but it seems like, unfortunately, they have persisted. Game has been kind of predictably quiet in the first 10 minutes. Sure, there's been some nice invades from Kongdu, but both these teams aren't really ready to lead from ahead. No significant snowballs happen. Only 700 gold separates the two.
Yep, keeping it tight-knit. And I mean, that answering kill for Roach in the top lane, definitely going to help him out, where he's been suffering so much. As far as the CS is concerned, you can see him, or we could see him rather, coming back into lane, has the Seeker's Arm Guard as well as the Ninja Tabi built up, so he's going to be mitigating a decent amount of damage from this cannon.
Max has been able to get through laning phase pretty comfortably as the Nautilus, despite being against the Karma.
Yeah.
A lot more of the advantages come from the roams it's opened up for Punch rather than necessarily getting the CS advantage in bot lane, because it has been Karma out of lane quite a lot.
So, yeah, looks like audio issues still persisting.
Unfortunate.
So we'll get this taken care of and dive right back into the game.
While MVP's comp in a previous season, you'd look at it, just to reiterate, because we don't have it on the screen right now, Kennen, Elise, Syndra, Varus, and the Nautilus. You might look at that comp and think, team fighting. We've got Kennen, excellent initiator. This on-hit cannon really isn't about the team fight, very much more about the split push.
I mean, we saw that from Marin when he debuted it.
And that's the kind of the story here is that actually what MVP have put together is a very strong 4-1 comp. They really want ADD to have kill pressure onto Rumble. Rumble won't be unkillable, not a Courage of the Colossus abuser or someone who built some combination of Sunfire, Spirit Visage. So there is a very real world where MVP will be able to shrug off the Rumble damage and split push. But it's because of that on-hit cannon coming in that it takes very much more of the sieging with Syndra, Varus, Nautilus there for disengage more than engage, and then cannon for the split push. Whereas on Kongdu's side, there is a bit more catch and team fighting. While they don't have a true tank either, they do have the Rumble for the team fights. And Graves is a pretty good team fighter in his own right. So while it isn't necessarily initiation tanks, those were all banned in the second round of the draft, there is still differing identity. The big question for Kongdu is, can they stop Kennen from kind of warping and taking over the game in the side lanes? And there's not really any natural itemization for Rumble to do that. So focusing on objectives, for example, as we have paused, Graves is walking over to the first Drake spawn, which is an Infernal. Infernal will be massive for Kongdu Monster. So to me, play around the objectives. If that can be clean from Kongdu, that'll go a long way to forcing the hand of Kennen to have to teleport rather than split push. But if the game is played at the pace MVP is looking for, there aren't necessarily tools in Kongdu Monster's arsenal to answer that split push.
Gonna have to see how Maha does during this game. It's even, since the summer split when MVP came into the LCK, he's always been the kind of the question mark for this roster. His positioning has historically not been very good. But I think that playing on a champion like Varus, who is very much just a siege cannon, sit back, fire up those piercing arrows, occasionally walk up to get the chains of corruption down, I think that could benefit him a little bit more because he doesn't have to be as conscious about his positioning. Just has to be worried about, flanks from the side. So as long as MVP are communicating well and they're spotting out these big members that can jump on his face, such as Punch, and then Roach if he comes in with a TP, then I think Maha might actually be able to start excelling a little bit in this meta.
And with all those tanks banned, no one's really flanking from Kongdu Monster. Equalizer might come out of nowhere. Sure, Ash Arrow needs to be dodged, but there's no real flanker on Kongdu's side. In the laning phase, sure, Graves and Taliyah can show up, but in the team fighting phase especially, should be pretty straightforward for Maha, but he's kind of an easy culprit, is Maha. A bit of a punching bag because he has made very clear mistakes, a bit like Hachani back in the day, and I guess recently also in Europe.
That's true.
He makes very clear mistakes. We're like, Maha, why? Those sort of mistakes. But honestly, he wouldn't be the biggest underperformer on this roster. Beyond, for example, someone we have very high expectations for, who's had some really poor games this season, uncharacteristic for some of the expectations we've had for him. And to me, he would be even more of a struggling player than Maha, as we are now going to be on the screen as we continue to investigate those audio problems. Max and ADD and Ian kind of been as expected without maybe surprising us. They've been decent, but especially beyond, given the expectations we had, the sky-high expectations, the next jungle sensation now, we've got Umti coming into the league now, we've got other junglers leveling up, and suddenly the expectations for Beyond are going down.
Yeah, I mean, he was one of those junglers, everyone was like, SKT needs a new jungler and stuff. Like, who can they take? And I was like, well, if they could take somebody from a team, Beyond would probably be a really good
That was almost
pickup.
their dream take in a world where Peanut wasn't available. People like Beyond looks really good, but not justifying that tag right now.
Yeah, definitely not. So, just been on struggle street since the start of the split, but maybe able to turn that around. I mean, so far, not going so well for him, particularly in this game. But the rest of the team seem to be doing quite all right. Maha keeping up in CS and whatnot, but looks like the issue is still just being taken care of in the booth, so you get to look at our lovely faces for a little bit longer as we work our way through this long, arduous set that is in front of our Afrika SKT, the light at the end of the tunnel.
We're seeing some signs of life on our screens, but hopefully we can get into game very soon.
Seems like ADD has given the okay in the booth, so we should be loading back in here momentarily.
Let's cross Kilios.
All right, I'm crossing everything.
All right, everything? Okay.
Now
I'm getting uncomfortable with how many things are crossed my toes. Everything is crossed here.
I didn't like that little twinge you just gave.
Man, I don't have that much room in my shoes. They're well fitted.
All right. As long as you're stopping at the toes.
Speaking of that, Drake. There's Punch leashing it. Rumble was the free Drake take champion. That's a hard thing to say 3 times fast.
We've been coming up with a couple of those as of late. Now, it's going down. See MVP trying to work their way in, but looks like Punch might just be able to take this one away with relative ease. There we go. The smite comes out. Ian not able to arrive in time. Could have ghosted down technically, but would have been a bit dangerous, and Beyond was playing around the top side of the map. So Infernal Drake will go over to Kongdu Monster. It's going to be followed up with a Cloud in 6 minutes, but ADD, they might lose that Drake, but now they're looking for the first brick and maybe even another kill. Beyond is roaming up, but he's been spotted out. There's a couple wards here to keep Roach safe, but it doesn't matter. The turret goes down, and that is going to make him susceptible to further visits from this Elise if he decides to push forward.
Still ordered play from both sides. When you have a team fighting comp without a true tank, something like the Infernal Drake shoots up even higher in priority than it already does, as by far the most attractive Drake. And MVP want to play around their 4-1. They want to play around specifically their cannon. Going this on-hit build, he will get more and more unmanageable for Roach on his first professional, at least LCK game of Rumble.
Seismic Shove not going to connect. Edge takes a decent little chunk of damage there.
So theoretically, Punch should never be able to put down defensive vision for this Rumble, because you just keep returning to the area, and then you have Syndra, Elise, and Kennen visiting.
He's taking the red buff for a ride, hands it over to Beyond. Redemption for the steals from earlier.
So what we need to see adjustment, it could have been adjusted before, but needs to be adjusted now, is for specifically Punch just play around the red buff he was invading consistently on the bot side jungle, and kind of needs to abandon Roach in the top lane. There's just no way to cover for him given the strength of Kennen relative to the Rumble. And every time he enters that jungle, he might die as a spillover for the pressure that ADD has caused on this Kennen. So playing around your zones of power is what the best teams in the world do. These two certainly have a long way to go to justify a tag like that, but everything has to start somewhere. So the baby steps are just really understanding where they're strong and where they're struggling on the map.
Well, they certainly have vision control on that bottom side of the map. You can see it's lit up like a Christmas tree at the moment, so they're able to track MVP's or Beyond's every movement here. So they see that this red buff has respawned, that it is started up. Max still sticking around in the bottom lane, so won't be there to help secure this one. Ooh, really close on the threaded volley, but Beyond is able to take it away at the end.
It's a bit late for the invade, so third red buff is taken by MVP, first of their own, but took the enemy and friendly red buff. Kennen under the inner turret in top, no pressure in the world.
And Roach is down to half HP.
And there's just no counterplay. There's nothing Roach can do alone to this Kennen with the item build he's gone for. Gold Lead is starting to get pretty outrageous given that he's already cashed in his cull as well.
Yeah, Frozen Mallet getting ready to come through. So it's just going to make him that much more oppressive.
But see, Kongdu need to understand that they are losing hands down in top and make up for it with proactive plays in other lanes. And they're not. They're kind of hanging back. Now Talia's going to walk top. Understands that, is she really going to be able to walk up slowly? If she comes in on a Weaver's Wall, she'll probably die as a turnaround to the Kennen. So it's not worth the resources to gain the Kennen. It's much better to be proactive elsewhere on the map, and they're not doing that.
I mean, you can see how much gold has come out of that top lane. 3,000 lead for MVP in a game that only has 2 kills, 1 dragon taken. And that's a massive lead to have at 15 minutes, and it is all coming out on the back of ADD. Got that first brick, helped get the first blood over onto Ian, and then just has this substantial CS lead. Now, 45 ahead of Roach. He is just carrying everything on his back. And Kongdu, I mean, where do you really go from here? It looks like they are finally trying to play around the bottom lane.
That's what you have to do. You have to play around where you're strong. It's the bot lane where they have the push advantage. They can Weaver's Wall down. They'll react first. No way for Syndra to follow. Take her much longer. So that's why Graves killing his Raptors and then taking a while to hand off Blue and being out of position. Sure, Drake wasn't there for them to fall back to, but they should be attacking the outer bot lane turret with globals and their very strong Graves who can help push. And instead, they've kind of just been faffing around their jungle, not getting anything done.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Punch roam down, but the waveless pushing, MVP, comfortable to go ahead and just peel back towards the turret. Suddenly, there's no entrance from Punch because no one is tanky enough to really go for a safe dive.
You need to threaten the dive with the Taliyah. That's the bit. If the Weaver's Wall doesn't come out, it's Varus. He's going to happily hang back and wave clear. So the only way to stop his safe wave clear is to force him to actually move in one direction only, which is backwards, and zone him from the turret. They're not comfortable to do that. Maybe they don't have enough vision coverage to make it feel safe. And thus, the lead just grows for MVP. It's only 100 gold every couple of minutes, but still.
Nope. Not sure if that kill would have come through if he had connected with the W. But still throws out the Unleashed Power, rips Roach down to half HP. He's had to, itemize into armor. So Ian is going to be doing quite a bit of damage to him.
Well, it's starting to be moved into the right places for Kongdu. They do have Enchanted Crystal Arrow and the Weaver's Wall to look for aggression. Don't have full control of the vision around mid lane though, so Syndra will spot if Taliyah starts to cheat down.
Cloud Drake's about ready to spawn here. 12 seconds out. Punch getting that Scuttle Crab, and they still have good vision, inside of that bottom jungle of MVPs as well as the river. So they could pretty safely take the Cloud Drake.
Flash bot lane from Gugur. Doing a preemptive flash. There was no ult used from Max to really justify it.
Yeah, trying to get away from that dredge line. Beyond though, they get a lot of damage as that end of the line connects into the wall for the instant pop. Punch takes a little bit of damage on the back end, but otherwise it's pretty healthy. Now Ian in a bad spot, flashes over to try to dodge the seismic jump, but it hasn't even come out yet from Edge, and won't really even be needed. He goes down now. Ash Arrow coming through. Good repel from Beyond to make sure he doesn't get hit, as Max will take that one. MVP, they'll lose Ian. Almost get Edge, but the Dragon looks like that will be going over to Kongdu yet again.
Yeah, their 4-man unit is much stronger than MVP's because Taliyah will always have the roaming advantage. Ian was just caught in transition, and Graves at this point in the game is a lot more powerful than Elise. Elise, sure, if she gets the drop, can burst. But if she ends up taking any damage from Punch, he has close to kill pressure just by his lonesome. They get out of lane faster with the Karma. That's the start. They've got 2 Drakes, not an Infernal for the second one, but not yet the turret to really justify the size of the advantage they've had in the bottom side of the map.
Yep. Edge finally finishing that. GLP comes in with a Negatron Cloak to try to survive this damage that Ian's been able to put out. Now ADD finally getting some attention paid to him in top, but it's just by Gugur. Throws out that Mantra Q, and they'll rotate Soul up here as well to just keep counter-pushing against that cannon. So we should just see a swap coming through from the side of MVP to match this and just make sure that ADD is always in the lane alongside Roach.
When they see the item build, the Wit's End into Frozen Mount, those 2 items certainly are the cornerstone of an on-hit cannon build, but the fact that Hurricane's not there means that the backup team fighting from this cannon is actually lower than you'd expect. On-hit cannon's a decent team fighter because it's consistent CC into the stuns from the passive, as you're slowing everyone down when you're acquiring targets. More so than if you had, say, you had a Rylai's if you were AP cannon. But without the Hurricane, the AoE's not there. It's a very 1v1 focused build. That's why it's a nice, smart rotation from Kongdu. MVP don't rotate their cannon, might just lose a turret for free.
Yeah, ADD not going to be able to defend this one. Gets hit by the Ashe. Ultimate will go ahead and run away with a Lightning Rush. Gets himself out safely. Doesn't have to pop the flash. But they do lose that tier 1 turret in top. Meanwhile, MVP trying to get some damage in onto that turret. They knock it down pretty significantly, but they're unable to come up with the kill quite yet. So we'll just have to wait a little bit longer.
And just spawns, but clearly no team ready to be taking that early. Lack of tanks means that Baron's actually going to be a later objective unless an ace comes through.
Yeah, even Max at this point would be... I mean, they could definitely manage it, but he would still take a considerable amount of damage.
And both these teams could take Baron, but it'd be such low health bars, and it would take a while. And the cleanup's so easy that, again, it would require a huge lapse in judgment. That's not expected at this high level of play.
All right, well, here we go. W to go ahead and take away that blue buff, keep it away from Punch, and they're able to hand this one over to Maha. So not under the Syndra like you might prefer, but still a decent allocation of that buff.
If you want a group, 4-1 would force more members from Kongdu to match and then allow the cannon to resume wailing away on the Rumble.
MVP, they work their way down to the bottom turret where they'll be able to knock this out. So that's going to be the second turret taken for them as they maintain this 3,000 gold lead or so. Hasn't been able to really stretch much further than that. Kongdu rotating up to the top. Help them stagnate a little bit longer.
Have to move vision lines. A lot of coverage here for Kennen to begin that split push around bot. All he wants to do before that Hurricane is complete is split push, and honestly, when the Hurricane's there, split pushing is still his favorite objective.
Becomes even faster.
Lightning Chipmunk. Speed is certainly something he's always had plenty of.
See if he wants to opt into that Blade of the Ruined King at all during this game.
Not really against this lineup. You look at it and you're like, well, I mean, Blade's a nice itemization that it gives the AD attack speed and lifesteal, but the proc damage certainly not going to be very relevant given the low health bars on Kongdu's side.
Get up and chase somebody down with a slow.
Maybe a Rage Blade instead.
That would be an interesting adaptation to see come out for ADD.
Just like when we saw Fly go for Death Cap over the Liandry's Rylai's, I think that would be the better choice for the Kennen this game, the Rage Blade.
Mahan Max now just going to be sitting here in the mid lane. Line wave clear, making sure that that turret is forever safe. Shouldn't have any issues holding this one down. And yeah, Edge and Ian just going to go ahead, rotate up to the top lane. And everyone's just shuffling around.
Because MVP are playing to the top, it's actually pretty risky for ADD to push in more than he has. A lot of the wards he had for coverage have elapsed. And if he just ends up trading farm with the Rumble, and Rumble is just 50 CS behind, doesn't lose turrets, it's a lot more teamfight power being funneled over. You do not want to trade farm in a split push sense. But right now, they just don't have enough members on that side to really facilitate ADD, looking for more in bot. Pace of the game slows down. They're closer and closer to one team fight deciding the game. And
oh, Ian does a lot of damage. Gugar gonna flash away. Almost falls at the end there. Barely makes it out with his life. Good hit from Maha to follow up. So we're gonna have to be a bit more careful when it comes to his pathing and warding.
There's a lot more wave clear, especially with Graves jungle, to stop this turret from going down. That's why you do see the collateral damage use. However,
they just really want this, and it looks like MVP might just be able to force up. Max is there, he's tanky. Just take a couple shots from that turret, but they have plenty of damage to go ahead, knock it down quickly, so MVP gonna be overall relatively healthy as they knock down that turret. So now all of the outer turrets have been taken by them. This opens up the map considerably as we get ready for the third Drake, a second Cloud to be spawning. Could pick up their first. Halt those stacks from coming through from Kongdu Monsters in the case that they're able to pick up an Elder Drake.
Yeah, a lot of the pressure here was on the side of MVP. They had double control ward in the entrance towards the Drake, so that's why it is the clean take for MVP this time.
You know, I was watching NACS earlier, and something that really shocked me and shocked, you know, Mark and Optimus quite a bit was saw a Rise solo and Elder Dragon.
Solo, you say?
Yes. And then it got stolen away by a deadly flourish at the end. But now, Roach, oh, he flashes, but he goes straight into the cocoon. He gets locked down, throws out the equalizer to try to clear the wave. They'll be able to do so. But MVP, they'll still be able to exit quite safely, as the Spiderlings were there from beyond to absorb some of the damage. But you have to expect that that tier 2 turret will be going down pretty quickly here, as ADD is still sticking around to that bottom side of the map.
Finding the right force from MVP. We've been waiting for the turret dives and trying to profit over the pressure that AD has caused. They don't quite take an objective from it, but they get control around Baron. No wards here. They see the teleport. They know what's happening here, Kongdu, but can they do anything to stop it?
It's going to be the question here. Weaver's Wall gets thrown out, locking them all inside the pit, but can Kongdu Monster follow
Punch
up?
is here.
Come up with the kill. He goes into the pit, but he's not going to find the kill on the Baron beyond. Takes it away, now flashing over the wall. ADD jumping on top of Edge. The piercing arrow from inside the pit, enough to take out the Taliyah. And Max, with all of his CC, plus the Cocoon from beyond, helps take down Gugar 3 for 0, plus a Baron. MVP just exploded into a massive lead.
MVP made 3 decisive decisions that Kongdu had no answer for. First, nice Drake taken mid when they'd finally pushed up and taken that mid turret. Beyond goes for the turret dive, and then sensing there'd been no vision placed for a long time, they start the Drake. By the time Punch walks up, He has to flash in blind. He doesn't have vision of the health bar, so isn't able to register a Baron buff takeaway. Thus, Baron onto MVP already have very oppressive siege and a split pushing advantage. If MVP don't break the base in at least one spot, it'd be very, very surprising. This should be a massive Baron power play.
Yep, and they likely are just going to go ahead and run the minions straight down through the bottom lane because that turret is already significantly weak, and top lane as well would be a very easy target for them to follow up on. The ADD making use of that Hurricane, just clearing through the minions as best as he can. Edge, even with the threaded volley, won't be doing a whole lot to these Baron-empowered minions. So that should just be the turret going over, because the rest of Kongdu, they have to just shuffle back into mid where they're losing this tier 2. So 2 turrets falling off of this Baron already, and there's plenty of buff left to go.
Have we seen an equalizer this game, Achilles?
He threw one in the bottom lane to clear the wave, and then he died.
Wonder how much damage equalizer's done to champions. Probably not quite a lot.
I would say it's probably less than
400?
Yeah, probably. We also saw one in the top lane when the trade back kill.
That's
first
true.
blood. That helped kill ADD.
Certainly haven't been that convinced with the play around the Rumble, let alone the Rumble itself. But again, this is super oppressive. 4-1 was the gold standard for MVP. Throw in a Baron and just how strong and farmed this cannon is. And they only have 1 Crystal Arrow. And that might, if it's onto the Nautilus, it won't be enough to force anything. So low initiation here for Kongdu is starting to hurt them.
I mean, even if they land an arrow onto somebody else, there's a Mikhail's Crucible waiting. That Max is picked up.
Not an item we see very much of. A lot of power was taken out compared to things like Redemption, but in this scenario, with only a Crystal Arrow really to worry about, it's very, very useful. MVP playing the map superbly well. Taking a 3rd turret, so they've chunked out an inner turret, they've chunked out an inhibitor turret and taken 3 out inner turrets so far in this Baron buff, and this should be the first inhibitor turret.
Yeah, I mean, they've played so well to get themselves into this position, and Kongdu have just been suffering since the get-go. So, now with the Baron, all these turrets down, it's just hit this point where Kongdu really can't do a damn thing to get themselves back into this game. So, likely just going to be the win coming through here for MVP as they continue to snuff out the flame of Kongdu Monster. Weaver's Wall comes down, Equalizer as well. Not really going to be hitting anybody on the side of MVP. Max drags himself over the other side with the dredge line. Well, ADD just chunking out Roach. Edge gets locked up, and he will go down. Maha comes up with a kill. Roach underneath the turrets gets himself into the Zonias. Will stay alive for now, but the first inhibitor falls, and the second one is going to follow suit. And this could just be the Nexus turrets going down as well if MVP really want to commit in for this. Several members are getting chunked out, so they might just peel back. Looks like that's going to be the call. But 2 inhibitors picked up a plethora of turrets in the end, and that's one hell of a Baron power play for MVP.
Yeah, I predicted it. 5 turrets and 2 inhibitors from just a single Baron buff power play. Massive, massive swing. It's basically an even game. Now suddenly look at gold. 14,000 out of nowhere is the swing towards MVP when you factor in all the objectives and kills. And Kongdu were on the level of MVP for a long while in this game, but the moment MVP turned it on, they left Kongdu Monster in their dust.
Yep. And if this is going to be indicative of the entirety of this set, I think we might just have another 2-0 here today, Papa Smithy.
I don't want to predict that. I was one of those people who had the optimism about Kongdu, but
I was right there with you.
You have to predict it now because this team has no confidence. They're completely out of confidence. They're not trying anything. No desperation engages.
Well, to be fair, Roach is trying Rumble. It's not going so hot, but he's trying it.
But I mean, throw out an equalizer then, or throw out a Crystal Arrow. Like, look for something. It doesn't even feel like they in their minds think that they could try and force something. And when you watch a team take 5 objectives and 2 inhibitors, there's playing respectful and there's playing resigned. And it feels like they're resigned at this point, Kongdu, which is troubling when they're playing the best teams, but super concerning when they're against a team like MVP that they should be taking games on.
Well, now ADD just going to be riding in with a wave of super minions, continuously harassing those Nexus turrets, chipping them down as best as he can. Where the rest of MVP push forward. Double stun comes through into Cougar and Punch. They're unable to really collapse in and get those kills, but you can see the siege potential from MVP is just insurmountable at the moment from Kongdu Monster.
Nice
Really
flash.
nice flash by ADD on that last frame to get away from the Ash Arrow. Equalizer was thrown out as well, but doesn't really gain much ground here for Roach. Helps clear out the minions maybe, but outside of that, it's not going to be dissuading ADD at all.
Yeah, double control wards outside the base. This game is being played exclusively in the base of Kongdu Monster, looking for that third and final inhibitor.
Here's the arrows coming through, chunking out Gugur and Edge yet again. Redemption thrown down by MVP to get that big heal burst back up. And the third inhib should be falling. Edge has the Weaver's Wall, but doesn't really have a place to toss it out to cut off MVP to isolate somebody so that they can find a kill. And this should just be them losing the game right here. One final wave, the Super Creep's coming in. Kongdu Monster definitely trying to clear this out. Beyond comes down from the rappel. He is quite low, past the flash away from Soul, who's still hammering out the damage with those flurries of arrows. And Edge, oh boy, gets the shield from Gugur at the last second to really help keep him alive. You can see even in retreat, MVP are just destroying Kongdu Monster.
I mean, it's a ridiculous amount of gold for an advantage on the side of MVP. Whatever there is about team fighting comps versus split push comps, all of that is thrown out the window when you have such an item lead. It's 2.5 items for Roach compared to 4.5 for ADD. On-hit cannon. May see more of it in our second set, even though Marin has moved away from it. Certainly been very, very powerful in this scenario. Blind pick on the Rumble. Great answer. And both teams were trading tank bans, and one of them seemed much more adept to make the most out of the remaining champion pool than the other.
I mean, we've already seen from ADD that he does have those oddball picks. I mean, hell, the Scion got banned by Kongdu. They didn't want to deal with it, but they just weren't ready for this cannon to come through and answer for as an answer for the Rumble. And Roach just seems unprepared in general on this champion.
I think the Graves was fine from Punch. The start was
Sure,
good for
he had
Kongdu.
a really good start.
I feel like we haven't seen a team look this resigned to defeat since Spenu in summer 2015, which is saying a lot. ADD is probably going to trade his life here.
Yeah, trades his life, but the Baron goes over to MVP guaranteed. So you make that trade 10 times out of 10 if you're MVP. They still have pressure. There's still 3 inhibitors down, to the bottom one should be respawning alongside the mid in just a little bit of time. But MVP, they're in a perfect position to just jump back in, take those inhibs again, and end the game with the Nexus.
Kongdu, all they can do, wave clear in their own base. Super minions being pushed in 3 lanes, so they will pick up gold. That hasn't stopped the gold lead from staying the same or slightly increasing in the past 5 minutes or so.
All right, so let's pretend Kongdu is listening into us, which would be severe rules for getting disqualified from the tournament. But let's say that they're listening in right now. What do they need to do going into Game 2 to ensure that this doesn't happen?
It just feels like they don't have multi-step game plans. The game plan at the start was, okay, I understand. Karma Ash is going to outpush. Graves has a faster clear, contest the red buff. Beautiful. A+ on the first part of the assignment, but they returned to it once. That was good. But after that, they seemed at a loss. The moment that MVP adjusted their play style, Kongdu weren't forcing where they were strong. They were just letting themselves lose more with the Cannon versus Rumble on top. Never looked for a dive, never were proactive. And then by the time they had items that maybe forced them to be proactive, the game was kind of over. So you have to make things happen at the highest level. You can never trade. You have to always trade. It's not going to be much of a trade. See, they finally try something, but it's, you know, it's too late.
Yeah, got a little bit of damage in.
There's no free lunches in the LCK, Achilles. We don't even get free chicken anymore, so I don't see why they expect a free lunch.
Oh, sad times. You had to remind me of that. I was already sad enough watching this game, but Max trying to find that big dredge line in. ADD locks up Gugur, almost solos him out underneath the Nexus turrets. Maha ripping through them with these piercing arrows, and now all 3 inhibitors broken yet again. Redemption will come through, pops ADD back up to just under half HP so he can really stick around and
Has lifesteal.
keep being a nuisance. Does have lifesteal, picked up that Vamp Scepter earlier on. And they're just going to wait for the waves to crash, power them with the Baron, and finish off these Nexus turrets slow and steady, winning the race for MVP.
Actually quite hard for them to finish the game, amusingly, without 3 waves of super minions in the bot lane. They kind of need to ride in. We're looking at the champion information for Varus for some reason.
Oh, all right, they're just going to go ahead and back off.
And you just wait for all minion waves to be pushing in, then try and end the game.
Here we go. This is when Kongdu have constant waves shoving into the base, so they get farmed up, and then they win a fight and they win the game.
See, that's a passage of events that could happen, but what is MVP doing during that phase is what I have to wonder. Stranger things have happened. Famously, CJ Entus Blaze coming back from 3 inhibitors down. Captain Jack and Lust Boy heroics on that day, but that was many years ago.
I mean, if you remember, I believe it was their debut game, actually, MVP in Summer Split, losing to KT Rolster after taking all 3 of their inhibitors. So it's something they have experience with.
Oh boy.
Weaver's Wall didn't get much done. First Nexus turret will fall, as the minions are just proving to be too much for Kongdu Monster. Dredgeline won't connect onto somebody, just finds that turret. Max his seismic shove back in, and Soul's doing his damnedest to try to work down this Nautilus. He takes a big burst of damage in the end. He's got to flash away, keep himself alive. Ian as well, getting hit with that hail of rocks from the side. Edge doing what he can, trying to find a single pick to dissuade them from finishing the game. But Nexus now exposed. Inhibitor's still dead. And MVP, they'll peel back yet again. But Kongdu just doesn't seem to be too much hope left.
It's hard to watch, honestly. All pro teams and pro players should be proud of where they've gotten to. You are at the highest level of competition here in Korea, but it feels like Kongdu are inside their own heads. Not to take anything away from MVP. I like the draft, the cannon expertly played, and the split push comp well executed from MVP, but Kongdu really just don't seem like they have any way or any understanding of how to get back into the game or any optimism that there's even a chance. They're resigned. And being resigned is, you're losing the mental game before you even started.
Well, hopefully for their sake they can clear their heads before game 2 comes up beyond. Bit of a precarious spot, but the rest of the team is dipping their way over to keep them covered.
We'll have a week off coming up, the next match week. Couldn't come soon enough for Kongdu Monster. They need it.
They desperately do. Oh, Dredgeline, big one, connecting in on the edge. Will throw down the ultimate from the Nautilus. They lock him up with the slicing Maelstrom, but he's still able to make it back to the fountain with his life.
They're not focusing the Nexus here.
Roach goes forward, takes a big chunk of damage. He's going to be the first one to fall as Maha finishes him off with that piercing arrow. The Nexus down to half HP. Dredgeline not going to connect, but it doesn't even matter. There we go. 38.5 minutes MVP. Bit slower than they would have liked, but able to put a win on the boards, halt their loss streak that they had going for them, and that's just going to further extend Kongdu Monsters a bit more.
Kongdu hits 11 losses in a row. Both teams looking to kind of forge an identity forward. MVP to some degree doing that. First draft I've been impressed with since their execution of the Scion drafts earlier in the season. Really liked the Rumble answer. Both teams had the same gambit. Let's ban out all the tanks in the second round of bans and see what makes of it. The Rumble blind pick, first LCK game for Roach on that Rumble was not convincing. The play around the draft was not convincing. And the 4-1 play, the split push play from MVP was. So credit to MVP. They should feel good about that game without being ecstatic, because, you know, we kind of said it when we cast series yesterday. There's playing well and improving, and there's playing well against Kongdu Monster, and unfortunately, that's increasingly becoming very separate things.
Yep. And I mean, something, you know, we were talking about before the broadcast start was that we hadn't seen that on-hit cannon make a return for quite some time. It's been several games gone past where we haven't seen it played, but ADD, he brings it back out, shows a proficiency on it that Roach definitely lacked on Rumble. So don't think we're going to see him go back to that pick, but this could just lead to MVP yet again, pinching that top lane pool and forcing Roach onto something uncomfortable.
We have seen MVP pick up game 1 wins and then get too cute on the red side. The Shyvana twice in a row in some of their 3-game series have let them down, so no guarantee just yet.
Yep, and we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have our game 2 and see if MVP can close it out.
Begin to believe that I was good on my own until you came along, waiting for me to fold. Now you're gone, baby, gone. If you don't mean it, don't you say it. If you don't feel it, don't you fake it. If way you do. Days pass since I'd seen a trace of your face. Heard some new young things got you.
clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
It's impossible to see all the things we used to be, and it's impossible to say why I always feel this way. Yes, I know it's not a thing. But I don't know if I
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Taking a look at the damage charts here. No real surprise. MVP coming out on top across the board for the most part. ADD doing quite a bit on that on-hit cannon build. And Varus doing various things, you know, standard stuff.
Yeah, the damage charts don't really tell the tale that we witnessed in front of our eyes. We'll see who took down the MVP for that first game. It will predictably be the split push man, ADD.
Yeah.
KDA certainly not too polished, but game wasn't about champion kills, about structure kills and pressure. And pressure was well put on by ADD. Another person up there with 300 MVP votes. That seems to be the magic number so far.
Yep, people have been racking them up. We have several ties. Lots of people with 100, 200, now 300. Starting to be the new number. So, I mean, this was a really botched exchange there. ADD did die. That was his first death. Died one other time, but that let MVP secure a Baron. So, overall, fairly worth it. But, you know, he just created so much pressure, and there is no way for Roach to answer it.
Yeah, the real person who should be singled out was the coach. I think the draft was really nice and clean from MVP. They pivoted well from all the tanks being banned, got a really good mismatch, and we were punished for going for the first pick Rumble in the second round of the draft.
I like that they show that clip, but don't show the Baron being taken on the other side of the map. So that was the play that got them that Baron and really secured the victory for MVP. But overall, pretty decent performance here from every member on MVP. Ian still looking fairly comfortable on the Syndra, was consistently landing a lot of those stunts despite having a little bit of roughness at the beginning, missing those skill shots. By the end, he got himself together.
But a hard game to put a highlight package to. Just didn't really have ebbs and flows, just kind of felt inevitable after the mid-game.
That's an editor's nightmare. Make a highlight reel out of this. Can't do it.
Showed what they could. Which was a lot of pressure put on by MVP. Predictably, Kongdu wilting, and come back to the draft. Let's see if Kongdu can set themselves up better in game 2. Otherwise, we could have a short first series of the night.
All right, well, here we go. Kongdu over on the blue side. Jace going to be the first thing that they ban away. And we know, I mean, MVP, they very well could be the type of team that would leave open the Rengar. Camille force somebody to pick and choose.
They felt the wrath of SKT, who did not ban any of the OPs against MVP in their second game, the last set that MVP played. But looks like MVP is just going to keep Kongdu honest.
So no shenanigans from them. Malzahar, second ban by Kongdu, and Kennen will be their third and final for the first round.
Took a Varus first pick once again. Kha'Zix was surprisingly passed over in picks and bans in our first game. Outside chance they leave Camille open, but that would seem pretty risky on the side of MVP.
Depends. How does Sion do into Camille?
Probably okay.
All right, well, they're going to ban it all the same.
Varus, very obvious first pick here, especially with Kha'Zix falling through picks and bans completely in game one. Likely to see an Ashe answer from Maha, although his Jhin and Caitlyn are just both picks that he's picked up so far this season.
Yeah, an interaction that I just thought of was if you started the Sion charge and then you immediately throw down the ultimatum.
I believe you're still stopped because you cannot by any means leave the ultimatum.
Yeah.
Even though he cannot be stopped.
Does the game
Unstoppable
just,
force.
I think that's when
immovable object.
Your game just blue screens.
That's right.
You get a bug splat.
We can't afford any of those. We already have audio issues.
Yeah, we already had that fairly long pause, but yep, Varus snatched up Elise yet again for Beyond, so not going to go for the Graves, which is available for him. Punch had a really good start, and looks like he's going to go right back over to that pick.
Why not Graves Karma? That looks very clean on this side. Outside chance of something like a Misfortune because of the Zyra pick, but I think the Karma and the two-man invades were the one thing that went well for Kongdu, so why not double down on what was working in game one? There wasn't much of it, so don't see any reason for not going for Karma here.
We'll take what you can get. Taking their time with this one, though, but there you go. As predicted.
And now just pick an 80 carry. That's what you'd expect from MVP in this scenario. That'd be an 80 carry.
That would be an 80 carry. So, I mean, Draven has seen some buffs in recent patches, but we haven't really seen anybody play it.
Even the Draven, you know, the previous Draven players aren't playing it. Optimism out the window. It's going to be Ashe, Kilios.
Arrow's not here either.
Nope. No Praven just yet. His infamous Praven that he always lost on.
All right, so Ashe coming through for Maha.
Okay, let's see if Kongdu can actually not outfox themselves in the second part of the draft. Their plan of banning tanks and then taking Rumble failed miserably in game one in the second round. So far I like everything from both sides in the first round of the draft.
All right, so Taliyah going to be the first thing that they take off the table. Edge was doing a fair bit of damage by the end of that game, but never really had those big Weaver's Walls plays, weren't affecting the bottom lane, like you said, where they need to play around. But they'll still take away that pressure, more global pressure removed, as Shen is banned away, so Kongdu maybe looking for that Maokai pick. MVP banned it in response to the Shen ban in game one. Do they want to do that again here? Or do they want to focus more on the mid lane?
If we were to see a Maokai first picked by MVP, which is also a chance of that happening, there could be something like Roach going to the Gangplank if he feels necessary to try and find a lane advantage. Didn't work. In fact, went wrong in spectacular fashion when he tried it before, but we've seen Huni pull off the matchup. Sion, another champion that...
And that's who he tried that matchup on.
It's true. Sion has eluded him here, so we'll see if that's the final ban. And it will be.
All right, so still just don't want to see the Sions showing a lot of respect.
So
to
MVP
JDD.
can either take the Maokai, which, given that the counter matchup didn't work for Kongdu, is understandable, or they can take Corki and counterpick top lane. Those are their two options. They will go for the safer option of Maokai, but
Okay.
we'll see. Rise, first time in a little while. What does Roach want to play against Rumble? Sorry, against Maokai. I was saying Rumble because Rumble's something a lot of people would try in this matchup, but predictably doesn't want to play Rumble a second game in a row.
I mean, Poppy was the big available tank for him in game one that he didn't go for, one of the more aggressive options, but this time he will go ahead and pick up the Yordle, and then Rise blind picked into mid. So MVP, we'll see where they want to counter with.
Cassio, certainly an option that's available. That would be the big one. Orianna's another very popular one. They have very good ball carries. It seems like a perfect Orianna game as well, but will be Cassiopeia. bit more pressure early. Maybe just the idea of if they win a lane early, then Kongdu will not be able to get back into the game. Ori would have made a lot of sense in this particular game, but if you want to win laning phase hard, Cassio, the better champion to do that.
Yep. All right, well, team comps assembled.
Both of them very
Kongdu.
clean. Once
Yeah.
again, pretty similar. This time we have tanks in the game, so that warps the mid game a little bit more, but I like the drafts on both sides. The question is, will the execution favor it? Was MVP in game one. It's not been Kongdu traditionally so far this season, but a lot to like on both sides.
We'll see if they can execute on it. Gonna have to look at Punch to have a better game transitioning into the mid game than we saw in game one. Really strong start and then fell off really hard. But that was also by way of the entire team not playing as a unit.
And it was also a caveat. It was the bottom side of the map and Punch having a great time and top lane having an awful time. Now we have tanks. Now top lane's going to be a lot less swingy. If we can see a repeat performance from Punch and his linking up with Guger in terms of invades, and then have, say, tanks who can actually flank engage, maybe that will actually allow the snowball that could have happened in game one if Kongdu had played their early advantage around the 4 members of the bot and mid side a little bit cleaner.
And we'll have to see how Maha's going to fare. Was decent on the Varus, good, well positioned, but now this time going over to Ashe has to push significantly further up into the face of that Poppy. That Rise that can just drop the Rune Prison on him. So he's going to have to be very cautious as a heavy harass bottom lane with this Zyra in tow. But Guger's going to be offering up a lot of shields to try to mitigate that damage.
Kongdu do not want this to become 12 losses in a row.
They certainly would love to avoid that one. Would be 5 match losses in a row as well on top of that. But let's go ahead and get onto the Rift for game 2. Let me correct myself really quickly. I meant 5-0-2 losses in a row. Would be 6 overall losses.
Could argue their first set was a 0-2 loss after a victory.
I made that same mistake. I made that same mistake at the beginning of the broadcast when I said that they were 0-8 at the moment for their game score, because I was thinking in 0-2s.
They're losing a lot of Kilios.
They're losing quite a bit.
And I was speaking about the break because
They're losing as much as they possibly could.
agreed. Almost mathematically so if they had lost their first game. Look, a Kongdu fan.
The lone Kongdu fan.
I'm going to actually make...
Meanwhile, more Pokemon.
I'm going to make an admission on broadcast. I actually am rocking the Kongdu Monster Flare on my solo queue account, which
Oh boy.
I like the logo. I think it's a lot better than the last one. The One-Eyed Monster certainly was funny in its own way, but I like the logo. I liked a lot of what they were doing around Gyeonggi time, but I seem to have been the kiss of death to their hopes this season.
I have the filthy NA fanboy C9 icon on my account at the moment.
Stop with the sellouts, please, Kilios. We know that you stream on their network.
I flip back and forth sometimes.
Uh-huh. To what, TL?
No. Actually, some of my LMS teams. Flash Wolves. I forget the name, the Fireball team, whatever that is called.
Ah, yes. Your LMS teams that you forget the name of.
Well, that's not my team, but it's just got a really funny
I'm into
icon.
Korean teams, like whichever team Faker is on.
Funnily enough, that hasn't changed at any given point.
What are you talking about?
Okay.
He was on this KR All-Star team.
Damn it.
He was on SKT T1K. He was on SKT T1K.
So,
So
well-
SKT T1 Team 2.
Well, actually, you mentioned All-Star. Funnily enough, that's going to be relevant in the next game. Huni versus Marin.
Can you keep our A-level material for the next game?
I got to have something to bump this up, man. Talking about icons and being a shill with C9.
Just Achilles things. Punch is keeping up the invading. This is the playstyle you take with Graves. You can be aggressive. Beyond smartly, actually I was going to say smartly, but that was a punch ward. But because everything was on cooldown, he couldn't just turn and try to burst Beyond.
Syl gets a nice little lead there with help from all of those rafters. See if he keeps it up. Beyond definitely going to be needing some defensive wards to prevent more of these invades from coming through. Well, bottom lane seems like Maha and Max. But a decent bit of pressure here onto Gugur and Soul. But still, we'll be able to pick up almost all of those minions under turret, so he's only down by 3 at the end of the day.
All right, back to talking about the second series then, Achilles.
All right,
I got nothing for this one.
Yeah, Huni versus Marn.
Yeah.
Saw it at All-Stars 2015 when he was playing on Fnatic.
Yeah, never met in a professional game.
If I remember correctly, Huni lost to Marin. I think he was playing Lissandra.
There's a lot of history we'll bring up in the second series. Also, not the first time Faker and Marin have played each other. Played each other during, it was spring 2014, when SKTT1K and S were both in the same group. History, I mean, Faker and Kuro, plenty of storylines for that second set. Not so many for this one, apart from the continuing dwindling of the small flames available for Kongdu.
Oh, flash sword by Max tries to get the roots in onto Soul, but he flashes away just in time to keep himself safe, so no gank going to be coming through for Beyond. He's still poking forward. Won't be spotted yet, coming in. Flashes over. Beyond Gugur gets the cocoon in on to Soul. They take him down. Can they get the follow-up kill? Maha going deep and underneath the turret, but he's going to pay for that one with his life. 2 for 1 in the end. MVP putting a couple on the board.
I'm surprised that the now I'm here, now I'm not, I'm back again gank worked for Beyond, but did so in spectacular fashion. The peekaboo gank, I guess you could call it.
Yeah, he went away for like 2 seconds. He must not be here anymore.
Hence the peekaboo gank. Worked surprisingly well. I liked what Beyond did, though. He actually surprised Soul by flashing over the Karma.
Yeah, I mean, you had to just think that Gugur was going to be the target there. That's certainly what I was expecting, but gets right on top of Soul. Everybody, clear communication that that was going to be the target. They all were able to collapse inward. Max picking up the first blood in the end.
Yeah,
so.
cool stuff from Beyond, but you would have thought Kongdu would have either put down a shallow defensive ward or backed off, depending on if their warding totem was available. They didn't either, and were punished.
We'll wait a couple more seconds before moving back forward. Oh dear, well that is certainly going to be a tilter for the start of the game. See how they deal with that.
ADD might die here.
It's going really low.
Ooh.
Flashes away right at the last second from that Keeper's Verdict. Certainly would have led to his death. So he's playing with fire a bit, but here comes a Realm Warp in from Edge. ADD getting back in underneath the turret.
He's not that low now. Remember,
Does he have Sap Magic?
Health.
Oh, but there we
Nice.
go.
Clean.
Yep. Pin comes through. Wasn't able to get an attack off to try to get that heal coming through from the passive.
Wish more fans were here. You need to really compliment clean play like that from Kongdu. It's been at a premium so far this season.
Hey man, that one girl with the banner is ecstatic right now.
But MVP showing what Kongdu were not able to do in game one. They're playing around where they're strong, with just the bottom side of the map. It won't just be free objectives. It will be a trade of objectives. Ocean into Infernal. Drake spawns this game.
Definitely be good for both sides. For now, MVP just going to have that added bit of sustain.
I feel like when Riot renamed Dragons to Drakes, inadvertently gave the recording artist a lot of free publicity. We say Drake a lot. Before it was only the Europeans, because if you remember back in the day, they would call Dragon Drake back in Season 1 and 2.
Yeah. He could just do a 4-part album series based off each elemental.
Or it could have all been a long con he's performing in China in Beijing at the Grand Final. That would be a get.
You weren't supposed to leak that.
Oh, my bad.
Well, you heard it here first, guys. Now Riot just has to make it happen. Honestly, that would be one of the most bizarre things.
Wouldn't it
I
be
could
great
imagine.
if there's a crisis meeting tomorrow morning at Riot HQ where they're like, he leaked it. How did he know? I don't get it. I get a message being like, come on, like, how did you know? And I'm like, I don't know.
It was a stupid guess.
1 + 1 = 4, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, honestly, if you're going to do a live performance, I don't think Drake would work out too well in China. I don't know how many. I mean, you never know.
Hey,
he could be massive in
Hey,
China.
we had famously at the Season 4 World Championships, Imagine Dragons
That's
were here
true.
in
We did.
English. There were people singing the songs. They were not as big in profile as they were now, but they were still pretty big at the time.
I feel like the lyricism in that is not nearly as
Specific.
yeah, as in a Drake song. Gugur, though, let's just chain everything together to 100% assured that he dies. Ian chasing in on the Soul. Goes out the Chain of Corruption. He will lock up Beyond, pops the heal and stay alive.
That's just a lot of
And
damage.
now Ian, yeah, he's going to have to back off. Burns the flash, but still can't get away from that. Collateral damage goes down in the end.
Edge has no mana. If he was to come in with the Realm Warp, he'd be so probably should have stayed in mid.
Oh, okay.
Well, Punch decided to die.
That happened. He just wanted to throw the ward into the Tri-Brush.
And he did.
He did, but he died.
We didn't quite see the vision toggles, but you can kind of put 2 and 2 together.
Turns out, Max does a good bit of damage.
Ah, support Zyra. The inverted commas are real. Well, they just used everything on Google, which meant they didn't have as many tools for Soul, so that was probably an overinvestment in terms of ultimates.
Yeah,
and then Punch does a lot of damage. This is what Graves does in the early game, lethality buffs or no.
I guess we won't get to see Max.
No, we really desperately need to get back to the top lane. He looks for an aggressive trade. Oh, we changed away for some reason.
I was so into that.
I was. That's why I was play by play.
I was so into it that I couldn't even talk.
I think one of these games, if we just get a tank fiesta forever, we should just unironically call the top lane.
Flash forward by Edge, lands that. Root Prison down on the Ian.
Dies.
Nothing he can do, he dies.
The stuff from Kongnu Monster, being proactive, picking their spots, no free objectives, no free lunch for MVP. So already an adjustment between sets. Wasn't really an adjustment I expected could happen. It was one of those ones where the call would have been difficult. Guger's stunned.
It gets hit, that's going to be the root coming through. TP thrown down, though, by Roach. And he's going to go ahead and finish the channel on this. Does he want to flash the wall, try to get on the Max? No, the Blast Cone comes through, takes him to safety. But safety for now, because they're wrapping around the back. Realm Warp coming in. TP now coming through from ADD really late. They already jump onto Max. They're going to go ahead, finish him off. ADD arrives, going to go in, locks down Roach with a twisted advance. They come up with a kill, but ADD still really weak. Takes a ton of damage with the piercing arrow from Soul. The bottom of the lane is able to finish him off. Beyond,
On Beyond.
coming in, trying to get on the edge, goes up with a repel. He's going to have to come straight back down. Certainly would have died. Flash forward, Soul with the piercing arrow. Takes him out. I saw the reaction from Joel over in the side here in the seats. I jumped out of my chair just the same way. Really unexpected kill coming through. And Kongdu, out the gate, they just don't want to go down without a fight, it seems. Where they looked very much resigned to lose in game one. They have a breath of life in game two.
No sign of resignation in this channel of plays that we see in the bot side. Aggressive plays that we haven't seen. Welcome back to the LCK, to Kongnu Monster. Not quite a sleeping giant, but certainly waking up with this passage of play. They feel energized with this Graves pick in particular on the front foot that it puts the jungle matchups in. Punch has been better than he has been at any point so far this season. As the level of decisiveness, they seem just surprised by the damage that Punch is able to do. Beyond gets greedy. He thinks they're going to pick up Punch whatever they do, so he turns onto Edge. But watch Soul on the bottom of your screen, sees the chunk hit, commits the flash, picks up the kill. Flashy, but gets the kill on the jungler. Nice stuff from Kongdu.
And I mean, that's one of those moments where it's so good to channel the arrow before you flash, because if you flash, fire the arrow at the shortest range, and it's just out of the distance, then it's just heartbreaking for you. Edge gets hit by that Ash arrow. Big whiff on Ian's Petrifying Gaze.
It's actually smart play from the face checker. I believe it was Punch who just turned around, Faker style, and did not get stunned up. Vision was being provided by the control ward, but nothing for the Petrifying Gaze, like you mentioned.
Now Punch paying another visit into the bottom lane. Edge starting to inch his way down there, has the Realm Warp available, but he's spotted by that control ward.
Only level 1 of the Realm Warp is not level 11 yet, so the range on it pretty limited.
Won't find much, so gold lead is here for Kongnu Monster so far, 1.3 thousand.
But I'm loving this.
Yep.
Get an advantage around bot, successful turret dive. You know a lot of summoners are on cooldown, and Graves, one of the safest to solo down the Infernal Drake. Nice prize for Kongnu Monster. Maybe we have a series in our hands, Achilles.
Certainly starting to look that way. Infernal Drake. Let's go over to Kongdu. So a solid pickup for them. Another Ocean Drake will follow. Don't want to write off MVP quite yet. I mean, we saw Jin Air unable to close out a game over KT with the triple Infernal.
Best passage of play for Kongdu, though, since the start of the season, so have to reward it for where it is, even if they don't end up sticking the landing in a really good early game for them. Their timings have been good, compared to the first game where they seemed unsure what to do when they had top lane losing in such a landslide fashion. They invade while Beyond is on the top side jungle. Teleports are down. They're not going to be punished for stealing away the enemy blue buff. Goes over to Punch. Edge on wave clear duty. Just happily stacking up. It's the timing on the Rod of Ages just fine, given that he went for the early mercs to survive the laning phase.
Definitely in a good spot. Now Soul coming back in, has that pickaxe, so he can move straight into the Edge of the Night.
Or the Mana Moon.
Could be, yeah. Actually could do that to get the faster stacking.
You look at the team he's facing, and Edge of the Night will get quite a lot of value, so could always be the Dirk coming up next. Straight to Dirk, pickaxe, no magic mantle, and recipe for the Edge of the Night, which we will see extensively. Honestly, if I don't see 2 in each game, I'm surprised.
All right, Edge just getting the handoff on the blue buff. Doesn't want to poke up towards the top lane. Thought maybe they would go for a Realm Warp off the backside of that to try to get onto ADD. They do know that he has a slash available again, though. And doesn't want to give up much damage on that mid lane turret, so he's just going to go ahead and keep clearing out the waves. ADD has been able to give a bit of pressure to this top lane. You can see it's taken a decent bit of damage so far. And now with Beyond wrapping around the back, do they want to go for a dive? Keeper's Verdict is available, as is the flash for Roach. There's no minion wave. So it looks just to be a little bit too risky.
It feels like a pretty low percentage play in general, given the items have come pretty quickly for Roach.
I know exactly where Beyond is, so this opens up Punch to go ahead, shove right into the jungle of MVP, take away that wolf camp and get some deep vision established. Meanwhile, first turret of the game will be going over to Soul, so huge burst of damage, or gold rather, going over on to Soul, so now he can offer up even more damage. And MVP, they get relegated to taking a Rift Herald.
But the excitement here is that for Kongdu Monster, A is led to B is led to C in a way that they haven't been able to string together in their previous 11 games. Everything so far has made sense for them. Their invade timings have been good. Punch hasn't been frustrated with not knowing where to path. And forcing a even tank lane matchup, which should be the case most of the time, you'd have to think, on patch 7.2, has been the blessing in disguise for Kongdu Monster.
Certainly has, but they need to show us that they can close out the game. So far, has eluded them for quite some time.
See, the only thing you can say to that is that I wouldn't say their 11 losses. The inability to close was the problem. In fact, they weren't really in a position to close in any of those 11 games.
This is uncharted territory for them.
Exactly.
Springs 2017. Punch getting caught by that cocoon, but they can't go in. Beyond just gets chunked down. Soul, again, just hammering him continuously with these piercing arrows. Was the Manamune that he opted in for to get the faster stacking in on
Edge walking up to
that
Maha.
tier.
Both had summoners, so no ghost from Edge to pop and basically fish for the flash from Maha, because he has Cleanse as summoner.
Ian has to rotate down to the bottom lane to try to stop this push coming through from Edge. But has really been struggling despite playing the Cassiopeia, where you would think he has the upper hand in the matchup.
Low wave clear here from MVP. That's what happens when you don't go for the Orianna, you go for the Cassiopeia. Strength is in the laning phase. Laning phase, nothing much doing. Pretty even between Ian and Edge. But now in this scenario, which, fair enough, uncharted territory to be dealing with Kongdu Monster in a snowballing capacity. But what can I say? It's happening on the Rift, and good rotation from Kongdu means that 2 turrets are down. 4,000 gold lead. Everything going swimmingly.
Yeah, quite good for under 20 minutes here. The next dragon, our third of the game, another Ocean, getting ready to spawn in about a minute. Limited vision control over that side of the map. MVP have a couple wards in the vicinity.
Both top lane is sitting on a mountain of gold. They had the same items when we saw Beyond look for the gank up top. Probably seeing some nice completions. First shot advantage over to ADD. But Poppy will be able to answer now.
Yep, goes for the Spirit Visage.
Triple AP and an Ashe who doesn't really do damage till 2 items means that going for the completed magic resist item first makes a lot of sense.
I mean, you also have 4 sources of AP damage on the side of MVP, what with the Elise and the Zyra, so makes sense. Go ahead and snatch that up first and foremost. With the Sunfire Cape coming in on the back end.
Maybe even the Iceborne Gauntlet first.
Might just be diverting away from that, so good to see the Sheen picked up.
Sheen into situational, Achilles. Depends how much gold he has on his shop after that. All right.
Oh.
Kongdu continue to push. So far, not too far.
Yeah, Beyond sitting in the brush, but that control ward comes over.
With the way how the game has gone, there should be no way for MVP to walk up for a Drake. They don't have a teleport ward for the Maokai to come in on. Maokai actually going to walk over, so they want to try and fight for vision without actually committing to a teleport. That's smart from ADD.
They're already arriving ahead of Roach. He'll make his way into mid lane, however. So basically tying each other. Dragon not going to be started up quite yet. And Ian takes a decent bit of damage, so he's going to go ahead and have to peel back. So they do have a couple wards here they could go to, but you can see MVP, they're just going to go ahead and concede this Ocean Drake over to Kongdu. Monster, not of much consequence. Looks like we're actually going to have a 3rd Ocean Drake.
Once again, life's a beach.
It definitely has been recently for both of these teams.
It mean a lot for Kongdu to pick up the win. I was talking a bit in the last game about how they needed a break. Remember, they're not actually getting a break. They're going to be going over to Poland for IEM Katowice. They were announced after it seems like Samsung and SKT were no longer going to be playing at that event. Kongdu did finish runners-up to Samsung at IEM Gyeonggi, so I guess it follows that they're taking their slot. We don't have official confirmation of that, but it would make sense. We saw a team... Oh, I'll hold that thought for a second.
Oh, Ashe are not going to connect. Instead, flashes away from the Maokai. TP will come through from Roach. Turret's still there, however, and 4 members of MVP should be relatively safe.
We saw a team in 7th spot go to IEM Katowice last year and reinvigorate that season. Now, of course, a bit of a facetious story. That team was SK Telecom, who was struggling back in spring of last year. But Kongdu going over, winning some games, making it to the final, I think that would be the sort of confidence boost they need, and the sort of confidence boost they're getting with at least their play in the first 20 minutes of this game against MVP.
Yeah. Let's go get some nice, sick international competition under their belts and try to bring that back to Korea, find some more success, but looks like they might have their first taste of it in quite some time here with at least this second game. Because if they win here, all's well and good. They break the loss streak, but they still have to play another one to close out the match and pick up their first actual victory.
And like you said a couple of times, we're not in the inevitability phase of this game just yet. MVP do have Maokai, Cassiopeia, and Ashe for late game team fighting, not even to mention Zyra. Scaling between Graves and Elise is a bit interesting to talk about. More utility from the Elise, but with the lethality items, it feels like Graves scales better into the late game team fights. So scaling-wise, probably slight advantage to MVP, but certainly nothing completely over the top. See Kongdu pushing up. They want to get this top lane inhibitor turret. Would be their 3rd, as they broke mid lane already. Oh, Edge might be caught.
Yeah, Edge getting locked down. Petrifying Gaze does connect onto him. But a big burst of damage
Turns
coming
around.
through from Punch. The collateral damage coming up with the kill onto Ian with the help of the Rise. And that is going to be 2 members of MVP going down. Big pickups for them. Let's see where they want to go from here. ADD still in the bottom lane. Wasn't able to TP in. Couldn't get into a position away from Roach to try to turn the tide of that fight. Looks like Kongdu just going to go ahead and knock down this tier 1 turret.
9-stack Rod of Ages, Abyssal Scepter, Merc Tread. They thought the magic damage would be enough. It was not. Turn around, dispatched by Graves and Rise. Big call for Kongdu to be able to do that. They continue their pressure. They take out all outer turrets. Just that Edge is so much more tanky than they expect. The fact that the Petrifying Gaze actually registers as Edge does not complete turning around must have been what baited MVP to just hard commit to the last. It was the last for both mid lane and jungle.
And we're starting to enter that territory where Kongdu Monster found themselves in game one. Maha, completely cut off, gonna flash away from that hail of arrows, but the flash forward, Chain of Corruption lands, and that is one dead Ash punch coming up with the kill. 10-5 now. 6,000 gold in the lead is Kongdu Monster.
Need some control wards. Baron is a realistic objective for Kongdu. Poppy, Rise, Graves can all trade tank. Now though, no control ward on the objective. Makes it an impossibility for this second.
Edge getting caught with the Petrifying Gaze yet again, but look at this. He's just perfectly willing to trade back damage onto Ian. If that overload had hit, likely would have taken out the Cassiopeia. Gets the flash and the cleanse out of him right off the bat. Ian just not having any success whatsoever.
Yeah, registering the stun, but that is certainly not enough. Fool me once, fool me twice. That plan is not going to work. No assassinations onto the magic resist stacking Rise, who will soon have the Seraph Embrace shield to back up his already fairly tanky self. Kongdu with the fast rotations from the Karma, double AD in a different way. No Corki this time, but Graves and Varus to take down turrets. If no one's defending them, Graves has a lot of damage point blank to turrets. So Kongdu very much first to every objective, and an MVP. Doesn't feel like they have any answers, Achilles.
Yeah. See, Soul perfectly comfortable. Pick up that third item QSS alongside the Last Whisper. Hasn't even really been threatened that much to warrant it, but it's just a better safe than sorry tactic. Doesn't want to give, that big pick in for MVP, and then that could maybe lead to them netting themselves a Baron.
I don't think MVP is strong enough to start contesting for objectives like red buff. Baron's the only one they're going to have to make a desperate attempt around, so good to see them pulling back. They're putting down as much defensive vision as possible, sticking some control wards, but they will have to surrender objectives like red buffs and inner turrets for now.
The gold lead just continues to grow. Max trying to create picks, throwing out these roots, but coming up short, and even then MVP just don't have much damage to try and secure a kill.
One problem for Kongdu is that Gugu needs to shop and actually get a refresh on his wards.
Oh, Soul, there we go, instant QSS comes through, keeps himself safe, and he's got plenty of wave clear to ensure that MVP cannot push forward and take this tier 1 turret in mid.
The only missing part of the puzzle is teleport wards for Roach to come in on around the red buff, and only a single control ward that will be cleared if Baron is ever started. So needs to get the refresh on the Eye of the Watcher that Karma has in her inventory. Now Redemption as well. Another tool that makes it very helpful for taking Baron. And that's the last piece of the puzzle. Feels like Kongdu eventually invade one more time, put down Deep Vision, stop Baron, Poppy comes to the back line, and it should be academic from there. But this is the 10th place team without a single match win, so can't ink that seemingly inevitable passage of play just yet.
Kongdu pick up their second Ocean Drake, so a lot of sustain available to them now. And it will be another Infernal coming up, so if they can get double Infernal on top of this lead that they've already garnered for themselves, might just be enough to go ahead and close it out. Because Soul's piercing arrows are going to be doing a stupid amount of damage. They already are, but when you get that 16% extra AD, it just completely skyrockets from there.
And super low armor values. Only the Ninja Tabby and Cloth Armor onto Beyond, who might be going for seeming like it's going to be the Dead Man's Plate. Yeah. Some armor completed on ADD, but none on Ian, Maha, or Max yet.
Yeah, Maha will get completely annihilated. Probably get 2-shot, maybe?
Yeah, I think 2 full-charged Qs would kill him.
Without corruption stacks.
Goes without being said for a couple of auto attacks thrown in there.
If he gets 3 stacks and a big piercing arrow, it might actually just kill him.
I don't think it would, because the stacks are health-related, so I don't think it'll be enough, but that would be about 80% of his life.
Close enough.
Also, you'd imagine he takes damage from getting the stacks on him, so that would also be pretty significant.
Yeah, so I'm saying that, those plus the piercing arrow, I think it might die.
Be close.
Might be able to find out pretty soon here. Max gets chunked down to half HP off of 1 piercing arrow without any stacks whatsoever. And that is going to be the second inner turret falling for MVP. Kongdu, they just maintain the pressure almost towards that 10,000 gold lead mark. Punch gets caught by the Cocoon, but they can't really commit in for anything. No one there to collapse, and there's just darkness inside the jungle. So they have to be really cautious when it comes to pushing forward. Beyond getting caught by Edge, pops it pretty low. Meanwhile, Cougar getting caught. ADD and Ian come up with a kill. Getting corruption from Soul, not going to connect, and now Roach comes in with the TP. What is he going to go for? It looks like it's going to be ADD. Pins him into the wall, and everybody just shredding down the Maokai as best as they can. Heal comes out, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Maha doing his damnedest, but now Ian falling. That's going to be the flash away from Max to get himself out of that Realm Warp. And he will be able to live a 1-for-1 exchange top laner for support. And now there is no one tanky on the side of MVP. So Kongdu Monster, they can do whatever they please inside the base. And they're going to start with that mid inhibitor, and looks like this top one is going to fall as well.
So much respect shown by MVP, where they got the first pick and then they let ADD get DPS down from full health, all other members of MVP running away. It's one of those scenarios where would they have lost a fight 4v5? Perhaps. I would say it's likely, but not necessarily 100%. But the reason why I bring it up is that if you go 1-for-1 against Graves Varus with everyone else chunked out on your team, you're going to lose bonus objectives on the backside. So they seem to have had an educated call that they would have lost the game from going in, because otherwise they made the wrong trade, in my opinion.
You can see the minions almost getting rid of that final inner turret. He has to go answer the wave. Baron has not been started up by either side yet, but Kongdu, we're certainly looking to establish vision around the pit. They've got one on the backside, one in front there in the river brush, as well as a control ward now placed.
Well, their vision's been cleared out at this point. Seems like all the green wards are dead and the control wards too.
Kongdu, they're pushing in, they're doing just that though. They're clearing out all this vision. Nice dash away by Punch. Cougar will get hit. Big Petrifying Gaze connects on the two, but can they come up with a kill? Roach goes low, below half HP. Redemption immediately thrown down. And it's like nothing ever even happened to Punch, almost back in full.
This isn't pushing anything for Kongdu Monster. They're not getting more until they actually start the Baron. We see Punch pull back. No vision on the pit. They do have Hawk Shot, and at least whether it's Concorda or not, I can't be clear, but also the blue trinket ward from Maha. No vision yet. Sapling gives them a spot vision.
Yeah, Beyond running over. Doesn't get hit by that Keeper's Verdict. Goes up with the repel, but comes back in. And it's just way too early. Smites early. And that is going to be the Baron picked up by Punch.
In.
Comes up with a kill as well. And now here we go. Kongdu Monster just jumping straight in onto the face of MVP. They take out Max and start things off. Maha will fall swiftly thereafter as Soul has just so much damage on this Varus at the moment. That is going to be the ace. Plus the Baron. They have the super creeps coming down the mid lane. That should be game here by Kongdu Monster. 31 minutes on the board. Very decisive. This is the team that we are expecting to come into spring from IM Gyeonggi. They've been absent, but they show up here today in game 2.
Yeah, clean ace to get the Baron as well. DPSing down the Elise before smiting it. The cheers are there, and they're well deserved. 11 was the streak, but the streak is broken. Finally, a victory for Kongdu Monster. No elation on their faces. They know there's still a job to be done. After a win like that, they're looking for their first match win as well.
Yep, definitely not out of the woods yet. So now have to come back in for this third and final game of this best of 3 to try to close it out.
Gotta ban that Graves. I think Graves is the champion that has been the commonality. That's why I like them returning to Graves Karma. If we see a third draft of Graves Karma across the lanes for Kongdu Monster, I think it's a drafting mistake for MVP. Because the early invade was the only thing they had going for them in game 1, the Graves pick in general. And what is Empowered Punch? It's finally the punch that we alluded to, that we previewed, that we hoped to see. Took a long time to finally see. 13th time on the Rift, but 13th time is the charm for Kongdu Monster.
Now we just have to see if this is a one-off or if they're finally getting some wind in their sails. They can close out game 3. Definitely would be a big statement for this team and help them avoid, you know, that looming threat of relegation for the summer promotion tournament. They still would be secured in that 10th place spot, but this would be a step in the right direction for Kongdu Monster.
Yeah, balanced draft, Kongdu wins out. Game 1 draft, big questionable with the Rumble. Gonna see them back on red side now. Let's see how they interact with the second round of the draft, because that was their big Achilles heel in game 1.
Now, MVP back on the red. We'll see what they can piece together. Maybe ADD will be able to get his hands on that Scion. We're gonna go to a break. When we come back, we'll have that third and final game.
Sweet talk so sweet that I'm getting it too big to go too big, but shouldn't eat it. You talk like you beautiful. Now you're gone, baby, gone. If you don't mean it, don't just say it. If you don't feel it, don't you fake it. If it's a lie, baby, don't say it's true. If you don't want it, why'd you take it? How come you bought it just to break it? If you don't love me, then don't say you do. Days pass since I've seen a trace of your face with some new young things caught your attention. I beg, just be honest. You said that you promised. My disbelief lost to suspension. I was good on my own.
grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Gonna take a look at our damage charts here. So you can see Kongdu doing some work. Soul really helping put the team on his back. I mean, overall, Punch as well played beautifully on the Graves yet again, but the damage shining through with that Varus as per usual.
And do not adjust your screens. That win on the side of Kongdu Monster is not a typo. Big win for Kongdu, finally coming back into a series for the first time in a long time. First time they've won a game 2, I believe, all season, given the only other win was the first game they played this season, and well-deserved MVP for Punch. This player is someone we had high expectations for alongside his AD carry Soul. Season hasn't been kind to him so far, but found an AD carry in the jungle he does like, in the Graves, newly buffed with the indirect buffs to the lethality on 7.2, and in both games, he was their best player. Wasn't enough in the first game, they made some macro mistakes. None such in game 2. Very clean stuff from Kongdu Monster.
Yeah, very much. And I mean, you mentioned the Graves likely being something that has to be banned away by MVP. We'll see if they're going to do that. They're over on the blue side, so they have that freedom to go ahead and get rid of it. If not, just pick it for themselves, because again, that's something that Beyond has played and looked very proficient on in the past.
Also worth knowing, the play from Edge on the Rise was good, so another champion that commonly can be banned. On the blue side, we probably won't see all 3 banned in the first rotation, but there is the chance to do so. MVP should have the options. They're on Blue's side, they have the flexibility. Unless Kongdu gets surprising and don't ban one of Rengar, LeBlanc, and Camille with the second ban, MVP should be able to close down what has worked for Kongdu so far, and jury's out on whether Kongdu have other strategies that'll work, given that the last series has seemed to have suggested no.
Yeah. We'll see how they're going to handle this one. But Beyond, still struggling quite a bit compared to Punch, who's just having one hell of a time on this Graves. Gets himself, the second MVP nomination for this team in general, goes along Soul. So they'll both have 100 points. Start things off, and you never know, we could see another MVP nom coming through if they can win this third game.
I mean, Graves is very comfortable against Elise, clears faster than the Elise, can outduel Elise unless he takes a massive burst to start with, and Beyond isn't linking up with his lanes. We're not seeing the ganks to justify the farming advantage that a Graves will always have. So I think throw out the Graves in terms of bans, throw out the plan of playing Elise for Beyond, something new, something other than Shyvana if possible.
Yeah. All right, well, here we go, MVP. Where are they going to take this? Malzahar banned away first and foremost yet again.
And this is the time for a Graves ban from MVP.
Well,
Not that Beyond can't play it himself.
Well, game one on Blue's side, their first three bans were Malzahar, Zyra, and then Jace, but the Graves will come through.
You take it, ban it second, because you just want to see what's going to happen on red side, and you want the flexibility to not have to ban it third ban. So finally, Punch will be put in a different spot. So far, Kongdu will not be throwing any wrenches. Will be two of the OPs banned with the first two. So it won't have to be a trade so far. Trend has been a Varus first pick, but the Varus has lost both games.
That's true. Something that we're definitely not too used to seeing. Jace, the third and final ban from MVP yet again. So definitely don't want to let that one get through. So this means that the Zyra is available. We saw Max play it there in game two. Didn't have nearly enough success on it. But Varus, predictably, does get picked up.
So let's see about the red side. Can they get the same mismatch in terms of the jungle? Probably not. That's why they just go for power with their support rather than going for something like the Karma. Kha'Zix would be definitely the tier list champion to take in this rotation. We've already been surprised to see it fall further than the first rotation. We had game one and game two where it fell through picks and bans completely. Will be snapped up by Punch now that Graves is no longer available. Hasn't been a happy hunting ground game one or game two for the Elise, despite other junglers really prioritizing it, and Beyond being, at least judging on his 2016 summer play, a good pathing jungler. Third time's the charm, that's what he's going for at least.
Yeah, seems like he's really committed into this.
And wow, okay, blind pick Syndra. So they're changing things up. We will not see the standard AD carry support jungle in the first round. We will see some solo lanes being picked up, and not a happy lane for Ryze, but one he can survive. Had that sort of a lane in the previous game, so why not again, I guess, the theory. Take the cleanse as he did in game one. And now, different kind of second round. MVP might start banning AD carries, as they have Varus, and no AD carry has been elected yet from Kongdu. Whereas on the side of MVP, they're going to be looking for a top laner as support, so expect to see support and AD carry bans, I guess, for either team.
Yeah, well, MF makes sense given the Zyra pick here for Kongdu Monster, so they want to go ahead and take that one off the board. The Karma still available if MVP want to go ahead and pick that one up. Ran Nautilus in game one.
The second ban for Kongdu will be interesting. Will it be something like the Scion, or will it be the Karma when it comes to the laning? So will it be a pocket pick or a laning choice? Double support, double AD carry bans, given what's been selected in the first round, is expected. But ADD has been impressive 2 out of 3 times on that particular Scion pick. That he is the only one in the league to try it. They'll ban Shen, which theoretically opens up Maokai as a safer draft as the first pick. Would mean they're leaving their AD carry for last. Predictably going to probably be Caitlyn, but outside chance of Ezreal. Sol played some excellent Ezreal back at Gyeonggi.
See which way he wants to go. I mean, Saw Reckless playing Ezreal over in the ULCS the other night. Had a very interesting build path
You
coming
take,
through.
so you take Maokai here. It works very well with the Kha'Zix. Great ganking lane, great for taking Baron. And then you last draft your AD carry depending on how much you need wave clear. That's what I would do in this scenario, but maybe they're going to go more risky with their top lane pick. They don't want to draft Maokai blind. That gives MVP the choice of the meta top laner or the pocket top laner, with Maokai and Sion looming as the likely draft. Surprising to see the Caitlyn taken there, just because if there wasn't that much pressure, maybe they could have drafted something like an Ezreal if the support was, say, a melee support on the side of MVP.
Well, there we go. Lock-in comes through on the Sion.
First time it's been available this series.
Yeah, it seems like ADD just insanely comfortable on that, so he will go ahead and pick it up. Now looking for the support, and it's going to be support Vel'Koz for Max.
Or support Syndra.
That's true. That is quite true. So they have that ambiguity. I mean, we've seen Max playing some really odd ones. Brought back the Zilean support. And now Nautilus coming through potentially, but
I'm going to guess it's more likely to be support Syndra, which sounds like a incredulous thing to see, but we said much more support Syndra this week. Does outrange Zyra in some ways, but no guarantees. Syndra seems like a more predictable laning phase against Ryze, but WMax Vel'Koz can certainly do some dirty things against Ryze in mid lane as well. It's really interesting to see what they decide on. 20 seconds when they'll have to make that final commitment.
yeah, so far holding on that Syndra in mid. I mean, Ian did look pretty good, pretty decent, I should say, on the Syndra in game one.
Worth knowing that Vel'Koz has more wave clear, so perhaps they need that pushing advantage against the Zyra. Waiting to the final second to find out, and it will be support Vel'Koz. Or maybe we'd see something creative, but still very creative to put him in the bot lane. He was the mage in the bot lane before the mage in the bot lane meta existed, as Vel'Koz would pop his head back at spring and summer of last year in support, but always very sparingly. Outside of Sarsen, who's the mid lane Vel'Koz specialist. But you can help push the lane. They've had Karma pretty predictably be a big draft so far, and they're going to try and poke away with the Vel'Koz. Whether it's a Q-Max or a W-Max will be interesting to track. Mid lane Vel'Koz usually maxes W for the wave clear, and Varus plus a Vel'Koz W sounds like pretty instant wave clear for the side of MVP.
Yeah, I mean, we got a lot to keep our eyes on here. Punch getting his hands on the Kha'Zix, completely passed up on in game one. So we didn't see it come through. I mean, both games, actually, we didn't see the Kha'Zix come in at all. So now going over to this one, wasn't able to get his Graves that he's been so comfortable on in these first two, but now it comes down to the wire here. Kongdu Monster, game 3 versus MVP, looking to put their first match win on the board and avoid starting another loss streak potentially here. MVP definitely want that win as well. They've only taken down a Freak of Freaks, and if they lose to Kongdu, how does that make them look? But let's go ahead, jump onto the rift for this third and final game, MVP versus Kongdu Monster. All right, and here we go. See already several members of MVP pushing forward. They'll get a ward inside the Raptor pit. Just going to be trying to track Punch as much as possible.
Some geometry in the bot lane as Vel'Koz hit the rift. No big surprises in the Keystones. Pretty predictable stuff there. Warlords on both AD carries, especially given that the poke's going to be pretty severe. Warlords and 3 potions, given that we are in this longsword meta as the mages continue to be prevalent in support role.
I mean, we had our first brand support.
Didn't do so well for Afrika.
Definitely did not.
Don't think we'll see that tonight, somehow.
Something tells me that Wolf and Bang would be able to handle that pretty decently.
Watch bot lane for now because of the excitement and the novelty of seeing Vel'Koz. First Vel'Koz of the season, adding to the unique champion pool.
I mean, I don't even know what number we're up to now, but it's got to be pretty decent.
Seems like it's likely to be a one-off, you know, in a world where multiple supports are banned, as we saw in this game. But who's to say? Would have said the same thing about Malzahar once upon a time.
He has definitely been the flavor of the patch. Patches, I suppose.
So even though I was surprised to see Caitlyn drafted before Maokai, the end result was the two champions you would have predicted, given the bans in the second round of the draft. Only order was surprising, so the big curveball is Vel'Koz.
Yep. ADD just too comfortable with that Sion. Let's stick with that.
Think about what was available. Could have been the Karma, but deciding for something a little bit different. Another target that you really need to get to the back line and shut down, because there's a lot of true damage, even if you don't get that much AP from support.
Right, so Punch is not spotted yet, but
Beyond is
kind of
pathing
back.
his way as well. Pathing towards the Raptors, so for now,
Can they come up with a route so that Punch can push forward and try to get on top of Maha?
575 and long range on the Vel'Koz makes them unlikely to walk up.
He's really playing the patience game here. Beyond has moved his way up into the top side of the jungle, and that's going to be Punch peeling away. So invested a lot of time sitting around in that brush, doesn't come up with much, and you can see Beyond doing a good job of farming up on the Elise, exactly where he wants to be at the current stage.
Ends up surrendering the top Scuttle Crab as well. Does Punch, is now a level behind, but will catch up very rapidly.
We'll have to see how ADD is going to be handling this matchup. It's that decimating smash to try to get some more damage in on the Roach. Sends him back towards the turret. It's already consumed every single charge.
I see you've been practicing your Scion skill names.
Oh, you know, once ADD debuted it, it's like you gotta learn them.
I know Soul Furnace, the W. Is E Roar of the Slayer?
Yes.
That's just a ridiculous name. For a ridiculous champion.
We'll just call it his roar. And then, of course, the unstoppable onslaught.
Definitely not the Onslaught of Shadows. When Hecarim and Scion are in the same game, that is tricky.
The unstoppable onslaught of shadows. I mean, technically, it's true.
I mean, my favorite is when you have Scion and Rengar and it's on the Thrill of the Hunt. That's a pretty good one. As a, and they obviously synergize very well together.
Unstoppable onslaught of the hunt.
Getting too tricky now. Too fancy. Calm it down, Achilles. Time has passed.
All right, well, just going to be farming lane bottom. For the most part, farming lane and top.
No more Graves invades, sadly. Punch spent a lot of time looking for the gank, didn't find it, so it's been hard clearing since then.
So weird to see no priority paid on the Kha'Zix from Beyond, sticking to Elise in all 3 games.
I'd argue it's probably something that's working in scrims. That would be one of the reasons. Not like MVP is high on confidence either coming into this series. Had tough losses, tough teams to face, but 2-0 loss into 2-0 loss is still a scenario that requires some confidence boosting. After the game 2 especially, I thought he would try anything different, just like I would have been surprised if Roach played 2 games of Rumble in a row after game 1.
I don't think we would be in a game 3 if that were the case. Unless Kongdu really got rolling early on.
Yeah, it's good to see Punch parlaying his advantage he got invading in Series 1 into invades here in Series 3, despite it being the Kha'Zix level 5 invade. Not a lot of action in top lane, guys.
Just trying to get that Soul Furnace pop.
You do lose those traits, Roach, to be clear. There are some tanks that the base values from Maokai are relevant on, but
I mean, especially when he's already got a Spectre's Cowl.
Sion's base damages are actually really impressive. Do max Q. Full channels, I don't know, something like 450 base damage, I think. It's a lot.
That is quite a bit. So yeah, already chunking out Roach. Inching above him as far as CS is concerned. Edge not going to get caught by that orb. He'll get stunned up and he'll be all right. Has the cleanse ready to go, but has to choose wisely. As he gets stunned up by the scatter of the week, he used the cleanse just like that. There could be a cocoon to follow up. This time, not quite, but they're gonna get both summoners out of edge. Good pressure by Ian all by himself.
Didn't even have to flash either. Just threatened by the range of the Unleashed Power at the same time as his mid laner is flashing and cleansing away. Beyond invades and takes away Punch's red, so Punch, nothing he can do there. No pressure on the map.
Yeah, and can't really even stick around to farm up these minions underneath the tower because Ian's just got so much pressure here. He's running low on mana, but has that Lost Chapter as well as the Doran's Ring, so could definitely get a lot of harass off on the Kha'Zix. So he's just going to go ahead and peel back, and Edge is going to lose a decent bit of CS.
Punch is going to be 3 buffed in this particular round, the second round of spawns. Unless he can find a way to somehow monopolize blue buffs. Seems unlikely, given that Ryze would be invading with no summoners. First Drake spawn is not an Inferno this time, it is just a Cloud Drake.
Oh
Bot
boy,
lane.
Soul in the bottom lane. Yeah, gotta get locked down by the Chain of Corruption. And Max, he throws out the laser beam. That's gonna be first blood coming through. He takes that one away. And that's just so much chain CC. Chain of Corruption straight into the knockup from the Vel'Koz.
And the last surprising Varus lane we saw was when Gorilla brought back the Nami and you had the Chain of Corruption into the knockup. Would have been Varus required to shoulder damage, but if you want damage follow-up to a Chain of the Corruption, here it is. It is the Vel'Koz, and that's why I said, really interesting to see who the backline target priority is on, because both Varus and Vel'Koz, if they're given time, Rylai's Liandry is a pretty common support build now. You get that to a Vel'Koz between the maximum HP damage, or current HP damage of the Liandry's and the true damage of his ultimate. He is a damage load of his own with even just a modicum of gold. So we'll see what Roach decides to do with that target selection later in the game.
It's gonna be a really rough start here for Soul, already down by about 20 CS.
Maha going for the stacking option. He actually completes the Mana Moon over finishing a serrated Dirk item. Poke won't be as strong, but maybe he has enough damage coming from the Vel'Koz to not need it.
Yeah, maybe he's just gonna go for the support. And at the beginning here, it says, you know what, I'll just be a Chain of Corruption bot. You get the kills, we'll be good to go.
Vamp Scepter picked up by Soul, so
Yeah, forced into it early.
you're going to eat some type of poke when you, again, you're doing so many angles when you're talking about dodging the Q from Vel'Koz and the Q from Varus that inevitably you're going to get hit by something, so we'll be itemizing at some point into the Mercurial Scimitar, so why not early Vamp Scepter? I don't think enough laners go for Vamp Scepter early enough in their build. They just trust something like Warlords, but you can see Soul's like, I need to get through laning phase, so he went Longsword, 3 potions, Warlords, and Vamp Scepter. This is the ultimate. Guys, I've got it. You're stronger early game. I just need to survive. Don't want to be chunked out. So it might help his back timings, even if the first one has to be a Vamp Scepter.
Overall rough positions for everybody on the side of Kongdu Monster. Definitely not the start they wanted after finally winning a game.
Early power spikes in every lane for MVP. That's the big thing the draft got them, is that for once Beyond has winning lanes for him to be aggressive on this Elise. Had to watch Punch basically have the run of his jungle with the Graves, so moving away the big dueling advantage in the jungle and also picking stronger lanes, like for example opting for the Scion over Maokai seems to be helping a lot.
Edge getting hit there, but Ian doesn't want to go for the all-in. Does have Beyond wrapping around from below. He's going to get spotted by these wards in the river, however. So they know exactly where he's at, and that's going to allow for Edge to go ahead and play back closer to this turret. Still just trying to build up towards that Rod of Ages. Just has the Catalyst. Not sure how much gold he's got in the bank at the moment. So he could be close.
Ian looking for a roam. Let's see if Kongdu understand that they are significantly further behind than the 1-0 scoreline might show. We know they're 1,800, 1,900 gold behind, but given the scaling nature of scaling advantage they have in basically every lane, and the slower item builds and power spikes, they just need to try and lose the minimum in the early game. Soul has the right idea with the Vamp Scepter like we discussed, but shouldn't be seeing Edge or Roach venture too far forward.
I'm just need to see where they try to make a play.
It's a big gold lead for Beyond over Punch. Again, some of this 30 CS advantage is going to be smaller minion pickups, so it's not necessarily as severe as a 30 CS advantage in other lanes, but speaking of 30 CS advantages, we're bordering those in basically every lane.
Yeah. See, Beyond's already got that here out of the jungle, where Punch has been struggling, hasn't been able to get him for a gank, really. Tried that one in bottom lane at level 3. Didn't come up with anything. Now they're going to be fighting over the red buff. Ian says, I'll take that. Tries to throw it at Edge. And they should just be able to finish this one off. Scout of the week won't come up with a kill. Cougar, though, getting rooted yet again. Chain of Corruption comes down to find the kill. Maha pops the heal to keep himself alive. Soul going to be exhausted. Should go down. One more hit would do it, but they actually can't find a piercing arrow.
He hit it.
Does he hit it?
He
There we
gets it.
go. Maha predicts the movement. Soul just not juking well enough. A double kill in the bottom lane. 3-0 and MVP really starting to snowball this lead.
Wry smile on the face of Maxis. Vel'Koz is working in an even better way than he expected. 2 kills post 6 for this Vel'Koz lane, able to turn. Starting to remind me of Praying Gorilla breaking out the Ashe and the Misfortune and just surprising Wolf at every possible opportunity. Not quite a world semi-final, but still a big game for MVP. If they have any playoff aspirations, they cannot be losing series. The likes of Kongdu Monster. They break the bot lane. It is going to be first brick or first blood turret to MVP as well. And now the gold leads starting to get out of order for 13 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Kongdu losing game 1. They had the lead in the beginning, and then they weren't playing towards their strength. Right now, they have no strengths to play towards. This is such an awkward position for them to be in. And they have to just be racking their brains, trying to decide what do we go for. There's a Cloud Drake, but that's not going to net them very much.
Yeah, their strength is the proverbial late game, and I use the inverted commas there because they're losing every lane and pressure, so they just need to lose the minimum. That's often about setting up a control ward line that kind of shows the viewers and also the team where they're safe to go. Like, these are the camps we think we can fight for. Something like a Cloud Drake, no. They definitely are not safe enough to fight for Cloud Drake. If there's a free Cloud Drake they're trading for, maybe. But fighting for one, definitely not. But their own jungle camps, that's perhaps a spot they can fight for if they have enough vision around it. Losing the minimum is what they need. Let Ryze start to get scaling. Out of Age's time is going to be pretty significantly delayed. Recipe still needs to be online. And we're 15 minutes into the game. Maokai will get there. Again, all these champions will get there. But they need a bit of luck. They kind of need MVP to meander and only gain the minimum with the lead they have, and they also need to be restrained. Only 3 kills have gone over, but that hits double digits before 30 minutes. Bad times for Kongdu.
Yeah. Already 4,000 gold here at 15. It's just so significant. In MVP, they're looking to add more onto this. Max and Maha up to the top lane. They'll get a bit of free damage onto this turret and deny some of those minions away from Soul, who is just now arriving.
Want to get into range of the Chains of Corruption. Could die even under turret here, the Caitlyn.
I was going to say, if we've learned anything, is that even, in that 2v2, they are not safe. Soul and just get popped. Cougar especially being extra squishy on that Zyra. 100-0 is a very real possibility if you're MVP.
The first mistake here from MVP is they need a deep ward for Sion to teleport on so they can threaten a dive around this top turret, because for now, Caitlyn 1v2 is actually pretty safe. Wave clearing. This shouldn't be the case, given how far ahead they are in every other lane. But the prep work to threaten a dive is not there, and that's just going to turn on Beyond.
Oh yeah, he gets hit up, takes a lot of damage, goes up with a repel, flashes away. Won't get popped up by the Strangle Thorns and makes it out with his life. A decent catch and a step in the right direction for Kongdu Monster, but they still just can't put a kill on the board.
MVP, again, because they don't have vision, they're making riskier plays that can be punished. Ryze going somewhere, going mid.
That's going to be Edge coming in onto Ian, but doesn't really get anything. Here we go. Ensemble Onslaught from ADD. Charges from the bottom lane straight up the river, forces the flash out of Edge. That's going to alleviate a lot of pressure here for Ian. Won't have the possibility of that flash rune prison, and if he can get an Edge, won't have the Ryze able to escape. Soul hit up by the Chain of Corruption. Yet again, we know how this one ends. Max puts another kill on the board for himself. I think he might have 3 of them at this point. And that's going to be yet another turret going down.
Yeah, the mage build is certainly going to be online for Max. Don't expect there to be any Aegises from this. Vel'Koz is going to be Rylai's and Liandry's, you'd have to imagine.
Oh, TP being used. Roach coming down into the mid lane.
They want Ian.
Ian, yeah, he gets rooted up. Has flash, but might not be worth it to use it. Yeah, he's just dead to rights. So Kongdu Monster finally put a kill on the board. It goes over to Edge, so decent allocation. And looks like MVP won't really be able to re-aggress. Punch though goes on to Beyond, works him down pretty low. He's gonna flash forward, but the exhaust comes through from Max, keeping his Kha'Zix alive. There we go. That's the third kill for the Vel'Koz. 3-0-2. And now they're gonna look for this mid-tier 1, knock down that final outer turret.
And the 100% kill participation continues for both of the bot lane members of MVP. They won their lane, they've gone top, got the kill, taking a second turret now. Gonna have that trifecta. Winning the game through the bot lane is not
Max.
what we expected too much from MVP, given the struggles of specifically Maha in previous seasons, but Max in particular seems to just have brought tech that Kongdu Monster weren't ready for. And that's a big gold lead continues to develop. Almost 7,000 now at 18 minutes.
Yeah, this is such a bad spot for Kongdu.
I mean, look at that. The Youmuu's Ghostblade second into now, working towards Edge of the Night. A lot of flat armor penetration before any armor items are completed on the side of Kongdu. Against Elise. Maokai's been forced to go into double magic resist items to start. Everyone else building towards more magic resist. Maha's getting closer and closer, doing true damage to members of Kongdu Monster.
Let's see how many stacks he's got on that Manamune. Went with that really early on, so you have to expect that it's pretty well advanced at this point.
Maybe 23 minutes or so, I imagine, for a transform. Could be even earlier.
We've been seeing him really late because of how slow it is to stack on the tiers, so I'd be really impressed with the 23-minute. Maha, though, they try to get the root onto him, but Duke's back just in time to dodge that out. Keeps himself safe.
Lost Chapter actually going to be the call for Max. If you're behind, it's usually the Haunting guys to get the most out of your first purchase, but he's ahead, so it's more about sustained poke rather than necessarily one single all-in.
And here you go. The sign of just how good of a position you may be in. Herald gets taken by MVP. They'll hand this off to Beyond.
Maximum uptime as well will be up till 39:45 or so, which, given the lead MVP have, they're hoping the game is not still going at that point.
And how swiftly some of these games have been closed out. I mean, game one did go for a little bit longer, but MVP are looking much more decisive here in game three. Could just be that blue side buff.
It's some smart drafting from them. We rewarded Kongdu Monster for their draft in game 2. I think smart of MVP to go for specifically the Scion. And just in general, go for early power that hasn't been able to be answered by Kongdu. Sure, they got the Caitlyn, they got the Maokai, but they were forced into Caitlyn with the bans. And Caitlyn has that slower ramp-up time. They don't have Punch dictating the pace of the game like he did in game 1 and game 2 after the Graves was banned. Nice to see some smart adaptation bans for them. In game 1, it felt like Kongdu misdrafted. Game 3, the onus should be on MVP and smart drafting to really have opened up this scenario. Now, they still have to stick the landing, but so many objectives are free for MVP across the map that the gold lead and now things like the Infernal Drake only start to add up and amplify the 7,000 gold.
This is definitely exacerbated now. MVP, can they make a play on the top lane? Looks like it's just going to be ADD going in alone as Ian pinches up from the river. Can he get a kill on the Punch? Knocks him down so low, but just doesn't have anything else to really toss out to try to finalize that one. Looks like they'll hold on to the turret for a little bit longer. Meanwhile, Maha and Max rotate their way down towards that tier 2. They have the fast track as Roach and Soul will both be trying to arrive in time to stop this from going down. They'll be able to do so, but it still takes a pretty significant chunk of health and damage. MVP, this game is theirs to dictate the pace.
Lane assignments are really difficult for Kongdu. They need to be there for wave clear first, but cheating through their jungle is very likely to lead to their death against all the range CC available for MVP. So putting down wards that aren't cleared is A very hard task to ask for someone like Zyra, who will die if she ever face checks an enemy member. So only Maokai really has the temporary wards of the saplings, and he's just forced to wave clear duty, play around the Maokai lane, and take objectives. That's the plan for MVP, and should be another one added to the list very soon.
Yeah, Max just trying to poke out where he can. Over the wall. Trying to get those angles out. But this is just a game of patience here for MVP as they slowly move these waves in. And with this last one crashing, Kongdu say, you know what, we can't keep this up. We have to peel back and just go ahead and concede yet another objective. Over 8,000 gold in the lead at 23 minutes is MVP. See ADD just completely unfazed by the damage that Soul is trying to offer up. Just can't get through that big tanky Scion.
Doesn't even have any armor yet. It's only going to get more unkillable. Only a chain vest completed so far for ADD. Another armor item in there, and suddenly things going to get comical.
I mean, especially once you got the Randuins, you can just charge in with the unstoppable onslaught. Drop that AoE slow.
And then kind of swing your giant axe around.
Decimating smash, roar at some people. They die.
Not by your own doing in the late game.
You never know. If he's alone with somebody long enough, I'm sure he could take him out. It's a Realm Warp coming through. Really aggressive. Just sending in Roach all by himself. He gets on top of Ian.
Gonna get
Ian
Ian
a
first.
headshot coming through Soul. Can he find it? There we go. Pop from the Maelstrom. Takes him out, but a big beam coming out from Max. See the true damage just shredding through Roach. Sends him heading for the hills, but an aggressive move. Pays off for Kongdu Monster. They get rid of the Syndra. But can they get anything off the backside of that pick? It looks like the answer is going to be no. They just can't push far enough forward to take out, I guess the most obvious objective would be this top tier 1 turret, but they just can't move up for it.
And they get the only thing they can, which is relieving pressure, Achilles, which they couldn't really do any other way. They were just watching MVP take objectives around them. Smart pick, so it was just Realm Warp, and we were bamboozled as to who was actually going to take it. It's just the Maokai, obviously the one person you want to launch into the backline. Ian had no cleanse, had no flash, good target selection from Kongdu. Multiple members have to get the hell out of dodge from the disintegration ray from the Vel'Koz, but a single pick and a bit more time farming gets Kongdu closer and closer to those items that previously looked like they were never going to come.
So a nice proactive move, but nothing really else to come of it. MVP still going to maintain vision control here in the river, especially as they pick up this Scuttle Crab. They did lose a lot of their forward vision inside this upper jungle of Kongdu monsters, so that is a very slight little advantage for them at the moment.
AD is just literally a trap bot. That man wants some cupcakes. He wants them now. Doesn't need to quench his thirst or hunger, I guess.
Does he really need to eat? He's already kind of dead.
Why is he eating all these cupcakes then?
I guess it can still taste good.
It's quite possible. He's Mecha Scion also, so he's got some weird origin story going on there. We don't have lore for this particular skin.
Some, like oil blend icing on top of those cupcakes.
Could be. I'm not a big Transformers buff. We need Doa to discuss some of the finer points of transforming people and what they eat.
Yeah, I don't really want to base my Transformers knowledge off of the first 2 Transformers movies by Michael Bay.
Always defer to Michael Bay on specific knowledge.
Especially when it comes to lore in any sense, it's always about Michael Bay. I mean, Armageddon was based on a true story.
Oh. Oh,
They
really?
actually, you know, Bruce Willis actually did go to destroy a meteor.
I feel like I missed that news story. But I'm happy it was celebrated in a Hollywood blockbuster. That's good.
Yeah.
I got the cliff notes. I watched
They
Armageddon.
changed the ending where he dies. It's really weird. I don't know why they did that. I wonder if he appreciates that.
MVP haven't gotten a bonus objective recently, so that's why we can talk about Hollywood movies, because for now, The longer we can talk about Hollywood movies, the happy Kongdu Monster fans should be, because that means that MVP aren't pushing their advantage anymore.
Well, they can be sad again.
You're not fighting for a mountain, Drake. That's still a bridge too far for Kongdu. Baron, though, that would be
devastating.
certainly. But now it doesn't seem like MVP is going to be starting that anytime soon.
Yeah. See, Roach has gotten considerably tankier as the game has gone on. Still has to be worried about that true damage from the disintegration beam, but
And Soul, despite being 0-3-1, kept up in CS mostly. 2 items and a Vamp Scepter on Caitlyn, so getting less and less ignorable, especially for members other than ADD. Beyond has gone for a DPS-orientated Elise build, so everyone else very, very squishy to this.
it's a Realm
Caitlyn.
Warp into the back yet again. Here comes Roach. Can't find an opening onto anybody other than ADD, and they're chunking him out pretty swiftly. It's popped up with the Strangled Thorns. It's going to be the beam coming out from Max. Burns out Soul. Forces him to hang back. Going to pop up onto Roach, but still don't have too much damage to break through the Maokai. MVP. Pings are coming out onto the Baron. This would be really aggressive. You can see ADD. He's going to go ahead, back off, get the
Roach
heals, and then
shows.
try to TP in. They have control wards thrown down. They're denying vision. They're going to go ahead and start this up. TP coming through from ADD.
They're doing so fast.
He's cutting off Soul. He's not going to be able to get over there. Charges forward, gets over towards Cougar Punch. He goes into the pit, but it's too late. The Baron's already been taken by Beyond, and he's going to be the first one to fall as they pick up that Baron. ADD flashing forward, trying to get the roar in on the Soul to slow up. He's able to get the decimating smash, and that's going to be enough for them to finish off the Caitlyn. 2 kills picked up, plus the Baron. Edge having to run back to the fountain. MVP. I think they might just be able to knock down this tier 2 turret, if not an inhibitor off of the push here. They could just get a minion wave grouped up in mid.
This didn't seem like Kongdu Monster respected the speed at which MVP could finish that Baron, whether it was Roach not recalling and being ready for a teleport, or Punch jumping in way too late. DPS down the Baron, multiple members on the backside. Now defensive flashes have to come through for Kongdu Monster. They haven't quite broken the base, but just like some of the previous Baron power plays we've seen today, big event. I think this was actually double Leandries on the side of MVP, plus Varus having his own
Yeah, it was.
HP damage, and they DPS down faster than I could have expected with just a single Mountain, single Infernal. And from there, doesn't matter if some of the skill shots miss. Ian can close the distance with a flash, takes out Soul. Big turnaround for MVP, and that was just, mainly it looked like Roach, but I mentioned the team call being weird. It's Roach for the 3rd time.
Yeah, jumps back into the back line here with the Realm Warp. That's going to be Maha going low. He goes down. Ian's going to fall as well. Both of the carries from MVP have gotten taken out. Beyond able to come up with a kill onto
Soul's gonna
Punch.
free hit if
Trading
they
back
keep
a
this
2
up.
for 2 so far. Edge getting popped up in the air. They still have to worry about the damage output from Max. There's basically 3 carries on this MVP team. It looks like they will be able to exit safely. Roach and Punch paid for that with their lives, but they get rid of 2 Baron buffs. So you can see just shooting Roach into the back line with these Realm Warps seems to be the play that Kongdu just has to keep returning to.
So you might wonder why or how they keep pulling off the same trick. It's been 3 Realm Warps with just the Maokai and the backline. Why is it working? Consider the team. Varus, Syndra, and Vel'Koz are all setup champions with long range that are at their most vulnerable when the distance is closed. If Maokai's coming in from a flank, they have a lot of ranged skill shots to interrupt the home guards. If anyone else is coming in, they can DPS them down. But if Maokai gets a route onto any target, they can be turned around DPS, even with Soul 0, 4, and 3 not having the best scoreline. So for now, until we see some QSSs, which seem far away, and especially when flashes are down, the repeat gank from, once again, Realm Warp into Maokai is pretty damn devastating for MVP.
Yeah, it's working out really well. You can see MVP having to itemize into that double Locket of the Iron Solari. They just try to keep their carries alive. But great target selection by Kongdu Monster in that fight, getting rid of Maha and Ian. If they had gotten Max, they could have pushed forward quite a bit and likely taken their first turret, but for now that is still
Look at the gold lead.
going to elude them. And I mean,
Between Vel'Koz and Zarya, almost 4,000 gold in the lead for Max.
I mean, Max has got 4 kills. He's almost 100% kill contribution at this point. 8 out of 9. So he has been doing some work, and this is a pick that honestly Teams
Warp
moving
time.
forward are going to have to be worried about Realm Warp and Ditas. Roach goes into the back line, finds Maha, but Max, he's gotten rid of Guger to start things off, and all of MVP are just turning straight in onto Roach, and they're able to finish him off. Beyond coming up with the killing blow. Now it's Soul, Edge, and Punch desperately trying to hold on. This is an inhibitor turret in the bottom lane, but Soul's been junked out, has to go back to the fountain. That's going to be enough of an opening for MVP to knock this down.
Yeah, no Stranglethorns meant there was no confusion in the fight. ADD could just walk up to Soul and tank the damage from Caitlyn. So Maokai gives up his health bar for free. Much better execution. Took 4 times for MVP to really have a clean answer to it, but the adjustments finally ring true. They break the base. Unsure if that is enough to close the game. We've seen bigger comebacks, but MVP finally get the objective they've been looking for. They've been trying to break the base for about 10 minutes. Successful at the 32-minute mark.
Yep. Fool me 3 times, shame on you. Fool me 4 times, shame on me. For MVP, but they figure it out in the end.
That's what 4,000 gold looks like, Gilios.
Goodbye.
Instant deleted even through the flash, and then this time, no one's helping Roach. No one's in the backline doing damage. He's just solo being whittled down by 3 members of MVP. And Soul, you know, he hit ADD a few times, but that was all he was realistically able to do. No value out of the Hurricane Bolts, because it was just a tanky Scion in the front line.
It's also got to be extra frustrating for Kongdu because they're playing against 2 of the oddest abilities, because you don't know if you're out of the range. The Disintegration Beam and the Decimating Smash. A lot of times it looks like you're out of it, and then you still die in the end.
As you're saying, the hitbox right at the tip of the projectiles or wind-ups is a little bit larger than the visual indicator shows. MVP have so many different options here. They probably want to bring up the minion wave in top before they go for a hard force.
Yeah, it looks like ADD's just going to catch the next one and let his wave that's further up the lane go ahead and push naturally.
Will mean that there's likely to be an even more clumped wave, so a safer turret taken this way.
And you can see him getting rooted, but he throws up the shield. Takes
Can I though?
a decent little bit of damage. Takes some really strong roots to lock down a mech.
Really? Seems accurate.
Oh.
True damage coming through from the Vel'Koz. Not quite the Rylai's, but that is the Liandry's. Triple Liandry's from MVP. I don't think I've ever seen triple Liandry's before.
All right, Maha, go ahead. Get a Liandry. Sell your boots.
Squad goals.
Yeah, this is getting a bit ridiculous here. MVP. It's the ADD perfectly fine to just sit underneath that turret for days on end. As they try to knock down this tower, Soul has to go clear out the super creeps in bottom.
Takes her days on end.
Yeah, Soul's not been having the best of times.
Does seem like shutting down the AD carry pool, which is a very predictable thing when you don't first round draft an AD carry, has been that much stronger than trying to shut down the support pool. Scorelines make that obvious, but Soul has not had his repeat level of performance he had on the more meta AD carries in this game.
Strong Orb goes down inside the Baron Pit. We already saw how much damage MVP can do to this, and it's getting absolutely shredded. Punch. Can he be the hero? Goes in, but just can't get the Smite Seal away. He gets popped yet again. Beyond picking up the kill. Now ADD goes forward with the Unstoppable Onslaught. Tries to get a lockdown onto Roach. Can't get a whole lot done, but still a kill down. Baron empowered minions crashing into the base. The super creeps already starting to chip away at that bottom Nexus turret. And you have to think that MVP have been handed everything that they could possibly want to close out this game.
7 seconds on Punch's respawn. They want at least inhibitors for this. Could be more.
Inhibitor turret falls in mid. ADD still shoving up in the top lane, moving that wave in. They should be able to take that out.
Engaged, they're trying something.
Yeah, they are jumping onto Maha. He still hasn't taken that much damage. And he is just chipping away at Roach. So much percentage HP damage. And he will go down. And now without the tanky Maokai, stand in the front. And with the big burst of damage onto Soul. Wave clear. The tankiness of Kongdu has been so severely limited for these Baron empowered minions. You have to expect that this is going to be the game. First Nexus turret falls. Punch goes in to try to get a kill onto Max. But he just turns it right around. helps burn him down. Maha finishing him off for his support with that piercing arrow. Guger, the sole living member of Kongdu Monster at the end. They were so close. They won game 2. They just didn't show up in game 3. And MVP showing that glimmer of hope that they might be able to transform into that team we saw during the summer split last year.
Look, it ended up being a pretty cool series, Achilles. I know a lot of people were looking forward to SKT versus Afrika later, but we saw a lot of ebbs and flows this series without even seeing a Nami. We started off with Kongdu making some mistakes in the draft, MVP winning game 1, and we thought, okay, 2-0, another MVP win. But Kongdu showed their adjustments, played around what worked for them in game 1, which wasn't a lot, the Graves and Karma. Translated that into some smart plays in game 2. And then in game 3, MVP learned from their loss, banned away the Graves, in particular that a really empowered Punch to have an MVP level performance, and then showed us some stuff of their own with the Vel'Koz support. So new stuff shown, a lot of ordered play, a lot of smart play, and in the end, deserved win for MVP.
Yep. Kongdu, however, wasn't an 0-2, but they will suffer their 6th straight match loss. Puts them at a -10 game score line, and you have to be concerned that this team is on their way to their 3rd promotion tournament in a row.
The thing you'll say for Kongdu is that after the last couple of series, the 2-0s, they weren't really VODs you wanted to look at. They were pretty sloppy. There wasn't really much to show for them. This is the sort of series Kongdu played where they could learn things from. There are things they could have done, there are adjustments they could have made to come in with a hope of victory. They were not out of this series from, it feels like, the first spawn like they were against some of those other opponents. So at least there are teaching, learning points for them to take from here. They weren't just decimated like they were in other series, but as you say, the gulf between them and 9th place, which at times has been Afrika, Jin Air, other teams at the bottom, is still pretty significant.
Yep. Just doesn't seem like there's a team that Kongdu can beat right now in the league, which is just such a rough spot to be in. Right now the Tigers resting above them, but now +5 points for them to even tie against the ROX Tigers as it currently stands. So things are not looking well for Kongdu Monster, and you have to think that the road is not going to get any easier ahead. Next game is against Jin Air next week. And then they have IEM on the horizon.
Hey, look who's got the most.
All right, well, Max definitely showing up on this Vel'Koz, made us believers here on the desk. And he is, we have once again ruined solo queue.
I mean, Vel'Koz always got his time. When people get autofilled to support, like, this seems fun, I'll go Vel'Koz. Well, seems like Max did that enough times that he actually picked up some proficiency on the champion. And on the other side of things, seemed like Sol and Guger was surprised many times. From level 6 onwards, the all-ins were translating into kills. Give him his MVP, Ogen. You know you want to. There it is.
There we go. Yeah, Deathless on this Vel'Koz. A very impressive feat considering how squishy he is innately. 81% kill contribution. Couldn't quite hit that 100%, but gets his first MVP nomination. Afrika, they don't have too many of those yet, but they're able to tack another one on the board. And now we'll just get a nice highlight reel of some Vel'Koz plays.
Yep. Well, it turns out when you hit Chains of Corruption, and that means that you guarantee all the Vel'Koz spell rotation from hitting, that's a hell of a lot of damage. You know, you spoke about Maha maybe being the support carry in bot. Well, definitely was this game.
That being said, he still came in, I believe, 2nd on the damage chart, so still was lining up some really good piercing
whenever
arrows.
Varus is 2nd, he messed up. Let's be real here. The man is made to win damage charts. You can lose games, but you always win the damage charts. Kongdu had some smart ideas with the Maokai a few times, but it was literally their only playbook was hope for the best from the Maokai.
So it was a smart idea 3 times.
4th, 5th
And then
time.
it became stupid. So it took a turn very quickly.
This is what happens when you have 4,000 gold on your opponent. They might have
he's
flash.
out of that.
Nope. Apparently not, Achilles.
Well, unfortunate for Kongdu Monster. Quite good if you are MVP. So 2nd win for them. But still, rough schedules ahead for both of these teams. MVP at least having a bit more signs of life. You can see theirs will be the lone icon resting on the pedestal.
We're going to throw MVPs at least.
Yeah. We're going to throw over for our MVP interview with MVP. Joel, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your MVP interview, and we are here with Team MVP, getting a 2-0 victory against Kongdu Monster. We are here with today's MVPs for the teams, ADD and Max for the interview.
넥스 선수 승리 축하드립니다. 에드 선수 대표해서 승리 소감 한 말씀 해주시죠.
ADD, would you like to say something about the win?
오늘 경기가 저희들의 앞으로 일정에 대해서 좀 많이 중요했는데
그렇죠.
I feel like this was a
이렇게
very
이기게 되니
key
좀
game
마음이
for us
들지만
heading into the rest of the
갈 길이
season,
많이 더
and I feel like we were satisfied with how we played today.
또 이제 앞으로 수많은 벨코즈 팬분들의 양성하시는
Right now, we just get a feeling that Velka support, Max, is coming away in solo queue. What do you think? I'm, nothing else. I'm very satisfied to be the top damage chart right now on the Velkas.
되는 경우가 있는데 실제로 또 플레이를 하시면서 어떤 확신을 가지셨을
It
것
seems
같은데
like you've been practicing the Velka support lately, but how does it feel to be actually playing it?
계속 연구하면서
Right now, yeah, there have been situations where it is tough to play the Velkas on support, but with continued experiments, I feel like I've gotten it right now.
AD 캐넨의 경우도 이미 파이는 그러니까 이미 뭐 몇 번 나온 거긴 하지만
And also with the AD cannon, on the on-hit cannon, it's something that has been played before, but why did you bring it back today?
걸 보고 안 좋은 픽은 절대 아닐 거라 생각하고
Yeah, after seeing it played once, I felt that it was not a bad pick,
가끔 조커 픽으로 쓰면 좋을 것 같아요.
and I feel like it is a hidden card pick that we can pull out for every once in a while.
픽을 했는데 상대가 탑이 아니라고 확신하는 것 같은 모습을 보여줬단 말이에요. 자신의 수가
Right now, it seems like when you pick the AD cannon, the opponents seem pretty confident with how they picked the top laner.
게 없어가지고 별 상관 안 하고 있었어요.
Right now, I wasn't too worried about that game. I was just went up
일단
like that
중간에도 강조드렸던 부분인데 요즘 연습량이 정말
요즘
in quite some time.
짤 서폿이라고 부르는 견제형 서포터가 자주 나와가지고요.
Right now, it's all about
뭘 해야
the
될까 이런 걸
it's all about the
고민하는
the exchange support. Trying to get the counter.
근데
And
승리
Blitzcrank
잘
is one of them.
그렇죠. 그러면 혹시 대회 때 한번 나올 수도 있나요?
Could we see it in one of the games?
하죠.
We'll have to see.
오늘 벨코즈에 이어서
So continue on from the Velka support.
에드 선수 사이오는 고정 밴도 많이 나오고
And it seems like ADD, you've been getting the Sion banned against you in some of the games.
좀 신기해요.
It's pretty amazing how you're the only one really that excels in it.
일단 제가 썼는데 운 좋게도 다 대부분 좋은 모습을 보여서
I'm not gonna say it's the best pick in the world, but unfortunately, each time I played it, it came out to be a fortunate situation for all of us.
영향력도 말씀해 주시는 것 같습니다. 그러면 승리한 또 3경기 선수들의 활약상을 같이 한번 보죠.
In the third game, let's look at a video replay from the third game.
그러니까 이게 대자이라전 중심으로 또
This is supposed to be against the Zyra support where
제가 준비했던 카드입니다.
yeah, this was exactly what I prepared for. When they picked it to the Zyra, I felt like Velkos would have been the good counterattack.
미스포춘이 좋은 것 같아요. 벨코즈가 좋은 것 같아요.
What do you think about Misfortune and Velkos comparing the two?
비슷한 거에서 저는 벨코즈가 훨씬 더 좋은 것 같아요.
It's just a personal preference, and I like Velkos. Like it better to the Misfortune.
LCK에 참가하는 이제 다른 서포터 선수들도 영향을 좀 많이 받을
It seems
것
like
같습니다.
other supports will be
오늘
channeling into this as well.
마지막으로 이제 에드 선수가 팬 여러분들
ADD, would you like to say one last word to your fans out here today?
저희 종빈이 형이 이제 MVP 점수를 처음으로 받았는데 종빈이 형으로 마무리하고 싶습니다.
Yeah, I want Max to actually do it since he got the MVP today.
하는 걸로 넘겨주고 싶습니다.
아, 네네. 사랑이죠.
네.
맥스 선수 또 이때가 아니면 언제 받겠냐 챙겨주는 겁니다.
저희 팀이 제가 MVP 점수 빵점이라고 이제 말하지
All of my
말라고
teammates
그렇게 구박도 많이
were
받았는데
taunting me
네,
because
이게
I had 0
받으니까
MVP
소소한
points,
티네요.
but finally I got one, and I'm very happy.
감사해요. 한 말씀 마무리.
Do you want to say anything to your fans?
플레이어로서.
저희를 픽을 좀 이상하게 하더라도 계속
Even if we make
그래도
some of these
저희가
weird
수익 보는
picks,
거니까
it's fair. It's through thorough experiments, so you can continue to trust us and continue to trust that we will do well.
아, 오늘 정말 멋진 경기를
And that's the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
진심으로
Thank you very much, Joel, for the translation. As always, so yeah, MVP.
기대하겠습니다.
Feeling pretty happy about that win. Maybe we'll see that Blitzcrank support sometime. Not really sure. I would like to see that. We've seen it occasionally, but hasn't worked out too well here in Korea for quite some
I
time.
like that Dongjun called it out because he has been playing it a lot in solo queue. But he went the other way. He went for the Velkos, still a creative pick, but a very, very well executed one in the final game. Kongdu have finally some good things to take away, but sadly no points. Honorable victories do not count for much apart from game score. And when you're without a match win, game score doesn't mean so much, Kilios.
Yeah, you can see right there, 0 wins, just 6 losses now, -10. So a ways to go if they want to avoid going into that promotion tournament. It's looking ever more likely as time goes on. Kongdu, their next game As I mentioned, we'll be next week going up against Jin Air, who looks like they might be a decent, contender for that. We do not have a massive break today, as we did go to 3 games in the first set. So coming up next, we're going to have a Freak of Freaks versus SK Telecom T1. Should go to a bit of a 15-minute break. We have to let the players get their settings all ready to go in the booths. So we'll have a very small break, but none of that 50-minute nonsense today.
Yeah, we'll throw up a timer. We'll be less than 30 minutes for sure, hopefully shorter. And then we'll get into what should be a star-studded match. Faker versus Marin. Faker versus Kuro. Marin versus Huni. There's a lot to be excited for.
Yeah, it's all over the place, so definitely want to be looking forward to. So we'll see you guys in just a little bit. We'll have that timer on the stream, and then we'll see you then.
Something to hold on to. Another day at the puppet show. Now I'm heading back to you. When something to hold on to. Another day at the puppet show. Now I'm heading back to you. When
Coming up next, Afrika Freaks. SK Telecom T1. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
The clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
Today's matchup. Afrika Freaks. SK Telecom T1. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We have quite a feat for you here now. SK Telecom versus Afrika Freaks, the game that we've been waiting to get to all day long. Kongdu slowed things down a little bit for us by winning their second game, but in the end, MVP were able to go on and win that set 2-1. But now, here we go. Marin versus Faker. Marin versus Huni for the first time competitively. We're going to get to witness this here, and we're going to get to see if Kuro has leveled up his performance against Faker in the meantime.
And this is definitely one you circled at the start of the season. Everyone, first of all, was at SKT versus KT, and that's a match we still have to wait for. But you see the OGN intro, you remember how close Faker and Marin were on the same lineup, the all-conquering 2015 SK Telecom T1, and then now there's a bit of something special in the air. SKT, in every way, should win this 2-0, but Afrika did get a game win off of KT. They did win their last series, even if it wasn't the most convincing against the ROX Tigers. If they can take even a game off SKT, if their story for the first round robin is that they stop the winning streak of both KT Rolster and SKT, then they're going to be the ultimate blue shell. They can win against anyone on the right day, and they can lose to anyone on the wrong day.
Yeah, that would definitely make Afrika Freaks sort of the new Robin Hood, the new Jin Air of this split if they are able to do so. It's a daunting task. We're going to find out if they're up to it. Starting us off on the blue side is the Afrika Freaks. No Mowgli here today. Spirit will be starting in the jungle. It's been a bit of a back and forth performance from him, and he is going to have to be on his best if he is going to take down Peanut in the jungle.
And the Afrika Freaks surprisingly had to be on their best to beat ROX Tigers, the much weakened ROX Tigers lineup compared to 2016 in their series a couple of days ago. Notable, they picked up their first win on Red side in that series, so that curse has kind of gone out the window. There's definitely some stars here. There's some players that have had their time with Faker, whether it was Marin on his team or Kuro, who has perennially struggled against that man. Kramer never really was in the chance with Faker, let's be real, and Tucson was retired for a lot of the recent time, but it's going to be a really fun one here. How they approach this series, kind of unsure. You know, Afrika have looked best when we had champions like the Olaf from Spirit. Surprisingly, Kuro looked excellent on Aurelion Sol. We were talking about his champion, but felt like he played Orianna and not much with Victor out of the meta, but his Aurelion Sol was a really big pick for him and Fly in recent times. That man on your screen, Marin, 2015 MVP of Worlds. It's the 2016 and 2013 MVP of Worlds, Faker. It's a really fun matchup, even if they aren't from the same lane. So, Afrika Freaks never really know what to expect from this team. Still forging an identity 5 series in.
Yeah, but over on the red side, the currently undefeated in both game and match score, it's SK Telecom T1. They have built up this relatively massive roster coming in to the spring split here in 2017, but we're going to be seeing the same guys starting off. Huni up in the top lane, of course Peanut there in the jungle, and Faker in mid. No signs of Sky quite yet.
Yep, no reason to tweak the roster. Sometimes in these massive games, SKT throw a curveball. You remember EasyHoon starting in matches you wouldn't expect in 2015. No such this time. However, when the Telecom War happens twice in a week, maybe we'll see some creative sub-ins to play with the mind games. SKT, the biggest criticism you could lay at this team, and biggest is certainly facetious, they've only beaten Jin Air, Kongdu Monster, ROX, and MVP, but that's all they've gotten the chance to play, so you can only mow down the opposition. It's the manner in which they've picked up their victories. KT, only one loss to their name, SKT undefeated, but all those games, SKT never looked like looking. They look massively favorites in every series they've played, and hard to expect anything to change here. The man on your screen, Huni, will be the one facing off against Marin. You mentioned it, met once back when Huni was on the EU All-Stars, and Marin was on the Korean All-Stars back in 2015. SKT can't stop winning, and Afrika, they love playing those 3-game series.
That they do. Almost going to 3 games in all of them, except for, oddly enough, the one versus Jin Air where they got 0-2'd. And, I mean, that was really just Jin Air turning on the heat, and they did not back off.
Well, look at that.
Team KDA.
Afrika had better KDA the last time out. What could it mean, Achilles? Probably nothing.
Man, probably not a whole lot of anything. That just means that SKT happened to get fewer kills because they just took all the objectives cleanly.
They, look, they have looked immaculate. Huni, turns out he can play tanks. He returns to the carries from time to time. Hey, Huni, how you doing? Nice hat you've got there over Marin.
Yeah, it's that's a pretty big hat. That's like a Pope's hat that he's got over Marin right now. 12.0 to 2.9. Marin started off pretty explosively here for Afrika Freaks, but has had some dwindling performances.
Hey,
getting overconfident.
You gotta call out Huni for dwindling. He was on 23.7 KDA before his last match, slumming it now at 12.
How boosted of him. Kramer has still been maintaining a pretty decent KDA. Fell off from that 11.0, but still at 8.8 there. So inching out ahead of Bang, but with the recent performances that we've seen from Kramer and Tucson in the bottom lane, you have to expect that Bang & Wolf will have the upper hand.
And that is actually the biggest mismatch, is that Kramer and Tucson had a decent start, but they do lose 2v2 lanes they shouldn't. Bang & Wolf are as solid a duo lane as you could ever ask for. Because Marin, he's been great. The supporting cast, Spirit on Olaf, sure, sometimes that works. It really required Afrika to win a series like they did against Rocks, where Marin didn't have a great game, and actually Kuro stepped up and was the carry. He needs that supporting cast. It can't always be Marin. I mean, this game is going to be the mini-game of does Marin die at level 3? That's always the way with Marin. Really fun one out here. Afrika versus SKT, Marin versus Faker, and a whole litany of other fun matchups to support him.
Yep, let's go ahead. Get right into the pick and ban. Rise taken off the table, first and foremost by Afrika. Not much to be shocked about with that one.
What does SKT ban on the red side? The last time out, their red side bans, let me just consult them here, I wrote them down, were Shen, Kha'Zix, and Jace. There's no LeBlanc, Rengar, or Camille
Aurelion Sol,
in that
though.
List, and SKT are ready to fight fire with fire. They're not interested in these must-ban red side champions, and they saw a good game of Aurelion Sol from Kuro. Faker hasn't really shown Aurelion Sol much in his career, maybe one game ever, so we'll just ban it away. Afrika actually have to ban Malzahar on blue. I do expect SKT to first pick that on blue the next time around.
I think that they're banning that so Tucson doesn't play Malzahar again. After a pretty abysmal performance, LeBlanc will still be taken off the table by SK Telecom. Do they go for the Camille? Because I feel like giving that one over to Marin might be a little bit risky, but we already saw Huni manage that matchup, putting the Singed into it. But actually, Afrika, they take this one off the board.
I think SKT really want Rengar, and they were trying to find a way to get it forward to red side, maybe to swap Varus for Rengar, and teams have been giving Varus over, taking Varus as a first pick on blue over Rengar, but that goes out of the window when you see Camille banned. Will they still leave Rengar up is the question I have. They will.
Oh, okay, banning away the Olaf. This has been really key for Spirit in Afrika Freaks' wins.
He did move away from the Olaf last time out, finally got a win on Kha'Zix, so a bit of a steadier for him after some really poor performances on Kha'Zix previously. First pick will be that Varus. I feel like SKT's plan again was to find Rengar for Peanut. So I'd be surprised not to see it drafted. Afrika actually were the one team to have something creative against the Varus.
Wow.
They take Jace. This could be a pick for Faker as well.
So Jace and then Rengar coming through. So gonna go ahead, pick those up. So Huni or Faker could be the Jace.
Afrika were the team that liked the Sivir against the Varus. I don't think we'll see that this game, but interesting. So the Jace has been very highly contested on patch 7.3. The stat I gave yesterday was that previous to 7.2, it was 63% contestant for Jace, who was a very popular pick. It jumped to 87 instantly when every other region jumped over to 7.2 after the lethality changes. Jace, oppressive in lane, and now even more so with the earlier power spike on items like Serrated Dirt.
Karma locked in.
Do they take a first rotation Rumble? That seems like quite the gamble.
I mean, we saw what happened when Smeb played the Jace into the Rumble. Granted, he was definitely boosted up by that red buff takeaway, but they're going to go ahead and pick this Rumble potentially blindly into SK Telecom. That's a massive confidence play by Afrika.
Watch your verbiage. Boosted might be applicable to this series, but not yet, Achilles. We'll see how this one goes. We've already seen a wrench thrown in with a top laner potentially both picked on both sides, but clearly Faker could flex that Jace to mid lane. But when you see Rumble, you're pretty happy to opt into the matchup. Ashen is the final draft, so don't want to allow that situation where Afrika can ban 280 carries and really drop the champion pool. This is where it gets interesting. Second round of
I think
bans.
it's already been interesting so far. Kha'Zix, the first ban by SK Telecom. So now they can pinch down onto that jungle pool, try to get Spirit onto something that he might not be very comfortable on.
Seems like Rek'Sai might be the draft for Spirit. You want something that can provide coverage for the Rumble. We all know how Rumble at level 4 plays when Marin's on it. So support and ostensibly mid required on the side of SKT. Jungle and mid laner on the side of Afrika, though again they do have the Karma Flex opportunity. We haven't seen, I believe, any Karma, maybe one game of Karma mid this season. All jungle bans, I think at least now we think about it, probably would have defaulted to that at least, but won't be available. Now Rek'Sai probably going to be his take. Looking for a final ban. It could look for another support ban.
I mean, Graves is available here on 7.2, so that could be something that Spirit wants to go for. And Syndra, the final ban, so seems like Afrika are really expecting this Jace to be in the top lane, or they don't want Wolf supporting with Syndra.
For a support.
All right, Nami coming in. So some chain CC potential here, really get the lockdown. So Rengar can find his way in, and it will be the Graves.
Be a bit squishy a lineup though with no Rek'Sai, and while Graves, if he gets face checked by a Rengar, can do damage early. Doesn't provide that much coverage for Rumble, so might be Marin left on an island that goes great or terribly, depending on the time. And blind pick mid lane required. It will be that Corki. What's Faker feeling frisky with? That's the question, and it's been Katarina on red side a lot of times, and they keep up that Katarina, Achilleos.
All right, so gonna go ahead, lock this back in yet again, so we get another little special feat. I'm kind of hoping for the Zed at some point during this series.
Now, on the one hand, it's going to be double exhaust from Afrika, because Corki will naturally itemize into, or naturally take that exhaust in mid lane. On the other hand, they have no interrupts at all for the ultimate. No lockdown really to speak of.
That's true.
The route from the Chains of Corruption does not interrupt the ultimate from my understanding of that interaction, so this is potentially a happy time for SKT. Now they have seen multiple interrupts and just drafted Katarina earlier in the season, so who's to say how relevant that particular factor is, but Faker's comfort on LeBlanc. He spammed this champion on his main account all during the offseason, supremely confident as always. This is some exciting drafts to complement what was already an exciting matchup on paper. And speaking of exciting matchups, it starts in the top lane.
Yeah, already. You have to think that Huni will have that advantage, but Marin, they had the expectation that Jace would be in the top lane, so they go for the Rumble all the same, so he's really confident in this matchup.
First time ever meeting of Spirit and Peanut ever across any game, other than solo queue, of course, when it comes to professional play. Rengar is what Peanut has been angling towards all season, but Graves has been newly buffed on 7.2 with the change to lethality. Kuro versus Faker. How many times have we seen this one?
It's a storied matchup that is rather unfortunate for Kuro if you really read into it.
Children's book for Faker fans, nightmare book for Kuro fans.
Yep. It's about 50 Shades of Grey. It's pretty perverse.
Keep that one off the shelves.
There's a recall on it. It was just too graphic for audiences. But Kramer, he's got a very big uphill battle, has been really good on the KDAs, but now going up against Bang, potentially one of the best 80 carries in the world as we've been touting for quite some time. And then Tucson needs a redemption performance here as he goes up against Wolf on his Nami. Very big comfort pick for him. But let's not waste any more time, Papa Smithy. Let's go ahead. Let's get right on to Summoner's Rift because we have been dying to see this matchup. Afrika Freaks versus SK Telecom T1. Game 1, let's go.
Well, Spirit and Faker are trading in mid.
Yep, already. Faker getting chunked down. I think there's just a few more SKT fans in the audience.
I don't know, there's plenty of people on the Afrika sides, but the full voice certainly isn't found. We saw There's a Korean talk show that comes up before the LCK matches called LCK Now. Sadly not translated
Today.
for our English fans. LCK Today. There's an LCK Now somewhere as well. Notably, the fan vote was 95% for SKT, 5% for Afrika. So Koreans are realists, it turns out.
Yep. Faker back in on the Katarina, 3-0 so far on this champion in Springs. Played it once against Rocks, once against Kongdu, and another time for the first time versus Jin Air when he styled on Kuzan. Peanut gets the invade on the blue buff. Martin's wrapping his way around, and Spirit is nearby. This could be bad. Peanut's going to go ahead and jump out onto the Rumble. See Spirit, he's not really hightailing his way over here, but Peanut's going to start up the Gromp. This could turn south for him very quickly. He's going to have to blow the flash.
Wins this
he
one.
chases. He gets the end of the line
Will it be
proc
first
off
blood?
the wall. That's going to be first blood. I think if he can just get the reload. There it is. The range comes through. Spirit gets the first blood, taking down Peanut. Just way too aggressive with that invade.
Well, first blood in this first-time matchup goes to Afrika. Big story here is that Afrika and SKT both invaded to start. SKT stole away the blue. There's so much action in the auto attacks onto Faker that we missed it. The start on the side of Afrika was the enemy Raptors to get level 2, and now just goes for an invade as well. So Spirit, remember when they've made these aggressive starts, when they've monopolized red side jungle to provide coverage for Marin? It was on Olaf previously. Now we see it on the Graves. Really good answer for Afrika, and suddenly Peanut, that race to level 6 that you're always on with Rengar has been significantly delayed.
Yeah. Gonna be really rough times for him as he tries to work his way through the jungle. Won't be getting double buffed, fortunately. Figure going in for a little exchange here onto Kuro. For the time being, it's going to be pretty evenly matched in damage to start things off.
Anything even is a win for Faker. Predictably goes the most greedy start. Doesn't go for the Dark Seal and 3 pots. He wants the all-in really early. This is the only window where Faker can actually go aggressive. It's around level 3 all-in with all abilities. He takes it, forces Kuro back, maybe even out of lane.
Yeah, and gets the exhaust out of the Corki. That is going to give him such a big window of opportunity to play with. He had the Ignite, could have been a kill coming through.
You have to play around the power there if you're Kuro. Faker does this in solo queue every time you watch it. If you're going to go longsword, that's the all-in with all the auto attack resets and just gap closes you get, throwing up the dagger with the W. If you just avoid that phase, he's got no sustain and can be taken out pretty easily. Bit of lane control seeded. Not going to be a big factor though. Only 2 CS behind the Katarina.
This is just going to fast track his build coming through. Amp Tome.
Speaking of fast track, Graves pretty happy.
Yeah, 17-7 as far as CS, and he's going to push right back in for these Raptors
Has the
yet
exact
again.
respawn on the Raptors.
Faker is wrapping around from the sides, though. Did they want to go for this? Faker dashes in, throws out the exhaust, gets a lot of damage down on the Spirit. They root him with the bola, and he is going to fall. Kill picked up for Peanut. Now looking for Kuro. Faker dashing back through. He's just going to take the Valkyrie ride over the wall to safety, but just way too overzealous from Spirit. Did not respect the roam up from Faker.
And we've talked about communication problems between Afrika members in previous series, especially the one against Jin Air in Game 2. You saw it there. Spirit's following and invading with no flash. Kuro was not in position to respond. He's against Faker, who had both summoners up on the Katarina and plenty of mobility, and now they want more SKT.
Yeah, Peanut wrapping around the back. Marin, barely anything he can do. He's going to try to go in, get a kill on the Huni. A couple more shots would do it. He's actually going to be able to come up with the kill. Nicely done by Marin, trading evenly.
But the last second flash will be consequential. Suddenly, Rengar can return to that lane. Huni did not flash, questionable in its own right, but still something for SKT to work with that flash being used at the last second.
Yeah, very good point now. Bang. And he exhausted. Good bubble onto
Root
Tucson,
does
but
hit.
the tether does come through. They throw out that smoke screen, but Spirit won't be able to find a way in.
Damn, we've already had a lot of action in this game. Guess we shouldn't be surprised, but I am.
A bit explosive. You can see Faker goes back. He's got that Hextech revolver ready to go. And Peanut still invading on this top side of the map. After taking down Marin, able to pick up the Gromp. Wolves aren't there. So won't find those yet. But now he's caught up a bit as far as the CS goes, but now 2 kills under his belt, so he's going to be doing just fine as far as gold is considered.
Bit ahead in experience as well. He actually hit level 5 before Spirit did, who just got it from his last camp.
Miss on the cannon.
At times. He's ahead in CS against a Jace, so he's pretty happy. This is a very tough lane for Rumble. Not an unassailable one. Definitely has all-in options if Graves can help with some damage. Not quite a Rek'Sai to give him CC to set up a kill himself, but...
Martin's 10 CS up at the moment. I mean, wave is crashing, so Huni will pick up a couple of those, but still missing out on a few of those minions will cost him a lead.
Very defensive. Jungle Enchant taken by Spirit. Will not be going for the red smite, which, while you have some wards to maybe relieve pressure for the likes of Marin, it does mean they have one less damage reduction tool for Faker, which I get scared by. Double exhaust, not enough. Red smite, anything else you can find, that'd be great.
Faker just roaming down, getting that honey fruit, so he can stay healthy in this lane. Kuro will be able to pick up that blue buff. Has hit 6, so this is where the Rocket Barrage
Thanks.
starts
Not
up
6
for him.
yet, but Rengar is bottom. Nice lane ward. Look at the preciseness of the vision toggle. You can see Peanut just out of vision. Cannot move. One Teemo ahead. Or will be revealed. They're waiting for Bang to hit 6, but it's actually going to take the full minion wave.
He's still a ways away. Tucson, however, does get hit by the bubble. Peanut charging his way through, leaps in, and a very swift third kill comes in. Meanwhile, Faker in the mid lane, trying to all in. Spirit has the flash over the wall. Faker goes in underneath the turret, flashes forward, but he's not able to come up with the kill. Kuro gets it in the end. A little overzealous from Faker. He pays for that one with his life, but now Huni roaming down. Can he line up the shock blast? Kuro, he gets hit, lines it up perfectly for Huni to just sweep up Kuro. Shock blast connects, he goes down, and we're just going back and forth across the lane.
And it was a sick alley-oop from Bang with the Ash Arrow, doing his best prey impression with the cross-map Ash Arrow. Thought maybe Huni would go for the fish line, but he waited. He waited for the Ash Arrow. It rang true. Spirit also had a mechanical misstep. He tried to quick draw over the wall, had to flash it on the wall over Raptors to pick up the answering kill.
Yeah.
So we're going to see a lot of action here, so a lot to take in. Faker not to know. Didn't have any vision of jungle camp, so not to know that Graves was there. If you noticed, fails quick draw, has to flash over, so already not ideal, but they pick up the kill on Faker. Ash Arrow's not sent out yet. We won't actually see if it was sent out of vision. You have to imagine it was.
Either way, really good to line up that. Leads to another kill here for Faker. Oh, this is the interrupt. They have the package. So
True.
every time the package is up, they can interrupt the Death Lotus.
It's basically a mini exhaust.
Oh boy. So Kuro's just going to be playing around those 6-minute windows, whatever they are, after the first one.
I think it's 4.5.
Maybe
from
4.
memory.
Okay, maybe 4.5. I know the first one takes a considerable amount of time to spawn.
8 minutes, I believe.
Yeah.
Corki mid more of a thing
Something
now.
in that realm.
But CS advantage is certainly not there in any real sense. 6 CS, so maybe a single minion wave. Just uses the special delivery because it happened to be expiring. Spirit walking into bot lane. Rengar found a happy hunting ground bot.
Can't tell if they spotted him by the way. I didn't see any pings coming out, so he might have slipped by. Ash Arrow comes through, but Kuro will just casually watch it fly.
No control wards to around Corki's lane makes Kuro reticent to push, and that gives Faker more and more uncontested CS. Shouldn't find too much.
They're
going
going to go for this one, but they don't know. Now they do.
know
As they
now.
throw down the ward that Spirit was in the brush. Faker started roaming down, spotted by that ward in front of the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, multi-part plan there because Faker was walking down with the slow duration from the Nami ultimate, the tidal wave. Thought they could pick up some kills on the backside. There was no Rengar in position though.
Speaking about backside, Huni coming in from the sidelines. Kuro going to Valk away. And he goes into hammer stance.
A lot of turret shots onto Faker.
Yeah, Faker goes really low. Kuro doesn't have much mana, does have that corrupting potion charge chugging up, so a big one would be able to take out this Katarina, so he has to recall yet again. And Huni goes back up top, still suffering in that CS discrepancy. We'll be able to get that cannon this time around.
And suffering's right. There's no real other way to call it. Huni has looked fantastic in his debut onto the Korean scene after never having played a professional game before he popped over to Europe and North America. But this is his first time fighting pretty damn stiff opposition. Hasn't faced Smeb yet. First time playing someone of the class of Marin.
Well, he hasn't faced Smeb yet in Korea.
That's
Last
true.
time he faced Smeb, it didn't go
That
so
was,
well.
That one was not a happy time.
All aboard the
Fnatic
Tilt-A-Whirl.
Losing both sides of the Hecarim versus Riven matchup, famously. But all I mean is he's looked great, earned plenty of plaudits. People are like, where do I rank this guy in top laners? He's looked good for who he's faced, and again, you can only beat who you put in front of, but Marin's a different beast for Huni.
All right, well, Mountain Drake will be started up here by SKT. Martin's starting to roam away. He's going to come in with a teleport.
He will teleport
right
first.
on top of them. Looks like SKT will be able to disengage, but this should just be a dragon. Hand it over to Afrika unless SKT really do want to contest this. Really nice equalizer thrown down. Smite misses, down to 2 HP, but SKT not close enough to capitalize. Martin goes forward, takes a hell of a lot of damage.
Really wants
dashes
it.
forward, but the exhaust comes through, and he is going to go down. Spirit coming up with the kill now. Huni and Bang have to exit down the river. Wolf goes low as well, but has that ebb and flow to heal himself back up just a little bit. But Afrika completely going to profit from that one. TPs used on both sides. They come up with a Mountain Drake and a kill.
First time the communications looked a bit wayward on this new SKT lineup. First to teleport, as always, is Marin, known for his use of teleport. Huni initially did not want to teleport, wanted to stay in lane. Jace with free time on a turret is a very old, well-traveled story, but he ended up teleporting as Katarina went all in. Didn't really provide anything. Now he's going to be second to get to top, so we'll lose out on minions. Huni there. And SKT, you'd have to think, given the calling, because look, Huni's top. He only now decides to teleport as multiple members of SKT are corralled by Rumble and his AoE. But just try and evaluate what Huni got from this teleport. He only had a very defensive ward to TP to, and ends up...
It's one shock blast here.
Yeah, and it's not even an accelerated one,
Yeah.
so nothing gained there.
He had to use the Excel Gate to push his way up the river after coming in with the TP, so rough spot for Huni, and now 400 gold, 300 rather, just separating these two teams.
And the story of SKT's top lane and jungle's kind of been the only thing that's changed over the years, as the mid and bot lane has stayed the same. Marin was the TP god. That was what he was known for. His laning sometimes got ganked, sometimes fell behind, but his teleport play was always unparalleled. And then they had Duke, the laning specialist, who really struggled with teleports, and they took a long time to adjust to Duke's style, and you'd argue never really reached the same peak, even though they won everything. It never looked as clean as it did in 2015. And now we get Huni, and we're still learning what sort of a player Huni is. People thought he couldn't play tanks till he showed up in Korea. Showed he could play the Maokai and Poppy with great proficiency. And now he's on a different beast when it comes to teleport. The use of teleport on Jace is super, super hard. It's why I always admire watching Smeb, who doesn't always crush lane on the Jace. Sometimes actually makes amazing teleport plays. He always seems to know where to be and when to use his teleport, and it's just so difficult given Jace's kit.
Yeah. See a recall coming through from Marn as he runs his way back to lane. Huni does have really good vision coverage here, unless we would see Spirit wrap around from behind.
One small note is that we are on patch 7.2. Quite a lot of adjustments towards specifically the rush item for the Katarina. That is the Hextech Gunblade. The damage now scales with levels, so not the same burst early.
No, Ash Arrow comes out, won't find anybody. Peanut goes on a thrilling hunt.
Justin doesn't have flash. He actually flashed to just open up space. Probably smart now that you think about it.
Yeah.
Oh, there was an Ash Arrow, so perhaps he flashed the arrow. We didn't actually catch that. Regardless.
That seems more likely now that you mention it. All of Afrika pouring down into his bottom lane. Marin, the only one up top, still doesn't have the TP, and it looks like Faker might want to go for a dive, but meanwhile, he's going to
Find out
might be in
now.
a bad spot. There we go, Marin. One more spell would overheat him. He's going to go ahead. He does it, but it doesn't matter. Faker comes up with the kill. It's much too quickly, but that will be first turret going over to Afrika Freaks.
Yep, we'll be able to answer it, you'd think, although waiting for a minion wave, both low, but that's not going to be consequential. Remember, Graves with free time on turrets who can walk up, does a lot of damage. Gengar's not
melting
there.
this one. That's going to be a tidal wave coming through. Gets a double bubble, but the turret's still looking like it's
want
going to
it
go
really
down.
badly.
Spirit, one more shot. There we go. They were able to take it, and Afrika Freaks continue to profit. 2 turrets picked up. No kills in bot. They lose Marin. They lose a tier 1, but they're still moving in the right direction, and right now they have a very slight gold lead over SKT.
I mean, I don't think any team has had a gold lead over SKT at 15 minutes. We're already in a different type of game. Suddenly, the fan votes start to look a little bit more precarious. You still give SKT that advantage as we get to the late game, given what they've shown previously, but team comp-wise, Jace versus Rumble. Rumble has the advantage in the late game, although Jace can split the map very, very well. Katarina is obviously the one that's very hard to evaluate.
Yep.
Speaking of
Baker
Katarina,
going low, tries to get on the Marin, is able to take him out, jumps away, stays alive. Wolf arrives with the ebb and flow just to really seal the deal. Didn't even have to pop the flash. Faker stays calm, cool, and collected as he comes up with a solo kill.
Seems like Marin was baited by having both his summoners up and dying. His teammates were walking up. They couldn't relieve any pressure. Solo kill from Faker onto Marin.
Wolf, gotta be careful, and the line just hit onto the Nami, but he's got a flash over the walls. The bubble comes through. Shock Blast won't find any damage. Just an exchange exhaust for Flash. I'm sure Wolf's pretty happy about that one. We'll take another look at this play as Faker just styles on Marin.
Marin doesn't get hit with the first passive hit, but still gets DPS down, despite the fact that Kramer and Tucson were walking in. No ultimate registering, no ultimate available for the Varus. Give SKT the advantage despite Jace versus Rumble when it comes to team fighting, just because, as we discussed in Champion Select, the interrupts for Katarina are almost entirely absent. The only interrupt is killing her at this point.
Oh, Tucson getting locked down. A beautiful triple bubble hits from Wolf, and he's going to get the killing blow as the Karma falls. Peanut, one shot from dead. The Shock Blast, not enough to take down Spirit. He's going to have to hightail it out of here. SKT asserting the dominance. Bang! Beautifully played. Flashes over the wall, throws out the volley, and comes up with another kill. 2 for 0 in that exchange. SKT starting to get back on their feet, and Faker, he's split pushing in top.
It was a 4v4. Marin wasn't there either, but it seems like Faker's going to get a lot more work done on the turret. Has AD and AP coming through with the hybrid itemization on the Hextech Gunblade, and they have control over the Drake area. So SKT win, all hands up. 18 minutes rolls around, and SKT are now in more and more firm control. Separated Afreeca Freaks really are finding it struggle because they just don't have the tools to deal with the Katarina in the lane she's in, and when they tried to play in other lanes, the Ash Arrow from Bang was their ultimate equalizer.
Yep. Marin showing himself down bottom. There's no wards inside this Dragon Pit here anymore for Afreeca Freaks, so SKT, they pick that up. They'll tie that score at least. And it looks like we're going to get triple Mountain Drake, so the team that is able to pick up that second one for themselves, give them a nice little edge up over the opponents. But for now, we're still so very close, just over 1,000 gold difference between these teams, despite the 8-4 scoreline.
But to me, the only way Afreeca win is if they delete a member and force 5v4s. They just don't have the lockdown CC. As we mentioned when it comes to interrupt, and in any other way, it's only really Kramer that has range CC to force things. Whereas if SKT get vision control, they have pick power, they can really push and divide the map, and they also have assassination in side lanes, as Marin was well aware of.
Yep, he has to back off, and that's going to lead to another turret going over to SKT, just padding that gold lead ever so slightly. Mid lane going to be considerably more difficult to break as Kramer is there with the line, a wave clear. Oro goes in with the package, instant exhaust onto Bang, and they absolutely annihilate him. TP
this is big
coming
TP
in from above, Marin coming in, but he instantly gets bubbled. Faker and Peanut jumping in, but he's got the Zonias to keep himself alive for a bit longer. Huni not there, can't line up a Shock Blast to try to take down the Rumble. They're going to lose the tier 1 in mid. What can Huni do? Looks like he's going to try to get some damage in onto tier 2. No, just going to go ahead and recall. So wonderful play coming through from Afreeca. Big package out from Kuro. Comes up with a kill onto Bang.
I mean, the special delivery was super on point. That's not the Kuro you and I know, Achilles. So aggressive and decisive. First, the special delivery to cut off one exit. Instant exhaust, even Valkyries for damage. Hello, Kuro. The shades on, take him off, very nice. And even though Marin is caught up, already has the Zonias. Could have also ulted to try and DPS them down as they walked around, but they got the turret anyway. Afreeca, their comp makes so much sense if they can move up vision, put down control wards to the side behind them. Sure, Peanut can come from invisibility, but if they avoid getting Ash Arrowed, they take structures really powerfully. Triple AD and the Karma movement speed. So they have to play this game grouped up to Afreeca. If SKT force them to play their game, 1-3-1, then Afreeca just don't have the tools. Rumble cannot deal with either Jace or Katarina in the side lane.
See where SKT moves next.
Build changes for Spirit. This is a respect build for Katarina in particular.
Sterix.
Going Sterix Gauge. The extra shielding to help with just not being a reset for the Cat.
Really trying to not get popped. SKT will push forward. There's a lot of wards in that brush from Afreeca. Double control.
We will have control of this brush, is what Afreeca say.
You can have everything else. This is ours.
Well, if you double up, the one thing that does, you might say, oh, it's a mistake, and very well could have been. but it guarantees. It takes so comically long for one person to sweep that brush.
Oh. Anti-corruption from Kramer, not going to connect.
Flicking skills on Kramer, not quite up to the par that we saw from Prey yesterday.
This is something that Kramer's been struggling with a little bit in his various play, was landing those ultimates.
His Q accuracy also was lower than the level expected for a player in this league. You know, and for the team also, that even though Afreeca right now aren't where they want to be, this team expects to be playing in the playoffs. The Afreeca organization has always made playoffs under this name. They picked up Rebels Anarchy at the end of 2015, and in 2016 finished 5th, so last place of the gauntlet both times.
I feel like at this point, Kramer has just got his fingers crossed. He's waiting for Ferris to be nerfed so he can get a big buff onto Lucian. Play that with the new lethality changes.
Lucian saw some direct buffs and those indirect buffs, but cannot be taken over the big three, it feels like, just yet. Basically, every time Marin doesn't have teleport, Afreeca kind of getting run around the map. When he has teleport, he can be the one to try and force things with both the overheated Flame Spitter and the ultimate. Speaking of
slowed up,
forcing,
big Flame Spitter coming out from Huni as he's overheated, but the Ash
the
Arrow
equalizer
connects
gonna
on
be?
the Spirit. Bubble comes through, but Wolf, he gets locked up over the wall and he goes down. Kill coming through for Afreeca, just no follow-up on that bubble. Spirit walks away completely healthy. And SKT, they're starting to falter.
itemization we should talk about with Marin. We haven't seen a lot of early Zonias, but the reason he's gone for Zonias is A, just like the Sterex Gauge, not to be a reset, but also to control space. He was always very smart at controlling his use of the heat management and being able to overheat at the right time. If you Equalizer and then Flame Speeder overheat Zonias, you control basically a whole choke, which is so important when they don't have lockdown CC. Well, they only have damage to the Afreeca Freaks.
Afreeca started hovering over towards that Baron. Thought maybe they would start it up as they do have unique vision of it, but not yet. Just going to throw down a couple wards. Faker recalling. One brush shy of finding that control ward that's been sitting up in top lane for quite some time.
Already, more excitement at 23 minutes than you expected in this game.
There's more excitement in 23 minutes than we saw in all of our first match today.
Look, it wasn't a bad match, Achilles. That could definitely have been a stinker, but it was actually a pretty fun 3-game series. I'm happy to call a spade a spade. That was a decent game.
I'm not saying it was bad. I'm just saying that this is more exciting.
I mean, everyone could have told you that. There's literally every possible storyline dripping out of the screen. The intro hyped up this one series.
Definitely did dump all their eggs into the Faker Marin basket.
You don't need a video for the telecom war, it turns out.
That's all right. They'll be saving that one for the final, potentially. Peanut gets spotted. Throw will get slowed up by that bowl, and you can see Peanut still going to be quite all right. Doesn't take too much damage.
What is Jace doing? Jace needs to be creating map pressure, wants to make Afreeca desperate. If Afreeca's desperate, throw out a hopeful Equalizer or a hopeful ult, maybe you can clean up. He needs to be onto this turret, but the minion wave's not there yet, so for now it's a free objective. However, SKT, they're going to try and ride the top minion wave in. For the inner turret, they'll get it. That answers the inner turret that was taken way earlier in the bot lane for Afreeca, and they're not in position to take mid lane turret either.
I mean, honestly, Afreeca probably feel pretty decent about that. They say, okay, you know what? Take that turret that's already been weakened. We'll get a second Mountain Drake so we can knock down your turrets even faster. And the Dragon Gods are delivering for us, Papa Smithy. They got 3 Mountain Drakes, and now an Infernal will be coming through. Potentially could have 2 Infernals on the Rift. Ash Arrow comes out, not going to connect. Faker, or Kramer takes a really big burst
out of the
damage
fight
from Huni.
Doesn't have any lifesteal, so he's completely out of the fight. This is a window for SKT, not to stop Baron, but to definitely get the control over the Baron area.
Another big one, Tucson getting chunked out. Those shields won't really matter at this point. Huni is just
Nice poke.
quite big, but you can see Marin trading back with the Electro Harpoons. Gets a bit of damage in.
Faker now in the side lane. If Afreeca can break this outer top lane turret and start pushing the minion wave in past the halfway mark, then it's so much harder for SKT to have enough time to push basically 3 minion waves forward and actually get threat onto this inhibitor turret. So it's only actually a problem losing an inner turret if there is a realistic chance that the enemy can push forward and take it. Overheated to Faker.
Oh yeah, Faker goes in. Zonia's immediately comes out from Marin. Faker just going to go ahead and peel back. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome. Knows that other members of Afrika will be hovering in the wings.
Have vision on him with the cannon minion. Back away. Tense stuff here.
Will he find it? Nope.
Doesn't like the first brush very much, turns out.
I'm telling you, there's going to be a Baron fight that SKT starts. It's going to get completely turned around by Marin TPing onto that control ward.
It's a pretty safe teleport ward, though, so... Okay. You've been on the ball with some things tonight, Achilles. I'm going to give you a chance.
Oh boy, Wolf. He won't take that much damage. Thought maybe we would see some of that real Corki burst come out, but they shove him back, and now Afrika just maintaining control over Baron.
It isn't the burst build. It's worth noting.
It's true.
He hasn't been able to go into the common pick recently, as...
Oh.
Let's see what Peanut decides to do. He was
really...
hoping that as he went over, he would have had vision for the jump, but not to be. So we've seen Rapid Fire Cannon be codified as the second item, more power for cheaper, but you go Rapid Fire Cannon against Katarina, goodbye Corki, so forced to go into the full more Malmortius, couldn't just stick on the Hex Drinker. So the damage here from the Corki, still going to be Trinity Force Corki in the mid game, but not going to be quite as out of order as we've seen on other Corkis. Item pickups are interesting. Not as many Dirk items as you'd expect on Tahuni. He's going to go for the double magic resist AD items. First with the Maw, next into the Edge of Night. Could still move to, I guess, a Last Whisper to go along with that Dirk, but does right now have the makings of that Edge of the Night.
Faker working towards that. Zhonya's as well, has the Seeker's Arm Guard. Definitely needs it at this point. There's a lot of burst damage that can come out from the side of Afrika. Corki, even with that build, offers up quite a bit. Wolf pushes forward. Spiritusn will slow him up. They won't find much, and Bang had thrown out the Ash Arrow, so they won't be able to get anything off of the back end of that.
So to be clear, the way SKT win this game, they're in an advantage, they still are stronger. The way they win this game is to force Marin to teleport and then go back to the split push. They will get guaranteed objectives there. As long as Marin holds on to teleport, he can clear under turrets, he delays the game. Sure, he'll take a couple of shots every time, but it takes longer than is realistic. That's what SKT needs to do. That's why one of these Ash Arrows needs to force a teleport for them to actually move the game forward.
So far, Bang showing off that accuracy earlier on, but has whiffed a couple of these arrows.
Well, it has to be creative at this point. You know, he's trying to stay out of vision. The vision coverage has been pretty good from Afrika and TuSin in particular, so there was actually advance warning for Kramer. Blow a summoner on one of these AD carries. Force a teleport. That's how SKT start to be able to posture towards the Baron in the turn. It could definitely lead to a Faker triple quadra or pentakill.
Be one way for Faker to maintain his MVP lead. Everyone loves the pentakills.
I wonder what the betting markets would have been for Faker and Haru to hold the equal MVPs at this point in the season.
I think he probably would have made some decent money off of that.
Yeah.
Faker probably wouldn't have got you many odds, but Haru definitely would have gotten you some
The package deal with Haru would have been the surprising one. TuSin does spot Faker.
Yep, throws out that mantra Q, but not going to get a whole lot done.
Arena grouped, but now needs to go back bot. So we are seeing this Jace trying to get this last inner turret. Overtime, again, is chipping it down. We'll start to get it. Gets damage on it now. We don't know the HP bar of that turret, so have to imagine it's falling pretty low.
Look how much damage Marin has, though, to answer. Leandri's, Zhonya's, and the Void Staff completed. So he is just looking to absolutely barbecue somebody.
You know, spotted out. Again, going for a kind of a mild hunt. Not that thrilling.
Oh, there we go. Jumps in, forces out the package. So at least get rid of that. Keeps Faker and Bang considerably safer.
Let's talk about something. Kuro actually has more gold than Faker in the mid game. That's something.
Yeah.
Don't see that too often.
That extra kill Marin, he comes in. He's going to throw down the equalizer, but it doesn't get a whole lot done. Goes into the zone. He has to flash away. Mooney trying to chase in, but the rest of Afrika are waiting over the wall. Ash Arrow did lock up TuSin and the rest of the team for a little bit longer, but now it's going to be SKT trying to rush down this Infernal Drake. Do they trade anything for it? You can see Afrika hesitating around the mid lane, maybe looking for that tier 2 turret, but they're not going to be able to find it. And that will be Infernal going over to SKT. They're going to rush the Baron.
They're a lot of Baron damage is down to 5,000 already. SKT, only Peanut's going to get there. He doesn't have vision.
Oh, there we go.
Already
Baron
dead.
goes over Shock Blast. Way too late. Good rush. I wasn't sure if Afreeca could pull that off in time. But they have the damage. They take it out. So an Infernal Drake for Baron. Afreeca absolutely trading up in that exchange.
There's just no inevitabilities about this game. Sure, it should be Katarina profiting in team fights, but what do we say? Afreeca only has damage. Well, guess what? Damage versus Baron, damage wins. So fast. Double Mountain Drake and the comp they have burst down the Baron. And now suddenly, Marin still has teleport, now has Baron minions. These long lanes are still not happy hunting grounds for the 1-3-1. SKT forced to continue to fish for those picks. Corki, Valkyrie, Flash still up. Kramer, Flash still up. QSS now for Kramer. It gets harder and harder for SKT to force Afreeca to play their game. And Afreeca holds true. They hold strong, and they stay in this game.
Against all odds, Afreeca Freaks giving SKT the roughest time that they've had yet.
By far. Jin Air had a really good start against Afreeca in one of the games, but apart from that, it's been very much one-way traffic. Finals feel in this one, Achilles. I'm going to say that a lot of times this season, whether it's right at the end or as we flow on. Marin knew that Peanut was on that side of the jungle, and that's why he used his ult. Bang might get
Tier
mid.
2 for a mid turret.
This is not the trade you want.
Oh dear.
They're not
SKT.
done either. It's still Baron buff, remember?
Yeah, they're scrambling here. Thrill the hunt coming through from Peanut. That might be enough for Afreeca to go ahead and peel back. Looks like it is.
They don't have a lot of coverage in the enemy jungle. Double control ward, as you can see.
Peanut trying to interrupt. Only a couple
the
people go
interrupt.
back. Yeah, but he is just going to get absolutely annihilated. He goes down. Kill credit going over to Spirit. Takes him out with the collateral damage. And that did not go the way that Peanut wanted. Was trying to time it so Kramer would be the only one left. Oh dear. SKT absolutely struggling. The gold lead has shrunk down to just 400 gold.
But can we talk about the elephant in the room, which here is just how much organization Afreeca has had. They have never been caught out after the early part of the game. Everyone has known their role. Marin has always been in the right spot. Sure, he got semi-caught around the Drake, but didn't pay for it with his life. Still had his summoners and Zhonya's available. And there's just never been the disordered fights that Afreeca so often has cleaned up on the Katarina. Farmed Katarina, but not a fed Katarina. They could still turn this game in an instant, could SKT.
Yep, Ash Arrow gets thrown out, finds Tucson. Locked him up for a bit. Faker goes in, has to pop the Zhonya's immediately. Can he get out of here? Does have the flash available, jumps away.
Still alive.
He's still alive, but he and Wolf have both been chunked out. The turret's down to half HP, and the Baron buff is still here, only 3/4 of the way done. Afreeca should be able to finish off this turret. There's just not much that SKT can do to dissuade this. They take it down. The Baron power play got to be pretty decent for them. Peanut hunting in from the side, pops that edge of the night, looking for an opening, but everybody from Afreeca, they're just staying clumped up. They know exactly what Peanut wants to do.
And hunting is a strong word because Faker had just recalled, so it wasn't realistic for him to jump up. He's just trying to continue to create pressure. Doesn't have the 30-second duration on the throw of the hunt just yet.
Oh, Peanut, why are you going in on that red buff? He pops the blast code, he goes back in. Peanut, what is happening? Doesn't have a flash, has to make it over to Wolf. Looks like he may just make it out alive, but good Lord, Peanut.
He smiles, but it's a wry smile. It's a smile through pain, Achilles. His mechanics are the things that first defined him as a player. Got smarter as a player in summer season. Both of them let him down there, but doesn't give up his life.
Oh, dear. Scared the ever-loving crap out of me, Peanut. Thought he was going to make the biggest misplay of his life. Almost did.
And like just so many ways, the blast code especially. It was like, whoa, okay.
That was... There's so many things gone wrong that it was actually kind of hilarious.
That was one of those plays where it was harder to misplay that hard. It would have been easier to make the right play. Like that misplay required skill and finesse.
Oh.
Man, I hope we have a gauntlet like this, Achilles.
Oh, dear.
Best of 5 after best of 5 with some of the best in the world tussling. I know a lot of us were ready to anoint SKT champions of everything. They decided they didn't want IEM Katowice, so they're not going to that, but champions of everything else.
Like, we already won that. Why do it again?
I don't know,
What about
more
Worlds?
prize money? I don't know. The why for Faker, Bang, and Wolf has never really been clear. I guess the will to win is the thing you have to say, given that they've done it twice now.
Yeah.
Faker 3 times, of course.
Looking for the 3-peat this time around.
3 in
The
a row.
hat trick.
The hat trick. There you go. Look at you. Some nice analogies. Like it. And now let's have a look at the itemization, because the problems still exist for Afreeca. They still don't really have an answer to Faker apart from summon a spell Exhaust. Locket's not finished yet for Tucson. Has gone for an item we do not see very often, the Ardent Sensor.
Yeah.
I believe on 7.2 that's when the on-hit lifesteal is on that ability, so it's a very interesting, it's been tweaked many times in recent patches, but it's very good on an AD carry who's being shielded with specifically some sustain. So 10% lifesteal from the Varus, but also the on-hit damage and
Burrow.
life hitting.
He's got the package ready to go.
Elder Drake. Both teams have 2 buffs.
Double
Corki
Mountain Drake.
comps with, exactly.
Oh.
Corki comps with 20% plus the Elder Burn and the amplification at 20% do a whole lot of sieging.
I mean, we already saw how much damage they did to the Baron the first time around.
I'm talking about poking onto turrets. I mean, those big ones certainly are oppressive.
That too, I'm just saying, because the Baron's spawning in 35 seconds. Thuni starting to chunk out as best as he can. Kuro still has that corrupting potion in his inventory, so he's going to be chunking up on that to try to get himself healthy.
Good control wards, but how do Afreeca problem solve where they're in? If they start this, inevitably they're going to hear the sound of Peanut's ultimate, and then there will be confusion. In confusion, the Katarina does profit.
Look at that, Marin not taking any damage. Just pop that scrap shield. Taking relatively little damage, I should say.
All summon spells up. Only flash from Peanut down.
Oh, Kramer flashes forward. Good flash from Wolf to get himself out of range.
Not a good trade, Achilles. Flash for the support flash, not ideal for Kramer.
Yep.
Kramer's now a sitting duck for Katarina in particular, and the Rengar.
Also popped his Ghost Blade. So going to be a cooldown on that. Kuro can't make it over the wall in time. The Ash Arrow connects.
Might be the fight.
Big tidal wave comes through, knocks up 3. Marin gets popped with the bubble. Pino goes into the back line, tries to get on top of Kramer, but he just gets annihilated. Marin comes up with the kill. SKT, where do they go from here? Bang weakened just a bit. Faker as well can't afford to dive in. He'll just get popped.
Also remember, Achilles, both exhausts used to shut down the Rengar. No exhaust, and now also a Varus with no flash. So, sure, they pick up 1 kill, but will they get at least the Elder Drake to justify the expense?
There's no smite threat now on the side of SKT for 25 more seconds. And Afreeca, they have damage aplenty. They're going to go ahead and rush this down. Hawkshot comes out. SKT, they know that this is happening, but I don't think they can do anything to really stop this. It's going to go low. Shock Blast just a second too early, and Wolf gets caught by the tether. He goes down. Kramer coming up with the killing blow. Double buff off that Elder. Going to be doing a lot of true damage to the side of SKT, and now this could just be a rotation straight over to the Baron for Afreeca Freaks.
I mean, this season only gets better if the Afreeca Freaks are that blue shell that can beat anyone. They've taken out KT in 1 game. Even a single game win over SKT will give them a surprising start.
Peanut's trying to sprint his way in.
Too late.
Not able to do it. If he had gotten into the pit, maybe could have had the seal, as Tucson is the one to pick up the Baron, but now Afreeca Freaks with a 2,000 gold lead over SKT, still not out of the woods, but they have a lot of tools in the shed.
But it doesn't matter what items they put together, because Katarina can still have that one team fight that justifies the pick. She can still run wild against a team comp like this. It's not inevitable on either side. The winner is still to be decided. This one could go very, very long, or it could be all done in a second. These team fights will not take long. There aren't any tanks on either side. Everyone does a lot of damage and is super squishy. The moment you start following up for a siege on an inhibitor turret, that's when Ash Arrow, suddenly the hit rate gets closer and closer to 100%.
Now that is the risky thing, actually, with the way that Freak have been playing this. They've been staying clumped together, so when Peanut jumps in, they can absolutely destroy him. But if they do that, and then Faker jumps in afterward,
they turn around and kill him, or he kills everyone.
50-50 gamble. Just roll the dice.
And now's the part where I think if you're Marin, you should be grouped, because in that 3.5 seconds, the fight is over. There is no 3.5 second long frontline Maokai taking 50 damage. These fights go in an instant. So while before he was very smart to hold onto his teleport, those teleport plays are over. Or you could do this and group with the Rumble. That's another option is, yep, Kramer. Let's poke down.
Dragon buff getting ready to expire.
Baron still plenty of duration, about 60%.
This is about 80% gone.
We're clumped now, Kilios.
Still here.
And now Tucson and Kramer out of the fight. They need to pull away.
Yep, Huni pushing forward, looking for another shock blast if he can line it up. He's in vision. Moves it onto the minions, and now Peanut going on a hunt, but they know exactly where he's at.
No free recalls for Afrika. Smart from SKT. They only have to use a very short cooldown ultimate.
And Huni is still just trying to find this. Needs to be careful. He doesn't go too far forward. Just short to stop that recall from Tucson.
I mean, the reason why SKT can do that is they don't have to respect a turn from Afrika. They don't have the range CC outside of the Chains of Corruption to punish Peanut fishing for an engage, Jace fishing for a shock blast, and even though clearly Faker had recalled, gone top, looking for pushing other lanes, no cost in using that time for SKT. The opportunity cost non-existent. So why not just rattle Afrika Freaks and see if this lineup that's had some communication issues already, you get late enough, one team fight decides the game.
Yep. Also helps burn off some of that Baron buff. About 77% of the way completed.
Last time the poke has gone wide. See if they get any damage. So far it's only the cannon minion.
Still have that double Mountain Drake here to get on top of the turrets. Kuro.
Not a single auto attack yet.
Yeah,
from
scared to push forward. He's trying to
Kramer.
chunk out Huni from the side so he can get rid of this pesky Jace that's been knocking down Kramer and Tucson's HP bars this entire game.
This minion wave, if SKT can clear it out, be very important. It's the first
Look at
time
the
they can
hits.
walk up.
Look at the hits onto that turret. Faker goes
But he's
forward,
low,
but he gets
Faker
popped
too.
immediately. That's going to be the turret going down. Huni and Faker both at the head for the hills. The inhibitor line will be broken by Afrika at 43 minutes. Looking well poised. Close out this game. SKT absolutely scrambling around the map.
But SKT's pressure and their reputation means that every time Afrika pushes forward, they get the minimum. One inhibitor, no more, no picks. They have to back away. And that one special fight can still happen for SK Telecom T1. No one had to flash away. Everyone has their summoners up. All the relevant ones anyway.
Oh dear, Huni. He's going to start off this blue buff. That's going to be Chain of Corruption. Good flash away. But just no vision in that upper side of the river.
He shouldn't have been there. That was a mistake. He gets out, but he should not have been where he was. Faker a lot more slippery. All they can really do is return to the 1-3-1. They've been disciplined in that, but Afrika surprisingly have been disciplined. And we knew that SKT would get to a point, not this fast necessarily, but get to a point where they'd be the well-disciplined machine that Coma has always marshaled. But Afrika, out of nowhere, has become that team on this night, today. And they want their second inhibitor.
Yeah, they're looking for it. Turret already taking a bit of damage. Peanut going to be looking to pinch in from the side. Well, the hunt is going for him. Faker not able to find an opening, and bang, the arrows yet again not connecting onto anyone. He gets low, has to go back to the fountain to get his HP bars back up. Huni getting burned out, takes a lot of damage from Marin and Kuro. Does he stick around? Kuro just getting spammed. He shields onto his face from Tucson to keep this Corki
minion
healthy. Yeah, minions coming in
this time.
They will be able to knock this down. SKT look completely lost in this defense. Tidal wave coming through. Faker dashes forward, goes in, but gets exhausted immediately.
Big
Knocked down to half
equalizer.
HP. Has Azonius, has the jump back,
He's
but
dead.
Kuro gets the kill. Valks forward, trying to get onto Huni, misses the rocket, but still has plenty of damage with the Gatling gun. Here comes Spirit. Here
going
comes Kuro.
Rambo.
Can they find him? And Kramer from the backside lines up the piercing arrow, comes up with the kill. That's going to be two members
I think
dead.
Afrika gonna do it.
Can they do this? Bang finally hits an Ash arrow, but there's no way to follow up on this. Marin just keeping them zoned back with the flame spitter. Peanut goes in, exhausted immediately yet again, and Afrika Freaks, they've done it. They are going to give SKT their first blemish by taking them down, and they're going to make this 1-0 in a best of 3.
Afrika Freaks out of nowhere against their own run of play show us a level that we have not seen from them and that SKT were not prepared for. As a kind of spurious storyline, I'm like, SKT, sure, dominated opposition, but they haven't played any of these stacked lineups. The first time they meet one, the Afrika Freaks, the worst performing of all of them, they stumble at the first hurdle. We have quite the best of 3 on our hands, Achilles. We're only one game in, but it already feels like it's been an epic series.
And you feel like SKT got everything they could have possibly wanted from that draft. barring the Varus perhaps for Bang, Jace, Rengar, and Katarina coming through.
I mean, their comp was straightforward. 1-3-1, return to it. There wasn't even answers to the Katarina. You needed the most discipline possible from Afreeca Freaks, and they showed it. And for the first time, there aren't smiles in the SKT booth. Everyone looks a bit shell-shocked. Coma, for once, has to pick up the pen and talk about what needs to change, because it didn't go to plan for SK Telecom T1.
Definitely did not. We'll see what Coma, the mad scientist, can piece together in the meantime, but Afreeca ecstatic over that victory. Saw the coach run into the booth.
Something about celebrating too early, though, Achilles. Could just be a single game, but still a series to SKT, so it'll feel good for an Afreeca lineup that's been struggling, but the job is certainly not done.
But again, striking blows against the Immortals. KT and SKT now suffering losses at the hands of this Afreeca
Whatever
squad.
happens in the rest of the series, they are the blue shell. They've beaten both of the Telecom teams, and that is a feat in itself.
Absolutely astounding. Kuro playing so confidently into the face of Faker for one of the first times we've ever seen.
Thumbs up to Kuro. That was a real performance for him against his nemesis.
Thumbs up to everybody on the side of Afreeca. Marin as well, taking the Rumble into the Jace matchup where he should have not had that advantage, but he commanded it, and they came out on top. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll have game 2 and see if Afreeca can close this out with a 2-0.
Sweet talk so sweet that I'm getting it too big to be good, shouldn't eat it. You talk like you need me, like you never leave me until I begin to believe it. I was good on my own until you came along, waiting for me to fold. Now you're gone, baby, gone. You don't mean it, don't you say it. If you don't feel it, don't you fake it. If it's a lie, baby, don't say it's true. If you don't want it, why'd you take it? How come you bought it just to break it?
There we go. Hey, our audio's turned back on. That took a hot
The
second.
only way we could be silenced was a mistake on OGN's side.
All right. Well, you guys saw the damage chart. You saw how much Huni was able to do, but much to his dismay, the rest of SKT wasn't quite up to par. Faker and Bang not able to get into position to really do much. And
This wasn't even his biggest mistake.
yeah, this was definitely not Peanut's biggest mistake at all. But, oh boy, it was a really rough start for Peanut. Started unraveling right from the get-go.
This was a hard series for Marin to pull off. Rumble versus Jace, a hard matchup, but worth knowing that Huni didn't pressure him anywhere near what he needed to in lane. This was the trade kill. We didn't see a wraparound with the flash down they could have gotten in this fight, and in general, Equalizer was on point. We can only speculate about shot calling, but let's be real. Marin talked a lot in 2015, and he talks a lot now, whatever people say. And he was in that really hard spot where if he ever failed or used his teleport early and they didn't win a fight, Jace would just split push. Katarina would split push, but the 1-3-1 could never be executed cleanly. I think a big struggle there was specifically the play of Huni. It felt like Huni was too safe in lane. They didn't push advantages around. Not that he was super set up for, but they needed more out of the Jace pick that they didn't get in this particular game. And the first time that Huni's got top-level opposition, he was certainly second best to our first game MVP in Marin.
I mean, really, it looked like everybody on SK Telecom was second best in this game.
Wolf was pretty good.
Okay, Wolf did quite well landing those bubbles consistently, getting multiple members, but overall, SKT, they look lost for the first time in a very long time.
And they look frazzled as we get ready to load into our second game. Big fight feel. Full house here at the Sangam East Stadium. I don't even know what to say if Afrika win this 2-0.
I mean, you have to think, I mean, if KT have to be at home right now in the gaming house watching this
They're
game.
like, oh, the telecom war might be all right, actually.
Like, it might sting a little bit since they suffered their first loss at the hands of Afrika, but when they see them take down SKT, they have to be cheering for Afrika Freaks.
You know what the best stat is, Achilleos?
What's that?
The Afrika Freaks organization is 5-0 against SKT in the last 5. Now, of course,
You're
Afrika
absolutely
Freaks
correct.
is a completely new lineup, but just as we learned with Jin Air changing all their players and still playing 60-minute games, turns out Afrika Freaks versus SKT, it's one-way traffic, baby.
Well, the Kryptonite still lingers here for Afrika Freaks, it would seem. Rumble going to be the first ban away from SKT. And remember, that was kind of, you know, a blind Rumble pick that Marin had taken in. There was still that chance that Jace would have been in the
at
mid
best
lane.
it was Jace, right? Which is not a happy time for Rumble either, but Marin is a Rumble master, and SKT are like, well, let's ban away all these champions that we don't really play and that you guys are definitely known for. The Aurelion Sol Kuro looked really good on his last time out, impressed on that champion. I mean, recent games for Afrika, a 2-0 loss to Jin Air Green Wings, their first win of the season.
And then they give SKT their first loss.
And then they 2-1 to the Rocks Tigers, who are also basement dwellers this season so far. So, and now suddenly in the promised land, only a single game, and maybe those victories or the excitement at the end of game 1 might end up ultimately not getting them any points. Launching to the draft, so far Afrika have kept to the script.
Cannon, all right, so getting rid of 2 of those big picks for Marin up in the top lane. SKT maybe looking to get a Maokai in their hands.
And Maokai as the second rotation first pick is possible, but like you're saying, maybe we'll see Maokai pop up even earlier. Afrika are most likely to pass through Jace again if SKT wants it, and maybe not. They are willing to give Peanut Rengar, which after his epic fails at level 2, and also the play that jumped to the front of Reddit, his bronze impression around the enemy red buff, they're not afraid, and SKT will make the trade that has become more and more common. They're going to take Varus over Rengar. I'm of little doubt that they'll take Rengar in the second round if it's still up, but Spirit has also been a reliable Rengar picker. So the answer here, you think about what's up. Zyra is up, one of the big priority supports. Tucson's highest priority support is the Malzahar, but banned away. Maokai, as you say, will go to one team, just unclear which. So first
Unless
round
he gets banned away
here
in the second set.
could just be Ashe to show nothing, or they could try and take a jungler. Kha'Zix, for example, Spirit finally won on. But the Rengar, really interesting, because it's a sort of game where Rengar could go through a draft, but other things being equal, they've looked good on the Rengar, and here we go, Maokai actually taken. So they're still happy for SKT to take Rengar.
But does this mean, since we see the Maokai coming through from Marin, obviously really massive pick for him with his past win rate on this champion, do we see Gangplank from Huni? It has been his answer in the past, but can he afford to risk it going for that big carry that needs to get items in when he's playing against Marin?
It's not a clear question. Huni's won both sides of that matchup, from my memory, this season alone. So how worried he is about that matchup remains to be seen. Given that Marin is a mastery top laner with 2 bans against him, he will go for his 3rd big pick, the Maokai, in the first round, but that leaves open the Jason, leaves open the Ryze.
All right, Ryze for Faker in mid.
He is 20-4 Korea on Ryze, highest win rate for those high pick rates for him.
The Cassiopeia is open for Kuro if they want to take it here.
Do they prize going for, once again, a jungle that Spirit actually played well? Remember, Spirit's been up and down quite wildly in jungle performance so far this season, so getting him a power pick like the Graves over the Cassiopeia, which is very likely to be banned if it's not taken here, and they prize getting Spirit the dueling advantage early over looking for the Cassiopeia in mid.
So what do you ban away? It's going to be Zyra first off for Afrika. I didn't have to think about that one for too long.
They're looking for support in top lane on the side of SKT, so could be double bans there. And then not taking an AD carry. You know, I thought maybe Ashe is a first rotation, but they first prioritized top and then the jungle. And I guess maybe we shouldn't be surprised, given that Kramer and Tucson are really only looked for on this roster for getting through lane and not expected to carry, so they just want them to be relatively safe. So it could just be double AD ban. Interesting to see the Poppy banned away. So Poppy is a champion that Huni's looked very good on. Speaking of solo kills, getting a solo kill as Poppy versus Maokai was something we never thought we'd see, but he has already done this season.
Final ban for SK Telecom.
Could just be
you
Jhin.
have to think they would probably be Cassiopeia unless they really want to isolate Kramer.
We wondered about Cassiopeia, and it's going to be the double AD ban instead. So they want to see Kramer on Caitlyn or Ezreal. Kramer does have those kind of off-meta picks. There are worse places you could play Lucian, which would still be a surprise, but an outside chance. Caitlyn is by far the most likely pick.
All right, well, Cassiopeia, no surprise, going to be the instant hover coming through for Kuro.
But if you take Cassio here, does seem to try to think that you're going to go for a more risky AD carry pick as last pick. Otherwise, why not leave the questions open?
In case they're feeling, I'll use your word, frisky here.
Yeah.
How's the Maokai Ryze matchup look, Papa Smithy?
It's actually pretty manageable for the Maokai build Spirit Visage.
Yeah.
Ryze can farm pretty hard in the matchup.
Oh.
They locked the Gragas, so that's a top Gragas.
Okay. How's the Gragas Maokai matchup, Papa Smithy?
I mean, Gragas is a very strong laner. On this patch, he had his Happy Hour passive buffed, so he actually has 8%. If he gets Spirit Visage, he literally just gets the most healing every time the Happy Hour is available. And the Lucian is what I thought about Achilles. I was like, okay, he loves the Lucian lethality build, but he also loves the Sivir.
Okay, that's
so
actually going to be the
this is a return to what he did against Rox Tigers, where he late-picked Sivir as a response to a first-pick Varus. So not many people are touching the Sivir, but you'd kind of take a step back and you're like, okay, think about Sivir, because you don't think about Sivir as a champion in a world where no one picks her. Sivir Maokai Karma is the old Turbo Maokai strategy of let's guarantee that even without a teleport flank, Maokai gets into the backline with all the move speed. Cassiopeia, a medium-range mage, now gets more target acquisition because she has the move speed as well. This is a return to, say, a 2016 spring comp, or maybe even a 2015 comp. 2015 summer, certainly we saw a lot of Sivir Maokai. We could do things a little bit different. But speaking of a little bit different, Huni needed a new tank, and he found one.
All right, so Lane Gragas coming back in. Haven't seen this one for a considerable amount of time.
Very safe, farms from range. W or Q max, we'll wait and see which one that is. Q is the most likely for safe farming, but W max happens sometimes as well.
An ultimate slow, but Cassiopeia would be pretty susceptible to that explosive cask. So, I don't know, we'll see how this matchup has to go. Huni definitely will have been practicing this one. And then Peanut yet again going to the Rengar. Spirit happy to pass over it to get back on the Graves. Had a really strong start.
They gave 2 chances for SKT to take it. Could have first picked it, ended up second rotationing it. So happy, as you say, for Peanut to opt into that champion. Mid lane matchups, one we've seen many times. Kuro on the Cassiopeia has the natural advantage, but it's gotten smaller with Rise reworks, and it's still Faker versus Kuro. Kuro put in a great shift in the previous game. If he can play with the same level of confidence, it'll go a long way to helping with the mid lane matchup. But then more information about the Sivir that Kramer once again played versus the Rox Tigers against the Varus to great effect.
Yep. All right. Interesting picks on both sides here. We're going to see how Kuro manages in a second matchup against Faker. Let's go ahead and get onto the rip for game 2 and see if Afreeca Freecs can close this out with a 2-0. All right, here we go. Afreeca Freecs. Oh, dear. Huni, no! Body slams over the wall. He gets locked down. The twisted advance flashes over. Do they follow? Yes, they do. First blood already to Afreeca Freecs. Back onto Spirit. Oh, no, and Wolf. Can they catch him? Still has the flash available. Flash forward from Marin. Flash away by Wolf. A devastating start for SK Telecom.
And Afreeca once again surprise us with their smarts. They brush camp the banana brush just towards the river because famously champions like Nidalee and Gragas, who can take a spell to get over the wall, like Lucian can as well, like to go for deep wards because of their safety and not needing flash to do so. Brush camp was there. They pick up the first blood onto Graves. Spirit had a nice start in game 1. Has a nice start in game 2 too. Had to have a delayed T1 fighting champ because the fighting, and they need to have some gusto. They're already on the back foot.
Yeah, had to gather their energy back. I thought Huni started with the barrel roll, but
no. Again,
goes for the body slam.
Just like Nidalee's often start with W to put down aggressive vision to work out jungle pathing, this is what Gragas often does. The surprise here is that I don't feel like top Gragas was on anyone's lips coming in 7.2. The buffs were nice, 3 extra armor, and the extra 2% maximum health, now 6% with the happy hour. But they already were ready for what was unique about Gragas, specifically level 1 warding patterns. Now Gragas has to enter lane, is level 2, will still get through lane pretty happily. Been some real surprises in this game already.
Just have to keep our eyes on Spirit, the big benefactor of that first blood. See how he can affect the map. Faker as well coming over onto this Rise as a mastery of this champion, among others,
but again,
of course.
20-4, 83% win rate on Rise. He has been the most impressive Rise ever since he made it very much a cornerstone of his champion pool. Maybe a time where Flame and top Rise was the thing in very early Season 2. But since then, Faker made us a believer of his Rise. Needs to do a big carry job. We saw the damage charts. Faker just never got into the fights he wanted to get because Afreeca was so organized in their play in the previous set.
And now he can directly insert himself into those fights with the Realm Warp.
Gragas is very, very strong in the early game. So talking about Gragas as a champion, it's going to be a fairly tanky Gragas. Don't expect it to be the Echo going proto-belt kind of build in top lane. It's very much going to be Spirit Visage Rush. Happy Hour interaction, 6% max HP plus the bonus healing means that Spirit Visage is going to be a very nice itemization. The base values early, before resists are complete, you do a lot of damage. Like Gragas is the ultimate. If he shows up at an early fight while everyone else has building block items and he's level 11, he really does burst in pseudo fashion to what we remember, you know, with like bowed heads of the AP Gragas days. But then his damage literally falls off a cliff. He will not deal well when magic resist and armor starts to come from the enemy side. So his power window is really level 6 to 11 when not many champions can deal with him either in a side lane or in a team fight.
See if SKT can close out before that becomes a major concern. Marin playing up really far forward. Huni starting to walk away.
Commentary lines that have been heard before.
Classic Marin. Here comes Peanut jumping out, but here comes Spirit. And just fire back Locks him down with a twisted advance, but they won't get much damage in.
He's helping to push the lane here.
And that end of the line, crashing the wave up into the turret. Lauren goes low, Huni as well. They'll
Nice
try to clear
pathing
this
from
out.
Spirit this series. The smart invade in game 1 and then a turnaround knowing that he could easily out-duel level 2. Rengar was what opened up a nice start for Afrika Freaks, and the matchup no one was talking about. First time ever matchup between Peanut and Spirit. This is sort of matchup where if it was 2015 Spring WE Spirit and Peanut from last year, it would be a dream match because Spirit was in such wonderful form. He's looked up and down and then some this season. He's certainly had good and just horrible performances, but the peaks, that's what we're starting to see. Kuro showing us things we didn't expect from him in game 1, the aggression that he doesn't normally used for. Spirit channeling some of his older performances, and now Faker, level 5, bro.
Yeah, coming quad, Kramer all by himself. It's going to be the exhaust thrown down. A first blood comes through. Wolf picks up the killing blow, or rather, first blood for SKT. They put one on the board.
Easy stuff there for SKT, so ordered. Don't expect the Rise to gank pre-6, but Ghost was enough, and Misfortune of all people was able to tank the turret.
Picking up Misfortune, Huni.
They really want to see a body slam from Huni.
Pushing forward. Still has it, flashes over.
Okay.
He'll be all right, but still Summoner Spell down. And looks like we have a pause coming out.
To confirm, we can see it on the screen. Drunken Rage is the first max from Huni. What that gets you per level is going to be mostly the cooldown reduction going down. So lots of instant trades in melee range, which he's going to be in a lane against Maokai for the whole game. So that part is just fine. Mana cost starts to get a bit out of order for the Q. So even though he won't have quite the same ranged wave clear, it's a constant 30 mana cost for the Drunken Rage, and the cooldown goes from 8 to 4. So cooldown reduction build, plenty of Drunken Rage autos. Gonna have to assume it's another audio issue.
Seems to be the thing that has troubled us the most these last couple days. Looks like it might be on Peanut's side of things. So over into the other booth we go. Have a day off tomorrow, so hopefully we can get this looked at before we come back in on Saturday and have all the problems taken care of.
We'll get to calm down a bit from what has been already a very fiery second series.
I mean,
we could
good
have 6
God.
games tonight, Achilles.
We very well could.
I mean, it's likely we have 6 games. SKT going down 2-0 is almost unfathomable.
Mouse issue, okay.
Interesting.
So we'll have to get that squared away. Hey, man, sometimes mice break.
All the players are required to bring multiple mice, so should just be a replacement for this particular issue. Surprising that Faker was able to make the roam that he did, but it seemed to be just on a recall from Kuro, and then just walked down daintily to bot lane. Pre-6 Ghost Rise, and able to pick up a nice turret dive, well executed from SKT.
I mean, just well-timed in general, because Tucson had also recalled, so Kramer completely all on his lonesome, and that is going to help Spring bang forward. He's already got a bit of a CS lead.
Marin standing up, he's like, all right, guys, we won the series, let's just go home.
I think that's the end of it, right?
He's doing the classic, we won the first best of 3 and a best of 5 and leaving after 2 games.
He's just throwing on his jacket. I can see him.
Ooh, video games.
Indeed, I like video games. I just like when they stop. Spirit roaming up towards top. Huni is not level 6. Flash twisted
Against
advance
the wall.
coming through. And this looks like Huni is dead to our rights. Trying to trade back as much damage as he can, but one more shot from Spirit would do it. Marin will go down as Peanut arrives, but Burrow is here to back up Spirit to make sure that Peanut can't go for the double kill. Meanwhile, in the river, Tucson and Wolf trading back, but the Mantra Q missing. Oh dear. Definitely gives the upper hand over to Wolf, who's just going to continuously chunk down this Karma, force her to use all of those potions.
Basically, Faker was walking up, and Wolf is trying to bait the Karma into walking around and getting killed by Faker, but not to be. Tucson was desperately hoping the camera work was still in the top lane, but no, we caught that, Tucson.
He recalls yet again, but SKT not in a position to go for that dive in bottom. Peanut getting jumped on. We'll be able to make it out. So that's to walk over the miasma. They can start leaping forward yet again.
7.2 Rengar. Basically the same as you remember. We still do not have the...
Coming in blind. Body slam does not connect, but they get onto Marin. He doesn't have flash available. Uses the arcane smash Throws out the sapling to try to buy some time, slow them up. Realm Warp coming through from Faker will
Gondi.
arrive. They're going to go for the dive. Huni taking up the turret while he can. Faker goes in, still has a plethora of damage. They have to trade this back. Now it's over onto Faker. Can he get out of here? Has to flash. They come up with the kill, but Huni's going to pay for it. Marin getting a kill in a 1v3 scenario. Meanwhile, down bottom, flash away from Bang. Gets a big hit in onto Tucson after lining up that chain of corruption, but cannot find the kill.
I mean, Marin could not have played the top lane any better. Just masterful top lane mastery of this particular champion. We know that, of course, Maokai win rate on SKT was 29-1, starting to go down, lost in China, lost here, so it's certainly not quite the same unfathomably high win rate, but he's 3-2 on this season. It's been a staple for him, and remember, he soaked 2 bans in the first round, not even including the second round. That's why they took the early Maokai. They thought they had something special for it, and it was just Marin. SKT wanted to brute force this, everyone trade tanking. My kingdom for a Karthus is what Marin was thinking at the end of this, but still got one answering kill and used some flashes and summoners. The absolute maximum you could expect in a 1v3.
Yep. So he's 3-2. That's actually what Huni is right now in deaths and assists.
And he's died 3 times already.
Yeah. They've been targeting him. We'll see how much work Koma has put in. We see that he's we'll have to hold that thought as Tucson gets jumped on, slowed up, but Blast Cone takes him out. But here's Peanut over the wall. Goes out the Bola, but the flash will take Tucson to safety.
So Tucson's been the one that's been largely targeted, but the bot lane in general, we mentioned in the previous series and in picks and bans that the only goal for Afrika's bot lane is to go even. They don't expect any more from them. They've gone for the unfancied Sivir pick, so Varus will have control of this lane and choose to shove whenever he so wants. And Tucson has been caught out of position. We saw him miss some skill shots as well. 10 CS down against a Varus is decent for Kramer. The death obviously not ideal. The bot lane's going as expected, you'd say. Any more than this, things start to look bad.
Is it decent for Sivir or decent for Kramer?
Decent for Kramer and Tucson.
All right. Spirit now roaming down to the bottom lane. SKT getting a bit aggressive. They throw out the Chain of Corruption, get on the Tucson, but here comes Spirit. End of the line will not connect. Collateral damage not enough to finish off Bang. They make it out, but that's going to be the flash from Wolf and the heal from Bang.
I mean, Bang and Wolf expected there to be something going on just because Kramer and Tucson continued to walk up. That's why they were ready to flash Wolf instantly, and the heal coming through. Baker's going to walk up. There's no mana on Kramer. This could be bad.
Only one spell.
Yeah, the one spell shield was enough to stop the spell weaving and thus any sort of kill pressure.
Looks like they're going to go ahead and just initiate this swap as Faker will be sticking around in bottom. And oh boy, yet another pause. Coming out looks
By
like
Peanut.
No, disconnected. All right, well, that's bad.
Have to assume it's still mouse-related issue. It was Peanut last time as well.
Yeah, it seems like they're going to go ahead and swap this out. Get the new one plugged in. And should be back underway momentarily.
Confirmation once again that it is a mouse issue. I guess we're happy it's not another audio issue.
That's, yeah.
These are much easier to fix. Just put a new mouse in. One of them will work. No naming and shaming. Also, I can't see what type of mouse it is.
I mean, if I had to think about it, just have to look at SKT sponsors.
Another fun story. It is Marin's birthday on the 12th of February. Last match he will play before his birthday. He turns 26. By far the oldest Korean pro gamer. Score would be second. Trace retired, so no longer has that title to his name.
We'll move to coach. We were talking about this yesterday.
Slimmed down as well, looking very dapper in the Samsung booth. Speaking of Samsung, looking forward to Saturday, first series of the day. Consider what we have back-to-back. Afrika versus SKT, which we now know is a cool series because Afrika won Game 1 to make it more competitive than even we were optimistically hoping for. Our next matchup, on the first matchup on Saturday, is KT Samsung, which at one point was looking like second versus third. Now, who's to say?
Yeah.
Top 3 certainly collide, you could say.
Absolutely. And Afrika, I mean, they're making a statement for themselves. Here right now, I think currently in 6th place or so.
Look, will
Could
Afrika
move themselves up.
win LCK Spring 2017? I would say almost certainly no. Will they make it to Worlds? That's a very different question.
That feel when KT doesn't make it to Worlds again.
That
It's like
feel
a beat.
when one of Longzhu, Afrika, SKT, and Samsung don't get to go to Worlds?
We need more slots for Korea.
We already had the trade-off. We get the auto seeding, no play-in. We do not get the 4th seed.
I think all the Koreans would rather make the trade of having more teams than having to play through the play-in.
Yes, but Riot Games don't want to make that trade, Achilles. They do not want the all-Korean semifinals.
At that point, you're getting close to quarterfinals as well.
But we get to cast this tournament, so
Yeah.
whatever you can say about international events, which are awesome in their own right, we get to see them all playing. The Gauntlet is just going to be madness. Because if you think about the Gauntlet last
It's
year,
all for us and our mystery caster.
why are you doing the Skrilla hands? I don't think Skrilla is actually relevant for this all for us. But the reason why I'm talking about the Gauntlet, think about the Gauntlet last year. Especially before Samsung got good, it was like, well, Afrika made it each time. They're not going to make it past 5th. Samsung kind of a thought after there. This nonplussed Bang, who now realizes he's on camera.
He's just staring.
We're just
into
checking
the
out his
event.
mustache.
He's like, why is everyone laughing?
If he was really on board, he'd be like playing with the mustache. He's not doing that.
Yeah, just scratching his chin.
Doesn't want to draw attention to the mustache. He had an interview about the mustache. Said, I'm going to stick with it. The interviewer talked about, okay, but like a lot of your fans are saying you should shave it off. And he's like, well, look, respectfully, it's my decision. So that's fair enough. But
some of those fans are going to pin him down at the next fan meeting and then pull out a razor and just start shaving his face.
that'd be like the most violent acting career in a while.
That would be. Wolf,
It's Wolf.
See, Wolf knows when he's on camera.
Where's the wolf hands, though?
He's well aware. Yeah, I need to see those claws.
Where are they? See, he's much more. This guy is mugging for the camera now. Who's going to look away first, the camera or Wolf?
That slow steady.
Yeah! That's not actually him.
Yeah.
That was bad.
That'd be an impressive bend of his arm if that was
This
able
is
to be him.
definitely a game of chicken. Who will look away first? It's not going to be Wolf.
Oh, no, he is going to stare
Wolf
down
is
this
just
camera.
going for the most manly stare. Bang is like, what's going on here now?
He's still lost. He just doesn't know what's happening.
Who's going to look away? Oh, this is like
Please don't cut away.
No, who is going to lose this game of chicken? It is not Wolf.
I need this entire...
Oh.
No, Wolf, you fool!
Good job, OGN. You win again.
Oh, man, OGN always comes out on top. Oh.
MVP Marin, well, so good so far.
Yeah, he's working his way towards maybe a double MVP. Could see that come out.
Man, a double MVP against SKT would be just the most narrative.
Yeah.
I think if they win, just give him the MVP. Don't even bother polling us for votes. Just in case you guys didn't know, in the Seoul East Stadium on the OGN side of things, they do ask global casters for votes on who we would like to be MVP. I believe it's all the casters and then some writers and other staff in the back. That's how the votes are tabulated. They don't always listen to us, Achilles.
No, they don't. On occasion, but
How can the mouse issue still be persisting?
I don't know.
Is it possible that there's only one backup and the backup's not working and he has a mouse that no one else uses?
If I had to assume anything from here, it's maybe the firmware on the mouse is broken.
They just like,
It's they
they're
need
like,
to
well, we've
reinstall
got
it? I
this
don't know.
trackball that
Oh,
Kerp left
yeah,
here.
Hooney
We
looks
could use that.
mad.
A lot to be happy about for Hooney. He's like, this Grok is not working out. Can we remake? I'll take anything else.
Are we flashing back to 2015 Worlds? He's just not looking very satisfied at the moment, but still lots of fans out in the audience showing their support for SKT despite the Game 1 loss.
And all I'll say about this game is, you know, you asked the question a week ago or so. Is it better that both teams come in undefeated for the Telecom War? And I said no. Can you agree now that Afrika beating both teams make this league even better? Because now it's like, whenever Afrika take the Rift, will they beat Kongdon Monster? Maybe. Will they beat SKT? Maybe.
I can definitely side with you on that one. This scenario is quite possibly the best scenario. I want to see Faker with a mustache. I don't even know what that would look like.
I'm sure it's been photoshopped many times.
Well, there's like a video he did for Riot on the front page, or for somebody, maybe Naver. It was Naver on the front page of the Korean client, where they have a drawn-on bearded mustache.
Did you see the Deft story where they had Deft with a really large head, and he contacted Riot and said,
Yeah.
"Please make my head smaller." So they made his body huge. Riot Korea trolls, man.
Absolutely wonderful. So many Pokemon today. and recently.
Pokemon Go Fever.
Ooh, that's a good drawing.
Damn, Faker is pissed.
He is anime as hell.
He is so mad. That's how we. That's actually what we missed, a reaction shot after game 1. That was during the break, guys. You missed it, sorry. But Faker was really angry.
And you can see Peanut testing out the microphone.
No, the mouse.
Yeah, the mouse, sorry. I'm staring at his microphone.
What did Kuro have for breakfast today? That's what I need to know.
I don't know.
Kuro just suddenly was like, I'm new improved Kuro 2.0 over here.
I mean, I'm kind of wondering if the
Do you
coach
think he's ever, like, done the special delivery into aggressive Valkyrie in his whole career? Somehow I don't think so.
I can't really think of a time that he had. But looks like we might have gotten that pesky mouse issue taken care of. Just I feel like maybe the coach for Afrika pulled a Space Jam on him and they gave him like this mystery liquid. It's Mike's secret stuff, and he drinks it. He says it's going to make you stronger.
You mentioned Afrika. The other fun thing is they don't even have the same coach they had before. He went over to the Rocks Tigers. So everything changes for Afrika. They still beat SKT. It's in their contracts somehow.
I mean,
contracts with.
We're still trying to nail down why Jin Air plays such long games.
The coach stayed the same. That's the one that makes sense. This
Something
one makes
mystical
less sense.
then about Afrika. It's the power of the name. SKT fears it.
It's also, amusingly, 2 streaming platforms, I guess, in some ways, given that SKT have just jumped onto Twitch. And Afrika is the main Korean competition to Twitch TV. You may not know, but this year, previously the Nice Game TV Challenger League is now on Afrika TV. So they do shoulder quite a lot of the Korean broadcast, but again, on the Challenger side of things.
Yeah, so if you want to see CJ Entis play, you can always check out those streams.
There's some Go Ball. There's an English cast of it as well, so they're trying to make it more and more palatable.
Kramer's hovering around in bottom lane in case he needs to come in, but Kramer's got plenty of wave clear at the moment, so should be all right. Peanut spotted out by that ward, so they know that he's roaming down the river.
I mean, if Sivir gets through this matchup, which we're now seeing twice, Sivir in the late game is still a massive teamfight force and can buff up champions like Maokai and the other meta picks. So interesting to see if other ADs pick up this Sivir. Certainly was a popular pick a couple of years ago. I mean, they are losing turret damage, so they are still getting punished in some ways. It's just not as bad as you'd expect a Sivir lane to be in 2017.
Yeah.
As I started that sentence, I didn't think it would be as memey as it sounded at the end. And yes, memey is now the adjective form.
Wonderful. Put it in the dictionary. They want to keep pressuring out on that turret. It's been giving Bang a pretty decent CS lead. Faker goes in.
Actually gets the
lands
petrifying
gaze. Yeah, Faker not able to juke this out. Throws on the realm board, but it doesn't matter. Marin arrives. And Faker will go down. Kuro coming up with a killing blow. Now Spirit in mid. They're going to try to shove in, get some good damage onto this turret. It's already down to half HP. Could just be first brick coming through.
Marin doesn't do anything in half match. Instant flash, exactly what he needed to. Got the kill onto Faker. They will take first brick, and of all the first brick, this is the most prized one. Taking out the outer mid lane turret. Suddenly Rise is going to have to be more accountable. Minions will push on to his inner turret. How do they do it, Afrika? I still don't know.
Neither do I. Peanut.
Helpful that Huni has a performance like this, though. It's been a poor one for him.
This time he rides the blast cone when he wants to. It's going to be Peanut wrapping all around. Right now, the recall did come through from Tucson and Kramer, so this should be the turret going down in bottom. Trade some gold back into SKT's favor. But Afrika still maintain a very slight lead.
So as Rise reaches his apex of power, that's exactly the same point, basically, when Gragas starts to fade. So the fact that Gragas is so far behind kind of means he's going to be little more than an aura and ult bot this game. He probably will never be relevant. Whereas Maokai, you know, very, very simply will be the teamfight tank of all. Sivir has more options in the late game than Varus. Sure, there are playstyles that Varus does better, sieging in particular, but the team fighting phase will be really good for Afrika Freak. So the fact that they're ahead early, or even, I guess it's better to say, with the gold so even, does really serve to put them in a spot where things are even late game as well. They're in a very realistic shot of winning team fights, Kilios.
Yeah, and now Mountain Drake going over to them. They know that SKT can see this from the Scuttle Crab, but they just don't care. Go ahead, take that one away. Faker going to be stealing a red buff. Actually, okay.
I guess he
Decides to
saw
back off.
Maokai. Maybe he saw Maokai leave lane.
Perhaps thought he was going to get collapsed on.
Certainly the chance. He only had exclusive vision of one brush and no other information.
So just playing it safe. Still has a control ward down. It looks like actually Peanut.
Yep.
That will be taking this one away. So
We'll still get the same counter jungling, but safety first, which, given how the game's going, is probably the right call.
definitely something that SKT needs to practice at the moment.
Frozen Heart Rush is interesting for Mar. It means he has no health, so he's still able to be dived.
Realm Warp coming in. Huni considerably tankier than last time. Twisted advance from Martin to try to get himself back underneath the turret, but looks like he's just going to crumble under the pressure that SKT is laying down. A kill pick up
In
from
bot
Faker.
lane.
Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Yakoro coming in. Exhaust comes down onto the Cassiopeia, but it does not matter. Spirit comes up with the kill with the collateral damage.
No first pick, remember, for SKT, even though they have the inside track to ending this laning phase in top and in lane phase in bottom. Given how it was going for Afreeca, it's probably a bigger prize as well. So trade of kills, trade of turrets. Don't think Huni's going to really do anything realistic to the inner turret. No Iceborne Gauntlet hijinks with this Gragas yet. So fairly even. But Afreeca get perhaps a more important turret, given that they now have mid and bot lane down, and suddenly Drake becomes very hard for SKT to defend.
Exactly, and there's going to be a second Mountain Drake coming up. And Afreeca can net that. Be quite good for them. Huni has worked his way down towards mid. The explosive cast not available, so can't really go for a big play onto Kuro underneath the turret. Just take away those Raptors and likely go back to base.
Cassio knows summoners, so getting a kill onto the support was at the pretty steep cost for Kuro. Marin caught again.
Oh, yep. Getting found here. Faker coming around the sidelines, has that Root Prison to offer up, but Marin still very tanky. Bullet time comes through. The Bola connects. He goes back with the Twisted Advance in onto Peanut. Heals
Not
up for the
dead.
Sap Magic Pass, and then he's going to be able to walk out of there. Flash not available. Flash not needed.
Oh boy.
Realm War coming in. Faker comes in by himself.
Oh,
with a
massive Petrifying Gaze!
Beautiful from Kuro. Perfectly timed. Comes up with the kill. Spirit walking away with the killing blow, and Faker biting off way more than he could chew.
Really slim timing window, exactly timed the Realm Warp. Good stuff from Kuro once again. Has been the biggest surprise for us this series. How far on form he's been. Some surprising underperformances from the likes of Peanut and Huni, sure. But Kuro, a level of performance against Faker that he has very rarely been able to emulate. Now Huni.
Oh, meanwhile back at mid. Huni, this time he's got the explosive
I'm sorry,
cast.
Kuro, I said too much.
Yeah, we'll have to see the setup on this one. Kuro sticking around way too long. It's taken out. No summoner spells to save his life.
And Huni flash and ulted, so.
Had to invest a lot. Let's see if we get a replay of that one. For now, SKT moving over to take out this Rift Herald.
These two
Peanut.
are going to take a long, long time to do this.
Yeah. Peanut gets a little bit of healing in. Should be okay.
He smites early for the extra sustain.
Yeah. And there we go. Pick up the buff.
Well,
Okay.
nothing to be done there.
Yeah, that's about all she wrote. So giving a nice kill over to Bang puts him on the board outside of the assist that he was able to get.
And Huni finishes his first item. It is Spirit Visage. Very, very delayed after his poor start.
Yeah, now going to be looking for that Sunfire Cape to see the cloth armor come in.
Was worth noting that, just like we said that Kuro invested a lot to get the kill onto Misfortune and the turret bot, it was all that invested from Huni just to get a kill. They weren't able to take the mid turret.
Wolf getting zoned out of the river. Freako will get rid of that control ward.
Just take a turret.
And yeah, looks like they will be able to knock this down. Huni comes forward, doesn't have enough to clear. Now the tether coming down. Let's be careful. Pops to sit back in. Wolf arriving. Not able to get on top of him. They'll force the flash away from the Karma in the end.
Remember that the nerf onto the Gragas barrel stuck, so there is that fixed travel time, so you cannot go for the old ult plays that you used to be able to, the body slam flash into ult. So that's why Sivir can really wait.
Bit of a misfire there from Kuro, who's otherwise been pretty on point.
Yeah, just to finish that mechanic, Sivir can wait with the spell shield much more reliably than she could before. She kind of had to spell shield 2 spells at once that you couldn't really be done in previous times, but now you can just wait for the animation and use it. Surprising to see Marin go for this rush on the Frozen Heart. Sure, Attack speed is relevant for Rengar and Varus, but not a massive stat. The armor does a lot of value against this team. Only started building health now. Just a Spectre's Cow. Thinking about jumping onto
There
Peanut.
we go. All right, spots it.
Control ward will be cleared by Spirit as well. Same build, so even though it's not Katarina, it's really liking Steric's Gauge as the first big rush from the jungle.
And still a lot of burst there from the Rise.
I mean, 4-0 also worth noting from Spirit, who quietly is having quite the series.
That he is.
I was excited about the Graves, but I'm really impressed with how powerful it's been this series and last series as well. Worth noting that Kondu Monster played that very well.
I mean, maybe Spirit's trying to pick up an MVP of his own.
Uh-oh.
Peanut, oh
Uh-oh.
god. Oh, spots them. And Petrifying Gaze not going to connect yet again. See, second too late there. Good check by Peanut, although a bit inadvertent as he threw down the sweeper.
This should be an unanswered Drake. Remember, they have the setup for this. Core's going to take a lot of damage. Flashes as well. But Afrika have mid and bot lane turret. They should not be losing Drakes, so...
They have really nothing that they can push in for to try to answer with either. So this is going to be a Drake going over to SKT. Good pressure built up by Wolf throwing out that, as well as the thrill of the hunt by Peanut to really start zoning them back. Not having that Petrifying Gaze as well, something that they don't really want to pick a fight without.
Well, that was just a poor setup for Afrika. Like I said, when you take mid and bot lane turrets, you should really always have the inside track for Drakes.
Oh dear.
And specifically having two Mountain Drakes, you remember, in game one was allowed them to rush the first Baron.
What is wrong with your mouse, Peanut?
This is a question that needs to be substantiated now that it's the third pause for this.
Yep.
We'll be running out of hardware if neither of these mice are appropriate.
You can have mine from my laptop.
Gonna guess he might have a unique mouse, because otherwise he could just take, if everyone's using a Death Adder, for example, they could just grab one from one of the other players.
Yeah. We'll see if we can get confirmation as to whether or not this is another mouse issue or if we've bounced back into the realm of audio problems.
No team's had this many mouse issues since EDG at Worlds.
Things have stabilized a bit for SKT, especially off the back end of that Mountain Drake.
But no more than stabilized. This is not a 5 to 10,000 gold lead at 15, 16 minutes like has been the story with SKT. They are, in fact, behind in gold. 600, so very much line ball between the two. And, I spoke about power spikes. Spirit Visage Gragas. The base values are starting to fall off. We are getting to 25, 30-minute phase soon. He will only really be an ult bot. Sure, he'll be annoying and tanky and do a bit of disruption, but no more than that. He is no Maokai. They need something big out of Rengar, which they weren't able to find in game one. Peanut is just going to go for Guardian Angel next, so just looking for CC as well.
We've upgraded
to a PC issue. That's not good.
Yeah, they did DC Peanut from the server.
We have seen OGN swap out PCs in about 7 or 8 minutes, so...
Yeah, very well. Could be the solution here as we try to get all of this resolved.
Might have to be a more extended pause, unfortunately, so I think it's ready for some talking, Achilles.
It does seem that way.
We're going to have to talk, but not about this particular game. Maybe for a couple more seconds. Again, the Gragas is the big question mark to me, because he will be a barrel and some slows and nothing else very soon.
Yeah.
And didn't get much done in the early game. Rise scales very well, Varus as well, but it does feel like Afrika have the answers in the team fights. But they made so many correct decisions in the first game. The big question to me is, can they keep up that level of performance? Emphatically, when we're talking about series or multiple series, the answer is no. But it seems like when all these superstars wake up on the right side of the bed, you get games like game one.
It's just a little bit too inconsistent for them to be at the top of the charts at the moment, but I mean, they're just putting on one hell of a show. This is really something else. I mean, SKT, they've been playing the bottom of the barrel teams at the moment. They haven't really had that high-level opposition yet. But the manner in which they were beating those teams seemed like they were on this upper echelon. But Afrika Freaks, they are just playing out of their minds so far.
For 4 series in a row, SKT was legitimately playing a different video game than their opponents. It felt like they were playing League of Legends and the rest of them were playing Pokemon Go, I guess, is about the only applicable thing. They were just so far ahead, and of course, that makes you think, okay, it's SKT. This all always wins. They're just going to run away with the season. But now we're seeing a real data point. Afrika are a team. Afrika, Longzhu, Samsung, KT. Those are the teams where you're like, what does SKT look against them? And so far, pretty big missteps in this series.
Yeah, definitely has been. I mean, getting that first blood on a Huni, not a great way to start things off for a player that's
We only just caught it.
Been known to tilt in the past. So we'll have to see how much work has Koma put in. We know that he's got him on tanks. Has he calmed down the attitude?
And that's an interesting thing to bring up. The T word is always a risky one to throw out, but you think back to the Smeb versus Huni matchup, and it seemed like that happened back at Worlds. In 2015, that was a long time ago. He's done a lot of growing up. It's an interesting question to gauge because you wouldn't really know. From all the word preseason was that they were dominating scrims. All the games they've played so far dominated. Huni's dominated himself. Do SKT really know what Huni looks like when they're not ahead? It's haven't had that problem recently.
Yeah, that's a good point. Haven't really seen it. But rough times for SKT. New feeling for them. Haven't really experienced this in quite a while. I mean, this is probably the stiffest competition that they've had since Worlds in the semifinal and the final.
Hey, they lost Casper Cup afterwards.
Okay, they lost Casper Cup.
To Rox Tigers. Kuro was not on that team. It was Cry playing, who is now Zet, the AD carry of EDG. It's a weird world right now.
I mean, he was always the one that they had to bring out against SK Telecom anyway, because Kuro historically not been able to perform, but today he's really stepping up. I mean, a couple, iffy, petrifying gazes in the last couple minutes of the game, but I mean, the beautifully timed one on the Realm Warp when they came in.
Yep.
So it seems like Kuro has kind of leveled up.
Oh, I mean, the balance between good and bad Kuro, which always seems to tilt towards bad against SKT, has certainly not happened here. So, again, needs to be complimented. Spirit also playing out of his mind on the Graves. Graves pick is going to jump way up in priority.
Yeah.
I was surprised to see some teams not even touching it. Samsung Haru in particular seemed to know. Was his best champion on CJ, but less said about CJ Haru the better. It's all about Samsung Haru.
Yeah, I want to forget that it's just. I just want to imagine it's somebody else that happens to have the same name, and that Haru from CJ is just gone. He's back in his solo queue, and he will stay there forever.
I was talking to who was it? I was talking to Gorilla, and I was like, he was like, Haru could be rookie of the split. I'm like, Gorilla, he played a whole season. He's like, no, rookie of the split. I'm like, okay.
It's not how that works, but all right, we'll give it to him. I mean, another one, MT. It's kind of in running for that. He's been looking quite good. Maybe if we see more of Mowgli, we can throw
We're
him
not
into
going to see more of
consideration.
Mowgli.
Probably not after this performance from Spirit in this set.
I'm not saying we won't see another game of Mowgli, but an extended run of games, you just don't see it.
Oh, well. He'll get his chance some other time. Maybe on another team if Afrika just wants to stick with Spirit the whole time through. But, oh, well. So, counter's still going down. 14 minutes remaining, and then we go into negative time.
Yep.
I imagine that they are swapping out the PC.
Yep.
So, likely just going to take a couple minutes, and then we'll have that underway. And hopefully, all will be well. We can carry out the rest of this series. Maybe just the rest of this game if Afrika keep on this pace. Because right now, they're in a pretty decent spot. But they have to be concerned about late-game SK Telecom.
I've learned my lessons. At every point in every game where SKT's behind, I'm like, let's just wait for that Nexus to explode. When it falls low, that's not really a big factor.
I mean, you
if it's
really
10,000 gold, I'm like, maybe.
You're really pushing that one in game one. You're just like, one fight for the Katarina, and it could all end.
I mean, given the comps, there was still a fight for Katarina to win that game, but Afrika, I mean, think about Afrika versus Jin game 2 where, I mean, they just weren't even playing together. They were doing lots. They were just playing some solo queue. It looked like dynamic queue with some superstars.
Yeah.
And then to be as organized and as practiced they were, maybe that's something about, over-preparing for one opponent, not for another, but adequate preparation for SKT for sure. I mean, just that spotting out on Huni was something I'd never expect to see from specifically Afrika Freaks.
Such a smart play. So, I mean, maybe SKT have just been, running this in the scrims so they know that this is something Huni likes to do. I don't know how prevalent the top lane Gragas is right now in high-level solo queue. Where I'm at, down in the dregs of it all, you don't see this coming through.
Again, it's a pick that was around. When Gragas was first changed, no more AP Assassin Gragas, was strong in top lane, was nerfed. Then the buff to the happy hour is really big. To go from 4% of your max HP to 6 is 50% more healing, and then Spirit Visage interacts. It's a lot of sustain, so tricky matchups kind of become a pushover for him. He gets through it. Drunken Rage max means that it's 30 mana to get that amount of sustain, so he's fairly immovable. So it's kind of, it's weird, because if you ask me, I mean, Maokai certainly scales better. There's no question there, but think of the other very tanky, manageable top laner, you think Nautilus. So the question is Gragas top better than Nos? I'd probably say no. He has more CC. He's not as ult-focused, but it's something different. It gives you the ward at level 1. That was punished. It has more mobility and safety. Huni's been locked down a few times this game, so they reached for something hoping that Afreeca didn't have any data points on it, and Afreeca actually had advanced scouting, apparently.
Yeah, seems like they were perfectly ready for this one. So, gonna work out. I don't know, maybe the happy hour buff's just not enough to really thrust Gragas back into the meta. Might need a little bit more tuning before we can see that pick become prevalent. Happy hour, something that we're definitely going to be missing out on tonight, it seems.
Yep, it's going to be a late one. Let's check the time here. We got the time over there.
10:21.
10:21. Well, so, we're going late.
Yeah, happy hours are definitely over. You might miss your wing night tonight.
No. That ends at 12.
Yeah, you got to be out of here by midnight.
This is an acceptable time to miss wing night.
All right.
We had to sacrifice our old wing night. It was on Wednesdays, and it finished at 10 p.m. So life for caster, tough. You know, tough.
Can't get those food specials.
Can't get those
every
specials.
time you want them.
I need my specials.
Meanwhile, you can just order, delicious fried chicken at 4 a.m. if you really want to.
I mean, I really could, but my specials.
I ordered a couple days ago when I was streaming. It was like 3:30 a.m., something like that, and everybody was just like, "Can you not do this? Like now I'm hungry and I live in a place where I can't get food at this hour."
I get a lot of harassment on Twitter every time BBQ play about talking about fried chicken too much.
You can't help it. If you guys tried the chicken, you wouldn't stop talking about it either. But we're getting some movement on the monitors right now. Seems like we might have the PC issues taken care of. I can hear the noises.
Oh, yeah.
And here we go. And no!
Oh,
no.
We wanted it, chat. We really did. We wanted to be ready.
That was a genuine yell from me. That's not good for my voice.
Watch yourself, friend. We've still got plenty of top-level League of Legends
I
coming
know.
at some point.
Yeah, eventually.
At this point, maybe... No, that wouldn't be possible, I guess.
What?
Like logging onto a different account, going to a practice game, and then coming back onto this account. I don't know how long you're allowed to be away on the tournament realm. Again, the procedure here is obviously well drilled. They've got Riot Korea staff on call and potentially in the building as well. So hopefully we get through these issues. Very unfortunate given how great the series has been so far.
Yeah. I mean, a game one that truly delivered. Game two was getting that way.
It was popping.
But this has really kind of slowed down the pace, halted things for us. But I don't know. I'm still antsy. I'm still ready to get back in. But hopefully it's sooner rather than later.
We'll start crossing those toes again. Achilles.
All right.
I know that made you uncomfortable before. We've got to do it
Crossing
again.
it was
Please.
it was the noise you made when you did it.
Come on, you just yelped as the game stopped. Come
Okay, but that you had like this weird grunt going on when you did
Is it that like
you're like
it's when it says like annoyed grunt and like in the I forget what those are called. What's it called when there's the less than greater than? Not ellipses, something like that.
brackets?
Brackets. Are they
Well, they're not really brackets, but
triangle brackets?
they kind of
triangle brackets.
they work
Call
as
it that.
brackets.
We've got some more gameplay over here.
But
that doesn't necessarily mean anything. We've
Is it
learned
going to be
now.
followed up by another pause? That's what I
the
want to know.
question. Well, I mean, he's killing a Scuttle Crab. Scuttle
All
Crab
right.
has died. Confirmed.
Scuttle Crab is dead.
That's an objective kill.
All right, so the PC issue wasn't that Scuttle Crab can't die.
Wouldn't be the strangest bug in a League of Legends game.
It's very true. Hidden feature. The Immortal Crab.
That would be extra relevant on this patch because you just eat all the fruit from the honey fruit. So now Scuttle Crab eats honey fruit.
That's true.
Theoretically, the better Baron taking team would also have a big advantage with no Scuttle Crab.
Imagine if the Scuttle Crab could eat fruit and then Prey lost that kiting fight in his game versus Longzhu because the Scuttle Crab had eaten the
I'm sorry, I'm just lost now on a hidden interaction between Gangplank and the Scuttle Crab. Just eats the orange, puts it on cooldown. Getting a bit silly over here. That's what happens when we have triple pause.
very long pauses too. That one was about 20 minutes or so. So nowhere near the realm of that hour and 15 minutes or whatever it was that I've tried to shut out of my mind. From
The
summer.
Socks and Hangman event.
And the AMA.
Yes.
We checked off all the boxes on that day. Faker pushing forward though. Spirit waiting in the wings, gonna find Wolf. Takes a lot of damage. Exhaust comes out.
Spirit out of
Gonna get
position
locked
here.
out, but he's able to get that quick draw over the wall to get himself out to safety. And in the end, still has about half HP left.
Yeah, blows a lot of cooldowns and none of his own, actually, only just ultimate. Let's get out.
Realm Morph coming through. Marin in the river. Just advance in onto Peanut. Here comes Huni over the wall with a body slam. Marin's going to go ahead, flash away. Pops the Maelstrom. Won't be able to hit anybody.
And they now have inside track onto mid lane. They can catch Faker if they try to walk through. Yep, they're going to get at least some free damage, maybe more.
It looks like they might be able to just take this one out. Kuro trying to zone them back. Has the Petrifying Gaze ready to go. Huni pushes forward. A couple more hits would do it, but they're unable to get that last little tap to knock down the turret, but still so much ground gained by Afreeca. You can see just how much respect SKT has to pay to them.
Surprising to see Huni not ult Maokai when he was all alone. Could have gone for a very early ult, and then it would have been Maokai literally against 5. Now it's SKT with the inside track onto a turret, which is already low. Teleport!
Got TP from behind. They
It's
spot this out.
very
They're going to
deep.
start peeling back.
Nice interrupt on the home guards, though.
Yeah, Hail of Arrows just locked him up.
Faker
And now
all
Faker
alone.
by himself. They will stun him up with a Petrifying Gaze. He
Dead.
flashes, but he still goes down. Kuro comes up with a kill now. Huni getting locked down by
Freaker
Marin on
alone.
the other side. They're trying to collapse in. Good spell shield by Kramer to get rid of that chain of corruption.
And it fizzles. That's the interaction there. It fizzles, so it does not spread because it's shielded. And everyone gets away. So just a single kill. They can't even finish the mid lane turret, posturing towards the Baron. But with Maokai on the other side of the map and Spirit recalling, there won't be any other gain. So compared to the previous series, less massive wins from picks. That was what really helped Afreeca snowball in the previous game. It's just gold this time, so SKT can weather the storm for now.
I think just gold, but also the flash down from Faker. Uncharacteristically flashing when he was still dead to rights, so loses out on that one. So chase down potential on somebody on the side of Afreeca. It's pretty limited now. He still will have that ghost coming back up. For now, though, looks like Afreeca just going to go ahead and start getting some vision drawn down on the Baron. Are they doing this Baron? I think they're doing this Baron. Kuro and Spirit are
Yeah.
inside the pit. We're just looking at top laners fight.
They
Go over
snuck
to
in.
this. They sneak in on the backside. They have no idea this is happening.
Rengar has an idea, Achilles. Not 100%. Though. No, he moves
He's
back.
clearing
They don't
a
know.
ward. They have no idea that this is going down. Spirit goes low, but it doesn't even matter. The shields from Tucson are there. They sneak out the Baron. Peanut now just arriving. Will be able to interrupt one of these, but there we go. They just exit out the backside of the pit. Afreeca, what a genius steal.
When Graves is this far ahead, and also the itemization of going for this Sterix Gauge was tankier than expected. When Maokai was showing on bot, they had no expectation of all of Baron. Remember, the Baron in game 1 with double Mountain Drake was what finally allowed Afreeca to cement their early advantage, and now, just out of nowhere, they have one in game 2.
Whatever happened to the shot calling on the side of Afreeca Freaks, I'm so very sad that it wasn't there for their first couple series.
All I want to do is pipe some questions over to Dongjun and Cloud Templar if they win this game and ask, so who's doing the talking? I know teams never like to answer that
Even if they
question.
don't win this game, I still would love to know. Because whoever they are, they have really stepped up to the plate here against SK Telecom.
We can only speculate that it's Marin. I know some people take a lot of exception with that, as there's been interviews that say that it was balanced shot calling between Marin and Faker. But there was clearly a change when Duke came into the lineup. Took a long time for SKT to play with a top laner who didn't have the teleport play or the instant respect that an older pro gamer like Marin, who turns 26 very soon, what an early birthday present this would be.
Yeah, for sure. Faker coming in with a Realm Warp, not able to find anybody to jump onto.
Kuro's out of position here.
Trying to
Very
slow
out
up
of position.
Spirit. Faker, he's popped the ghost. He's
Kuro's
trying to
going to
get
be
in.
dead to rights.
Spirit Prison connects, but he jumps away with the collateral damage. And now Kuro, as you've been saying, Petrifying Gaze will connect onto Peanut, but so much damage.
He's
But
alive!
the heal comes through. He's still alive. Chain of Corruption down onto Marin will lock up Tucson. Can they even kill the Karma? The answer is no. Big Mantra Shield coming through on the entire team. They will exit, and SKT will find nothing but an Ocean Drake.
No flash on Kuro. Still survives. Expert escape. Not going to call this a massive objective for SKT. They wanted more. That's why Faker put so much effort into taking down Spirit, because they wanted to turn onto what they assumed was a free kill on Kuro. It wasn't to be. He gets out. And the Super Minions, no, it's going to be Kramer. Finally take down this inner turret.
Now SKT down by 2,000 gold still. Not the greatest of leads at 28.5 minutes. But if Freaka Freaks are just making all the right moves, and SK Telecom just can't bring a kill, and even on the squishy members of Kuro and Tucson.
And it's not like the team fights get better, Achilles. The itemization's only looking stronger and stronger for specifically Marin, but Kuro increasingly. Uni fishing for an ult. Not to find one.
Wave clear still strong from SKT.
What you giggling about over there, Achilles?
I really can't say.
Not broadcast appropriate.
I really can't say. I thought about the phrasing of something, and it's a little ill-advised in hindsight. But all right, on the hunt, pop, big body slam by Huni, throws out the cast, but won't really lock up many people. Spirit flashing away, still has the staircase to keep him alive. Kuro, the big shield coming through.
No one ever
just a
dies.
second too late on the piercing arrow for Bang, or a second too early, rather, I should say. And Kuro, everyone on Afreeca will be able to get out with their lives yet again.
No one ever dies on this side of Afreeca. The buddy system, just some luck. Everything goes their way every time they get away with the Baron buff recalls. Not quite the power play from game one, but still a pretty solid one from the side of Afreeca Freaks. And the itemization's only starting to kick in. 3 items now on Kramer. Most people did not think Sivir could get to this stage in the current meta, with the other champions having such a stronger time in lane. Turbo Maokai is still a thing, although Kramer's ult is not quite up yet.
And Wolf has the strut, working his way out of the jungle to safety. But now Afreeca turning over onto this inhib turret.
Faker's out of position.
Yeah, Faker way out of position. Gonna be coming
Watch
in late.
Huni.
The turret has already been taken out. Huni looking for a play from the sidelines. Doesn't have the barrel quite yet. Just now coming off cooldown. Body slams forward, but can't get in range.
Every time you see Gragas on the screen, you have to remember it's not old Gragas. It's much harder to pull off skillful plays. There is one interaction we have not seen often, I believe only once I've seen it in competitive play. You can buffer the Gragas ult, then flash because of the fixed travel time. It is a big investment. It is very hard to pull off, but it's still possible, and Huni is a supremely mechanically talented player, so we'll see if that is a relevant factor later in the game. They've got Cassiopeia on the Rift. We all know about how her ult can interact with Flash. Can't do that quite craziness on Gragas, but can get a lot done.
I haven't seen Kuro try to pull that out the style on Faker yet.
Hasn't needed to.
It's true. Just be maximum BM.
I think maximum BM is a Freak of Freaks 2-0ing SKT. Let's be real here.
It's still looking like that might just be the result here. Freaka maintain a lead. Baron netted them quite a bit. Now they have that exposed inhibitor in mid, so SKT, they have to be so cautious about pushing outside of the base. Because you get Spirit in there, Kramer, on top of that inhib, and it is going to go away very quickly.
Faker and Marin, tete-a-tete in the top lane.
Bang.
They want to kill
on
Bang.
the hunt. He takes a big hit from the crits. Throws out
Whoa,
the Teddy
Kramer!
but it does not connect. He had the spell shield up anyway, I do believe. And that is going to be Bang going down. Now Peanut running for his life, has to throw out the bola to connect onto Marin for fear of that flash-twisted advance.
Kuro and Kramer, the kings of passivity in many games, are just going all in, seizing their moment. And SKT will lose an inhibitor at minimum. Short Faker is split pushing, likely to get an inner turret. That is a free inhibitor.
Didn't have much of a wave with him. They're still quite far away. Looks like, okay, he will be able to knock this down, but he's going to have to get out of dodge very quickly. Meanwhile, Afreeca, they can go ahead and set up for that next Baron that's going to be spawning in 30 seconds.
Varus, plenty of time to get in position because still short death timers. Feels like a lot longer game than 32 minutes because of the unfortunate pauses.
And SKT, they are struggling harder than we have really, dare I say, ever seen them struggle?
That is certainly an overstatement, Achilles. It's calmed down over there. They were 7th
in the last
spring season. They also had some downtime the previous season. We're going again. Bang's got no flash, man.
Oh, yeah, he pops the Ghost Blade, but it's not going to do much of anything.
Dead.
He gets locked down. He gets taken out. Spirit coming up with yet another kill. Realm Warp thrown down by Faker,
Oh,
but they
baby!
interrupted the Petrifying Gaze coming through from Kuro. Takes him out. A double kill for the Graves. Wolf will be able to limp his way out to safety, but now the Super Creeps pushing
They
down
wanna end the
mid
game,
lane.
Achilles.
40 seconds on Faker. Freaka Freaks are going to be going for the 2-0 right here.
It's hard to finish. They have super minions, but some of them are being slowed by Gragas. A lot of turret damage from Kramer, though. This could be it.
Wolf throwing out the bullet time, trying to chunk them out, trying to get rid of the waves. So the first Nexus turn is going to fall. Kramer takes a little bit of damage. Peanut, can he get on top of him? Can
Rose
he do
distracted.
anything to try to delay this? The answer looks like it is yes as Tuzin goes down, but the crits coming through from Kramer almost gets rid of Peanut. That's it. The Nexus will go down 33.5 minutes. A freak of freaks. Not just deliver the first game loss to SK Telecom, but they take them down in the match 2-0.
A famous victory, Achilles, as Afrika 2-0 and now have 6 games in a row across 2 lineups with a completely new lease on life. This team lost to Jin Air a week ago, 2-0. This reverse 2-0 was unfathomable after that game. They looked all at sea after game 2, and they were so clean. And now you think about the series. First game, it was about Marin. Marin was fine in the second game, but Spirit had a massive series. Kuro had a massive series. Kramer, of all people, was running wild with the Sivir engages in the late game with his pocket pick. And the pocket pick for Huni wasn't Lucian this time, it was the Gragas, and it did not work. And it feels like a final, you know? Remember that this is very much just a regular season game. SKT may go on to win Worlds, they may go on to win this season, but right now they are shell-shocked for the first time.
Yep. You can see it on the faces of the players. Meanwhile, Afrika Freaks absolutely ecstatic after their win. Seemed like an impossible task for this team that has given up games to MVP, to Jin Air, a 2-0. But they managed to take down SK Telecom when it matters. And SKT, they have some serious thinking to do because that is going to give first place over to KT Rolster.
Homer's strap, Homer's words. No one's happy on the side of SKT. It was supposed to be a celebration week for SKT. Faker broke the streaming record earlier in the week. They thought they could just, you know, dismiss Marin and the Afrika Freaks, but against all odds, it's Afrika that are the ones that are celebrating, and so much to celebrate because this should be a new dawn for the team. If they go on to struggle against bottom teams, then we'll smile about the blue shell analogy, but if they go on to make it to the playoffs, let's say SKT come second, and they have to play against Afrika Freaks in the semifinal, that would be a story.
No clue what would happen in that context. We just have to wait until the playoffs to find out if it's going to play out that way, Papa Smithy.
Isn't it nice when we have so many Christmas presents? Just our next match is Samsung versus KT. I don't know who's going to win that either.
So much unknown. Only one way to find out. We're going to have to watch the games as they come up. But for now, we can celebrate the victory of Afrika Freaks taking down SK Telecom.
Spirit should be so happy. This guy looked
he
like
played-
an Olaf one-trick, what, a week ago?
Played out of his mind on the Graves.
Looked wonderful on the Graves. When Kindred first came into the meta, he was one of the first Kindreds to really build the Hurricane, understand the
geez.
limits of that champion. We're seeing damage graphs on our screen.
That's pretty damning, actually.
We're looking at damage dealt. Faker actually has the lowest damage dealt on his team. Misfortune has the most.
Almost in the game.
Misfortune has the most, to be clear.
Yeah, we'll probably get that chart up on the screen in just a bit. There you have it.
Insane.
So Wolf doing the most damage for SKT over top of Averis, and Faker is coming up wildly short on the rise.
No ability to get into fights in the late game because Afrika were very organized, and SKT could never push the double split push advantage. They had enough in game 1. Game 1 MVP was Marin. Guess what? It's narrative time, Achilles. Let's talk to Marin for a while because if there's a man to pick the brains of, it's the mastermind of Afrika Freaks taking down SK Telecom T1 2-0 for the 3rd time in a row.
And it stings even harder because now he's tied with Faker at number 1.
I love the fact that Faker probably should be first because his name starts with F, but they put Marin first anyway.
Because his team starts with A.
That's true.
So there you go.
1 A+ for Afrika Freaks. Well deserved.
I mean, well-deserved win by everybody on Afrika Freaks. Kuro played out of his mind on this entire series on the Corki.
I'm
on the
sad they don't
Cassiopeia.
show us his 1v3 1-for-1. They skipped that one.
Yeah.
OGN, that was the best part of this game. And he just, you know, He invited aggro, he did not die. How many times did the Afreeca Freaks someone exit fights with a slither of health? Gold denied from SKT.
It just seems like what we've seen in the past. I mean, this was just, there we go, beautiful play from Throw yet again. But it just seems like the Afreeca Freaks that we saw just a little while ago, where there was no communication whatsoever, has just gone out the window. These guys are so cohesive. There's so much communication. And the members that we were worrying about, Tucson and Kramer in the bottom lane, they hold their own, and they even exceed that of Bang & Wolf.
They do it their way, and you're right. I think it would take a strong man to say that Kramer and Tucson could stand up to Bang & Wolf. They did that on this day. Famous victory for the Afreeca Freaks. They've done it before. 6-0 in a row is the craziest stat of all time, and it's time to talk to the man in the top lane.
There we go. All right, well, let's go ahead and hear from Marn. We'll throw it over to Joel for the translation. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your last translation interview of the day. I don't know how many people would have expected this result as Afreeca Freaks pick out a 2-0 victory against SK Telecom T1. And we are here with potentially the main character of this whole series, and we are here with Marin, who earns the MVP for both games.
마린 선수 단독 MVP 축하드립니다. 승리 소감 어떠세요?
Congratulations on the win. Can you give us a win? Give a comment on the win.
팀원들 모두 진짜 감독님, 코치님
You know,
포함해서
I got the MVP, but you can't just take out all the other players and all the coaches that really helped make this win possible.
선수와의 대결을 앞두고 정말 많은 예상들이 나왔어요.
There are a lot of predictions coming into this game with you facing up against Huni, who has been stellar in the past games. What are your thoughts on that?
평소에 하는 플레이랑 오늘 했던 플레이랑 좀 많이 달랐던
I felt like Huni did play a little differently than he usually does.
어렵진 않았던 것 같아요.
And because of that, it gave me a nicer advantage going into this matchup. And if he played as he usually does, it would have been a tough matchup, but you know, he wasn't as his usual form today.
훨씬 더 좀 편하게 플레이를 하셨다 이런 말씀이신 것 같습니다. 그리고 마린의 럼블 사실 두말하면 입 아프죠.
And it's just another game with you on a Rumble.
상성도 안 보고.
And you picked it blind without, you know, even thinking about, you know, what Huni could come up with. Where did your confidence come from? When I'm picking Rumble, it's all about the team fights that I'm really counting on. And with this opening day initiates, and if I can get that done, I feel like it can contribute a whole lot to my team. And that's the whole reason for why I picked Rumble that game.
진짜 신기하네요.
그냥 항상 신기하죠, 이런 선수들과 얘기하다 보면.
네, 그러면 마린 선수의 이제 플레이 영상이 준비되어 있거든요.
And there's a replay of Marin's play.
와, 이 장면이 저 진짜 컸다고 생각해요. 여기서 전투 판단을 하신 그거가 뭔가요?
What was the decisiveness that you came up with to making this play?
네, 저희가 먼저 테를 탔고 그리고
I took the TP first before the other team, and I felt like that as soon as I opened the initiation, the other team, SKT, could not follow up in timely enough, and that's when I made the play.
정말 잘하기도 했지만 다른 팀원들도 진짜 잘했잖아요.
Of course, Marin, you played really well today, but you have to give credits to your other teammates who played extremely well. Would you like to, you know, give credit to other teammates who showed a lot of confidence coming into this game? We actually practiced Graves into the Rengar during our practices, and so we were confident in that matchup that Spirit will do that, and that's the reason we kind of intended that pick against that pick bin pick face. You know, with the coach having so much confidence in us, it's just a thing that really powered us up heading into this match. A second ban pick was really surprising for us, where it was really outside our thinking of the current meta. What was kind of the preparation method behind that? So they SKT prioritized Jace in the first round. And we felt like that team lost because of they didn't have a true tank. And if we felt like if we can eliminate as many tanks as possible in the second round, we thought that we were gonna win. And you know, getting the Maokai first was really a priority for us. And regarding the DPS, you know, having Cassiopeia in mid is a champion that you can always count on for DPS, and we created a good balance for us. heading into that priorities.
그리고 아프리카 프릭스에 대한 재밌는 얘기 중에 이제 예전 진에어가 들었던 별명이기도 한데 뭐 의적.
Another fun story about Africa is
신기하게 뭐 강팀 상대로
you guys always maintain this record from year in and year out where it's not so stellar in the earlier part of this stage, but it always shoots up at the near the end of the season.
기복이 심한 건지.
What are your thoughts on that?
기복이 좀 많이 심하긴 한데.
Yeah, I think we do go back and forth on our records, but
경기할 때마다 잘할 때는 진짜 엄청 잘하거든요.
but it's this thing where, you know, if we play well, we play extremely well. But if we play bad, we just play extremely bad, and those are some of the things that we are trying to focus on and trying to compensate on. And hopefully we get better soon.
네, 빨리 보완하기를 바라보고요. 그러면 단독 MVP로 선정된 선수들에게 꼭 한번 드리는
As a sole MVP, we always ask this question to them.
오늘 어떤 선수가 정말
Other than you, who would have been suitable for the MVP today?
한 명만
If you can pick one.
수 있을까요?
한 명씩 해야겠죠?
I'm only supposed to pick one, right?
1, 2경기로 나눠서.
Can I separate into the first game and the second game?
1경기는 일단 쿠로 이소잉.
In the first game, I believe that Kuro was the other MVP of the game.
2경기는 좀 고민되긴 한데.
In the second, it's a bit of back and forth, but
또 잘하긴 했는데.
Spirit played well.
일단
But I really want to give credit out to Kramer, who played really well in the second game and who geared a lot toward the win.
저희가 그래 너가 시스 다 먹어라.
We just asked Kramer to take all the CS, and that was his mission in the second game. So, you know, so that's what he did.
Double's like, man, I gotta come to LCK.
I believe Kramer was the MVP in the second match, other than me.
살짝 들어갔는데 CS 뭐 배분에 대한 부분, 그러니까 주요 오더에 대해서 확실히 많이.
This is one of the big things that we wanted to ask. Who's the biggest shot caller in the game?
Here we go.
Here we go. All right.
좀 오더 쪽에서 막좀 사공이 많아서 산으로.
We always have a lot of conflicts making the shot calling between our teammates.
그냥 제 중후반부터는 제가 그냥.
From the second half of the game, I usually make the primary shot calling. And that's kind of the answer, guys.
There we go.
Hey, someone clip that front of Reddit, please.
이것에 대해서 많이 질문을 받으셨을
There'll still be naysayers.
역시 나는 좀 경기 운영.
I know people get really mad when you ask
생각하시는 게
about
있나요?
they say stuff about that.
More on shot caller deniers.
일단 저희 팀이 말리지
Worst.
않고.
One thing that I consider important is, you know, always keeping our confidence and never letting it down. And, you know, whenever the team fight opportunities do come, we need to be as aggressive as possible. But, you know, with regarding the many talks about me, a lot of the things aren't true, so just keep an eye out. You know, you've seen that our team, when we're in bad condition, when we're in a bad form, we do really bad, but we just really want to try hard and, you know, to always maintain our good form and hopefully get a better result by the end of the season. And even if we do perform bad at times, I hope you guys continue to support for us. And I feel like we will get a good result at the end of the season. So always, you know, have confidence in us, and we just want to continue to support us. And that's the end of the review. Back over to you guys.
Good talk of that, Marin.
Very much so. Well, I mean, what more can you say?
That budding Africa fan base is gonna get some new members tonight.
Absolutely. It's gonna be one interesting post-game thread. At the end of the day, there's only one team logo remaining on the pedestal, and it is Africa Freaks, who closed out the seemingly impossible 2-0 victory over top of SK Telecom D1, really knocking them down a notch, both, you know, mentally with their attitude coming in, their confidence, but also on the ranking.
If you think about it, they're 3-2 versus KT Rolster and SKT in the course of 2 best-of-3s. They actually have a positive win rate against the teams that almost everyone has pegged as, you know, playing in the World Finals against each other.
Yeah, you can see right there, +6 on the scoreline. Now KT going to be quite comfortable with that +3.
Best 6th place team in the world, Achilles.
It is the best 6th place team ever. So, I mean, this is one of those things you can look at when people say if so-and-so team from NA came to LCK, they could be middle of the pack. But, all right, we're not done yet. We're going to have tomorrow off as it's Friday. That's Apex Day for Overwatch. But on Saturday, we'll be coming back in KT Rolster versus Samsung. Definitely another one that you do not want to miss, because if it's anything like this second match from today, it's going to be absolutely insane. Closing out will be ROX Tigers versus Longzhu. ROX right now in 9th, desperately needing a win to inch themselves further ahead of Gongdu Monster. Longzhu definitely want to be working their way back up and solidifying the top 5.
Series on Sunday. We will not be casting this over at the Gangnam Stadium. Valdez and LS will bring you SKT versus BBQ. A very different game. Both these teams coming off 2-0 losses. Strange to say. And Jin Air Green Wings versus MVP to close out the week.
Yeah, and that'll be a really good one to kind of judge who the 7th, 8th place team is going to be, more than likely from what we've seen from Jin Air and MVP.
You're talking about the
thus far.
second series, right?
Oh, no, yes. So Jin Air and MVP looking like that's where they're going to be resting at the end of this split. But, I mean, we're not even halfway through it. We're still in round 1. There's plenty more games to be played, so you never know what's going to happen. I didn't think Afrika was going to win 2-0, and that happened, so whatever.
What a season, Achilles.
What a season
exactly like we
indeed.
hoped.
We will see you guys on Saturday for the next games. Have a good night.
And we all just need a little something to hold on to. Another day at the puppet show. Now I'm heading back.